I am waiting that everyone can assume your seats. Good morning. We wait near half an hour to begin our work because also we understand that the majority of the delegations are in Manama, and so the distance from the different hotels to come here is some. It is not easy to reach the venue, and so we wait because we wish to begin with so many delegations present as possible. But half an hour is enough to wait, and then we will not disturb the beginning of our Governing Council. Distinguished members of the Governing Council, dear colleagues, good morning to everyone, and I will say welcome again to this wonderful country of the Kingdom of Bahrain and to the wonderful city of Manama, where we have this year our General Assembly and related meetings. Also, because never is too much to renew the greetings to our hosts for the hospitality and for the organization. Nothing is perfect. I said yesterday, the schedule is so full that we don't have time to appreciate the city, but it is our life. We are here especially to work and try to address the problems of the world. And we as parliamentarians, we have a special responsibility because we represent the people of the world, and so we know their aspirations, their wishes, and what they want for a better future. And we need to work on that together, giving hands, trying to find solutions in accordance with the general item of our General Assembly. We try to build a pacific and coexistence to everyone. I will give you also the floor to three special guests. Honorable Jewel Howard Taylor, Vice President of the Republic of Liberia and President of the Senate of Liberia. Honorable Julie Lachelle Aderley, President of the Senate of Bahamas, and the Honorable Tangariki Riti, Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Assembly of Kiribati. Three colleagues that are here to prepare the admission to the IPU. Step by step, we will achieve 100% of the states recognized by the United Nations. To these three new colleagues that are with us, welcome, and I hope you appreciate the work of IPU, our Assembly, and very soon you will have a full membership to the IPU, and so after it, as a full member, you will participate in all our tasks. Dear colleagues, before we go forward, because we have a very strong agenda and we are a little bit late, I will give the floor to the Secretary General and ask him also if, from the logistic point of view, wish to address the colleagues.
Not anything to report, Mr. President. Thank you and good morning, delegates to this Assembly and this Council. I think that everything is being done to ensure that you have very smooth deliberations here. If there are any issues regarding the organization of course, we'll try to smoothen this out and make sure that everything is okay for this assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General. Before also we go to our agenda to point number 1, yesterday during the opening ceremony, we had a moment of silence in memory of so many people that passed away, especially during our earthquakes that happened in Turkey and Syria. It was a moment of reflection. We hope that we will not need moments like this in the future. But the delegation of Turkey asked the floor, and with pleasure I will give it to Madam Hafsa.
Please be kind to ladies.
It's not working, the podium?
Hello? Yes, now it's working. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I wanted to speak from the podium so I could see everybody and look into their eyes. As you mentioned, we had a horrible earthquake, twin earthquakes in Turkey and Syria on the 6th of February. We woke up to a horrible morning. At the beginning, we couldn't figure out what the level of destruction was because a lot of people, government representatives, the governor, they were also, in some cities, they were also under the rubble. But it took us, within a few hours, we were in the area as members of parliament. In some places, the roads had collapsed. So it was very challenging. And we realized that it was at a level of 500 atom bombs. That was how big the effect was of the earthquakes. 11 cities were directly affected. And we have an 85 million population in Turkey. 20 million people were affected by this earthquake, directly or indirectly. When you look at the area, it's 3 times the size of the Netherlands that was affected. And like I said, it was a horrible day. We lost more than 45,000 people. And when we visited the site, the earthquake site, people had to talk about their family members in numbers. They were saying, I lost 15 people. Some of them were living in family buildings, the whole family, sisters, brothers, cousins, grandparents. But these numbers were real people. There were babies, there were mothers, there were newlywed couples. There were elderly people with all their experience, and they were all gone. We were very horrified, but we had to pull ourselves together as members of parliament. We didn't have time to weep. We had to be out to help the people, and we did our best. But, Mr. President, sometimes in the General Assemblies or in our geographic groups, we don't agree on everything. Sometimes we harshly argue on certain things. But one of the things that came out of this was we saw the good in people. More than 100 countries sent immediately rescue teams, search and rescue teams. This is so valuable. That is why I wanted to be here and look into your eyes and thank you. Thank you for your help. It means so much. Sometimes just out of courtesy, we tell people, you know, how are you? Or I feel sorry for your loss. We just do it out of courtesy maybe, but it means so much. And of course, you know, I don't want to go against any political scientists. You know, there is a big discussion on social sciences, political science, about human being, whether human beings are good or bad. I realized again, and I have my hope again in the goodness in people, and I know that human beings are good by nature. So this was something where it was proven to me as well. I would like to thank each and every member of the IPU and your people. Countries we don't get along with, we're the first ones to arrive. I think this is very valuable. As Turkey, we're one of the countries that gives the most aid in the world according to its national income. So we were always there for others, and this time it was so humbling to be on the receiving side. I would like to say thank you again on behalf of my delegation, which consists of all the political parties, and on behalf of the Turkish people. Thank you. Teşekkürler, şükran. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Havza, in these awful moments, it's possible to see the solidarity of the human beings. I hope that in the future we don't need it. It will be a good signal. But when it happens, everyone should say present. Also, I will inform our colleagues that this night passed away Madame Yvonne Passada, the former Vice President of IPU and President of the House of Representatives of Uruguay. I think that I can talk in name of all of you to extend to Uruguay and to the delegation of Uruguay our condolences, and we hope that the family will have forces to pass this moment of sorrow. So, dear colleagues, the point number 1 of our agenda is adoption of the agenda proposed by the Executive Committee. I will ask if someone wishes to add something, or if we may adopt the agenda. No opposition, is adopted. We go to the point 2, approval of the summary records of the 2010 session of the Governing Council. I think you have the minutes with all of you. They were sent with time to have time to read it. No amendments may be considered approved. Oops.
No.
Oops. I'm trying.
Just a second.
I'm trying.
Just a second.
I am not seeing, but for the voice, it seems Speaker Mudenda.
Thank you, Mr. President.
From Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker.
I've looked at the agenda. I don't see the issue of the tabling of the code of conduct to prevent harassment, including sexual harassment, which the Secretariat was tasked to draw up. Just want to find out whether there has been some traction in terms of coming up with that document. Otherwise, the summary report is quite in order.
Secretary General, please.
Thank you, Speaker Mudenda. You're right, you did last time decide that a code of conduct would be prepared. It is being prepared, and the Executive Committee will be apprised of the progress in the preparation of that particular document as well as others when the Working Group on Transparency and Accountability reports to the Executive Committee on the 14th of March. Thank you, Mr. President.
And so, if necessary on the point 18, any other business, we can bring it on our meeting on the 15th. We will address it. Is it okay, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm very much obliged.
Thank you, sir. So, the agenda was adopted. About the minutes, it's okay. It's adopted. The point 3, election of the President of 146th Assembly. I see that United Arab Emirates wish to make a proposal. Dr. Ali, please.
Yes, good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, colleague. I'd like to nominate His Excellency Ahmed Salman Al-Musallam, the Speaker of the Council of Representatives of Kingdom of Bahrain, for this.
A concrete proposal. I see that Azerbaijan wish raise the floor as well. Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Honorable colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, in my capacity as the chair of the Milli Majlis of the Republic of Azerbaijan and the leader of our delegation to the Inter-Parliamentary Union, I would like to share with you our support to the nomination of His Excellency, Mr. Ahmed bin Salman Al-Musallam, the Speaker of the Council of Representatives of the Kingdom of Bahrain, and the President of the 146th Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. We would like to thank the Parliament of Bahrain for excellent organization of the 146th Assembly and for their hospitality. And we firmly believe that in this capacity, as a President of the 146th Assembly, Mr. Al-Musallam, with his great insight and through his leadership, will make a huge contribution to our discussions in this highly respected Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I see Thailand as well, Ms. Karshi.
Mr. President, Thailand also would like to support the nomination for Mr. Ahmed bin Salman Al-Musallam, Speaker of the Council of Representatives of Bahrain, as President of the Assembly. Thank you.
I understood that Mrs. Argimon, Uruguay. Again, Madam Argimon, I said a few minutes ago, we sent to your delegation our condolences for what happened to Madam Yvonne Passada. You have the floor.
Señor Presidente, queremos
Chair, we would like to thank you, along with the officers, for those words to the Uruguayan delegation relating to the loss of a colleague in our parliament who played a pivotal role here at the IPU. So on behalf of the Uruguayan delegation, I would like to thank you for those kind words at the loss of that colleague of ours. Separately from that, my delegation would like to echo those who have supported the motion to put forward Dr. Ali, the representative of Bahrain. We support that motion, and we would also like to express our thanks at the excellent way in which this meeting has been organized. It's wonderful to be here together again and to enjoy the excellent hospitality that's been extended to us and which has facilitated our work. Thank you.
Turkey.
Mr. President, as Turkey, we would also like to thank the Parliament of Bahrain for being such wonderful hosts. We really appreciate it. And we will also, I guess we're the fourth or fifth in the motion that His Excellency Ahmed bin Salman Al Musallam be the President of the Assembly. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, may I... I'm sorry. I'm trying to... The room, the fault is of our hosts. It's a huge room, and so sometimes it's not easy to see who is rising the Morocco. Okay, Morocco.
شكرا سيد رئيس.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of Morocco, I would like to thank His Majesty, the King of Bahrain, the government and the people of Bahrain, without, of course, overlooking the Parliament of Bahrain for their hospitality. I'd also like to thank the Parliament of Bahrain for having organized this meeting in Manama so ably. We would also like to support Mr. Ahmed bin Salman as the candidate to preside over this assembly, and we hope that this meeting in Bahrain will lead to some very significant decisions for the people of the region. Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleague. Now I saw also Yemen.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me firstly to thank our brothers here in Bahrain for their warm hospitality. Bahrain is our host country, and it's usual for the host country to preside over the assembly that it's hosting. And we feel it's very important for the President of the Assembly to lead this debate. We therefore firmly support the candidacy that's been put forward. We would like him to preside over this assembly. I think that we all agree, and so I don't feel that this discussion needs to be prolonged further. We all agree there are no objections, and we need to move on to our negotiations now. So perhaps we could, without further ado, deem this candidacy to be accepted and welcome our new President of the Assembly. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, may I understand that the Assembly, or better, the Governing Council, wish to elect the Speaker Al-Muaz Salam as President of our Assembly here? May we approve it by acclamations? But thank you for your unanimous decision. But I will ask Mr. Speaker if you accept, because it is not one imposition. It's our pleasure to have you as President of our Assembly, but you need to accept, of course.
Of course I do accept, and I have some words I would like to say. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Maali Sayyid Duarte.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, Mr. Duarte Pacheco, President of the IPU, Martin Chungong, Secretary General of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, Excellencies, heads and members of parliamentary delegations, ladies and gentlemen, may God's peace and mercy be upon you. I would like once again to wish you a warm welcome to the Kingdom of Bahrain, and I wish all of us every success in our work. I trust that all the participants and all the meetings that take place here will be successful and contribute to building bridges of communication between our peoples so that we can inject new dynamism into our parliamentary democracy, and that will enable us to move forward in our joint action as parliamentarians. We will therefore be able to achieve all our goals and targets, and that will be the basis of our meeting. It's important to strengthen efforts to achieve peace, and we should also reject all forms of intolerance. I would like to express my gratitude to those who've organised this meeting, and I'd like to thank you for the trust that you've placed in me in your decision to elect me as President of the 146th IPU Assembly. I will strive to work with you to achieve our goals and to engage dialogue and constructive discussions. This meeting, which is being hosted by the Kingdom of Bahrain, should be a real milestone in the IPU's work. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your words, Mrs. Speaker. And so you will preside our works of the Assembly of IPU. It's not just one obligation for all of us, but it's also a way we may retribute to Your Excellency to everything your Parliament did to host us in a way so warm that everyone is feeling at home. Thank you, Excellency.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
We will go to the point 4, consideration of requests relating to IPU membership. Dear colleagues, I will inform you that we continue our efforts. We are missing now 15 countries to have 100% of the states recognized by United Nations. So we need to continue our work day by day. With the United States, of course, because it's relevant to have the United States back with us, but also with the small islands of the Pacific, and Kiribati, it's here, and we hope that after this assembly, they will ask to be member of IPU, and other countries. We try to approach everyone, because without distinctions, we should be home of all parliaments of the world. And one of the countries that asked to apply as a full membership was Liberia. And the Executive Committee decided to endorse, to accept this proposal and endorse it to the Governing Council. And so I will ask if we may accept Liberia as the newest member of IPU. There is someone that wishes to raise the floor? Dr. Ali Nouami, please.
Yes, Mr. President. Yes, Mr. President. As you know, Liberia is one of the founding members of the IPU, so it's an honor to have them back and join this family. Thank you.
Thank you. It's very relevant to have the founders with us. So may we consider by acclamation approve the admission of Liberia? It's approved. And allow me to invite Mrs. Jewel Howard-Taylor to say a few words.
The Honorable President of the IPU and the Honorable Secretary General, officials and members of the IPU present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Today is a humbling duty for me on behalf of my nation, Liberia, and the Liberian legislature to accept the call for my nation to return to the fold of the IPU after a long absence. This return is quite significant, especially taking note of the historical fact that Liberia was one of the original founding members of the Parliament in October 1899. Thankfully, from this unit, Liberia had one member as the framers got together to decide about the IPU. Today, the IPU has become not just a parliament of nations, but of people who have accepted to play global roles to promote peace, democracy, and sustainable development over the world, and to provide a safe space for all nations of the world to meet and dialogue on issues regarding coexistence, greater inclusion, gender equity, and the list goes on and on. Most importantly, the IPU provides a platform for a call to action on urgent and emergent issues which affect our one world. Over the years, the IPU continues to raise the bar on the possibilities which exist in order to enhance greater cooperation and cohesion amongst nations and peoples, thus moving into the sphere of multilateralism in pursuit of a more equitable and peaceful world. In view of these facts, permit me to reiterate, amongst others, two urgent challenges which are key to the fundamental principles of the IPU and are central to your work, even as we gather to debate issues of vital importance over the next few days. These two issues surround gender equality and climate change. As the world celebrated International Women's Day on March 8, 2023, it was saddening to note that the statistics from various reputable sources each bringing to light one poignant fact, that there still continues to remain a very low rate of increase in gender equality across the world. Today, these numbers stare us in the face. And even when you look at the representation of women in the parliament here at IPU, the numbers remain below 25%. Despite huge calls from everyone and from every corner of the globe. Though I believe we all agree that there are critical links between gender, social equity, and climate change, and that in fact increased gender equality numbers reflect better standards of living overall, the issues of gender equality lag behind. For women, the question still remains, what will it take to ensure true equality for 50% of the world's population? This is an issue for the IPU. If you listen to the global news, you will find out there are strong calls for climate change and the mechanisms which will deal with the negative effects already upon us. This is evidenced by strong financial support put in place to ensure a change in the trajectory of climate change. On the other hand, the issue of gender equality and the real reforms needed to shift the balance lags woefully behind, with the general perception remaining that women should continue to fight for basic human rights, that we must continue to struggle and bear the consequences of the shackles which hold women down. Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I believe there is no better forum to raise these issues than here at the IPU, as it is a global force for good, needed to shift the balance for greater equality for half of the world's population is women. As a female, I beg your indulgence to make a clarion call for an end to and equal focus on the issues attending improved gender equality, even as you put forward strong measures for climate change, global peace, and development. For the stark truth remains that as long as women are left behind, the work being done in all other aspects of peaceful coexistence and sustainable development affect only 50% of the world's population. And that is not our best, as it falls far below human standards as being set by this global world body. As we deliberate over the next several days, may our deliberations reflect the true representation of the people of the world, reflect our true hopes and aspirations, and that our actions will be dictated by the true needs of the majority, which include women and girls. In closing, permit me to express the gratitude of the Liberian delegation, firstly to His Majesty the King and to the Parliament of the Kingdom of Bahrain for all of the courtesies provided to make our stay a very beautiful one. And to the IPU, to the President and Secretary General, and to the Parliament for accepting Liberia back into the fold. We look forward to a strong representation on the issues concerning our one world. Thank you for this time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and welcome. This is the most important word we may say now. Now you have one more member inside IPU. Thank you. Yes, not a new member, as the Secretary General said, with reason, a returned member. It's always important to also to express it because you are one of the founders of IPU. About the point B, amendments of the practical modalities of the rights and responsibilities of observers at IPU meetings. Then on our last meeting, maybe we will come back about observers, but about the amendments that we needed to have on the practical modalities of the rights and responsibilities of observers, I will give the floor to the Secretary General because the Executive Committee appreciates the proposal made by the Secretariat and decide to present it here to the Governing Council. I will give the floor to our Secretary General.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members of Council, I assume that you have received document CL/211/4B-P, which lays out the proposed amendments to the practical modalities governing the rights and responsibilities of observers at IPU meetings. As you have said, Mr. President, the Council did decide that the Secretary General would review those modalities and make proposals to the governing bodies in light of the growing number of requests that the IPU is receiving for granting of observer status to many partner organizations out there. So during the intervening period since Kigali, we have undertaken that review, and the document that you have in front of you reflects the outcome of the deliberations. There, we have sought to clarify under which conditions observer status can be given to a requesting party. And we have indicated, and I know that the Executive Committee has accepted, that such permanent observer status will henceforth be granted upon the recommendation of the Executive Committee following a careful examination of the structure, functioning, mission statement, program of work, and track record of the organization concerned, with a focus on impact and deliverables. Secondly, the amendments give a category to parliamentary observer status, which will be reserved for parliamentary organizations who are, I would say, concurrent with the objectives of the IPU. And this is also consistent with the IPU's ambition and mandate to foster inter-parliamentary cooperation and dialogue. So there will be a clear category for parliamentary organizations. Thirdly, observers will henceforth be required to pay a token fee for registration. As you know, the increasing number of observers is also having a burden on the parliaments that, or host countries that are receiving our assemblies, and we thought the executive committee agreed that it was important to ask for a token fee, not only in terms of going towards the costs of running an assembly, but in particular to indicate some commitment by those who are observers in the IPU to the deliberations of the IPU. Because in recent years, we have noticed that people come, ask for observer status, and then they disappear, and all you know is they put on their business cards that they're observers in the IPU. So you have agreed that there will be a small fee that will be paid by the observers. However, you have decided to grant exemptions to organizations of the United Nations system, as well as any other partner organizations that are required to contribute directly to the deliberations of an assembly, such as this one. Mr. President, members of council, you also agreed, the executive committee also agreed with the recommendation to restructure the categories of permanent observers as follows. 1, you'll have United Nations and related organizations. 2, parliamentary assemblies and associations. 3, international non-governmental organizations. 4, international political federations. And 5, other partner organizations. By the same token, Mr. President, you and your colleagues of the Executive Committee agree with the recommendation from the Secretary General that we remove from the list of permanent observers those entities that had been dormant over the years and had not showed any signs of life. You remember that you did mandate the Secretary General to reach out to all those organizations to ascertain their ongoing interest in the deliberations of the IPU. Some did respond, others didn't, and you have, excuse me, you have therefore decided to recommend to Council that you strike off that list the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, and the Organization of American States. But you have also left the door open and said if they want to come back, they are free to apply, and you would then put them under the relevant categories that have just been identified here. So, Mr. President, that is the gist of the amendments that are before Council today, and you may now wish to ask your colleagues to kindly approve them so that we can go ahead and implement them. Thank you.
Thank you for the explanation. We wish that everyone that is as a status in our organization will be real engaged with the organization and not just one day and disappear on the day after it. And I think it is a good effort because only this way we will be more active in many fields. So I ask if someone wishes to ask something to the Secretary General. I am not seeing requests. So may I consider adopted amendments? No opposition? Adopted. And so we are going to the point 5 of our agenda, the report of the President. Allow me to go to the podium to do it in a very short way, and then I will come back here to answer eventual questions that you should raise. Dear colleagues, just a short intervention to make a small presentation of the report about what the President had done during the last 6 months since our meeting in Kigali. It's very easy because it was just a few months, but the headlines of the activity that I proposed was to reinforce the visibility, to support the implementation of the strategy, and of course, to consolidate the good governance of the organization. So, to support the visibility, the most important for me is to attending as many as possible of the list of activities of IPU. Very soon, when our Secretary General will present the report of the impact of our organization, you will understand what I am trying to say. We, IPU, did more than 600 activities during the last year. It means more than one per week. Also, with programs in more than 20 countries. And they are on the ground. And you can't imagine what it means. It means that the staff is preparing it, because when we are realizing one seminar, one event, a Forum of Young Parliamentarians, the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, something about the COP, about terrorism, about everything, a lot of work is behind it, because it is not just appear on the first day. We have a lot of work behind. But also is relevant to express the visibility to the country where we are present and to the others of these activities. And so I visit more than 20 countries during the last months. I was everywhere. But when I visiting the countries, dear colleagues, it's not just to visit or to opening one ceremony or to opening one of the meetings of IPU. I try to go to different universities and talk with students. I try to give so many press conferences as possible to reinforce the visibility of the organization. Because only this way, I always say, we may work a lot, but if no one knows, as we are politicians, it's the same that we are going home. We need to work, but to express to the people what we are doing. Otherwise, people don't know. People will think that the institution on this case, as we, as parliamentarians, are not doing what we need to do. And so I did it everywhere in all continents. Also, I will talk about two important issues. The Cremi Passi Award that was implemented, and for the first time. We will talk about it later on, because we understood also that we need to have some amendments to our rules, because we need to learn with the first experience, and we did other things that is relevant. We worked to have our ATAN. I hope that next 15 we will approve the final ATAN to the IPU, and it will be played for the first time during our first day of the Assembly in Angola with the National ATAN of Angola, and after it for the future forever. Two main points that headline this intervention: gender participation, youth empowerment, fight terrorism, and fight climate change, and finally, to defend the coexistence that should happen and the solidarity in all countries and in all societies. And this is the headlines of the activity to reinforce the visibility. And also to implement the strategy, because they are linked. When we approve our strategy, we identify the main areas that need to be in our agenda. And so, all the activities of IPU, and of course, after it, the presence and the support of the President will be to assure that it will be implemented as accurate as it should be, and we did it for during the last month in all parts of the world. And finally, the good governance, because we need to talk about how to manage our organization. Because of that, of course, we have meetings of the Executive Committee where many of these things are approved, but also meetings with the Secretary General in person, by video, many phone calls with him, with the different directors of IPU, because we should work as a team. If we don't want to work as a team, the President, Secretary General, the services, the Executive Committee, we will lost. We will lost. Because it means that one is trying to push the organization to one side and the others will try to push the organization to the other side. But in this case, no. We work together as a team to reinforce the relevance of IPU, and this is most important. In conclusion, very easy to say, it's just if you ask me, what did you do? I will say, I do everything, and I went everywhere that can be relevant to strengthen our organization, to strengthen IPU. Thank you. Before go to the point 2, the report of activity, the B, the activities of the Executive Committee, I will ask if someone wish to ask any question, because we should be accountable always. And I don't want to, I'm not afraid of that, of course. No requests. Thank you for your call. Please.
Nothing alarming, Mr. President, just to applaud and congratulate you on taking IPU to the people of different countries. Presidency is about consultation, it's about communication, and we thank you, and may God be with you, our President.
Thank you, dear colleague. Allow me to compliment, saying that I think we are parliamentarians, we represent the people, we need to be near the people. That's why in all visits I try to ask the authorities always to go to see the people and to talk with people. It happened in Ramallah, in Palestine. I said to our colleagues, I wish to walk on the streets, to take a coffee, to talk with people. To ask in Peshawar, where I was there, and I wish to visit the hospital and to be with injured. It happened last week in Argel, when we went to the south, to Argel, to talk with people that are suffering from the terrorism. Because we will lose if we stay inside our home. We needed to work, of course, but we need also to be near the people and talk directly with them. But thank you so much for your comment, Excellency. About, if I may, go to the point, Ireland, please, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. President, can I first of all congratulate you on your leadership. You have demonstrated the importance of the IPU to parliamentarians, and you've made sure that we as parliamentarians have a voice, but more importantly, you've been a very proactive, active voice for us as parliamentarians, and I want to thank you. You've challenged, you've led in difficult times, you've put forward initiatives that have tried to make our world and our job a better place, and I want to say to you, thank you, because without your leadership, there would not have been an opportunity to try and broker engagement between Russia and Ukraine, and we commend you for your initiative on that. We equally commend you for your initiative on sustainable development, in particular in the conference in New York recently where you led. So can I just say to you, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your kind words. Sometimes I don't know if this is our friendship that is talking, and so we needed to give the discount for that as well. And so, thank you, dear colleagues. About the Executive Committee, I will say just 4 points that I will share with you. The Executive Committee noted with satisfaction the progress made by the IPU Communications Division with regard on the increasing presence of IPU on social networks and support provided to members and during assemblies. So it was one relevant message. The second one is the Executive Committee renew its appeal in favor of the participation of national parliamentary delegations in UN events as part of IPU commitment to encourage the mobilization of parliamentarians to address global challenge. And allow me to share 2 ideas about it. This is something relevant, and I will say not just for the parliaments, but for the governments themselves. And they needed to understand that. Because if they include parliamentarians on the national delegations, the parliamentarians will understand the difficulties of the negotiation process that happened in United Nations. And so the parliaments can have the support of parliamentarians when they are discussing, because the parliament is there with them, but also the parliamentarians after it will understand better that sometimes what government achieve, it is not the perfect, what they wish, the ideal agreement, because in a negotiation process we never achieve everything a country wishes to achieve. And that's why it's relevant to have the parliamentarians accompanying this process. Unfortunately, there are many governments that don't understand that. And we need to continue our efforts to have parliamentarians in the national delegations that attending UN events. The point 3 is about raising the contributions, and especially we will address the speakers of parliament. That is very important that all countries pay their contributions to the IPU, because it is impossible to work if the contributions are not coming. And so we need to continue our work with all parliaments, but it's very relevant to talk about it. And finally, the Executive Committee expressed its great concern regarding the denial of education to women in Afghanistan. And we condemn this violation of human rights, but what is more important is to create channels of dialogue with the authorities, sometimes behind the scenes, to change the situation. We don't want one award. We want the changing of the situation. If it happened and no one knows this is the role of IPU, we don't care. Because what is more important is the woman, that women in Afghanistan should have the right for education. That is essential, and we will fight for it in a very strong way. And so this is the most important note from the Executive Committee that I will share with you, and I will ask if I may understand that you take good note of that. No requests, so it's taken. Thank you so much. And we go to the point 6. The presentation by the Secretary General of the IPU Impact Report a very important report that will be presented by the Secretary General. Secretary General, you have the floor, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, members of Council, I crave your indulgence to allow me to sit while presenting this report. It's because I have a host of documents in front of me and I need to be looking closely to my notes. But I just want to say that it gives me great pleasure and it's a source of pride for us all to present the impact report of this organization for 2022. This is a report that covers the work of the IPU during the first year in the implementation of its strategy, its newly minted strategy for 2022-2026. And as in previous years, we have sought to go beyond just a description of activities conducted by the IPU and look at how these activities are making an impact in the areas of the mandate of the organization. And whatever we have done over the period that we are reviewing today, that is 2022, has been consistent with the mandate dictated to us by the new strategy. I would like, as we present this report, I would like to invite you to view this report in conjunction with what the President has just presented in terms of his activities during the period under review. The President's report is very much part of the work of the organization and should be seen as complementary with what the rest of the membership of the organization are doing through the Secretariat of the organization. So, as I said, our work has been informed, as you mandated us to do, has been informed by the IPU strategy. And just to give you a basic understanding or reminder of what this strategy is all about, we have that diagram that is in front of you. You have decided that your strategy is intended to build parliamentary ecosystems for democracy for everyone. And what you have done is you have identified those actions that you need as an organization to carry out in order to achieve that strategic objective of democracy for everyone. And you will see there in that diagram, Karine, you put the diagram there? Yes, okay. It's there that there are 5 areas where you have identified action that you need to carry out. And for each of those actions, you will see that Parliament is at the center. It is the centerpiece of that action because in their considered view, it is parliaments that are pillars of democracy, the democracy that delivers for everyone. And so we have been working in those 5 areas of building effective and empowered parliaments, promoting inclusive and representative parliaments, supporting resilient and innovative parliaments, catalyzing collective parliamentary actions, strengthening the IPU's accountability. Those are the strategic objectives of this organization as you have identified them. But you have also considered that you need to prove that you are relevant, these actions are relevant, and so you have identified 4 policy areas where you want to test out your action and see whether you're really making an impact. And those are the 4 that you see up there in sky blue. Climate change, which you have considered as #1 priority for the organization. Democracy, human rights, gender, equality, youth participation, peace and security, sustainable development for all. So, Mr. President, members of Council, it is that diagram there that informs the report that I am pleased to present to you today, the impact report. Again, the key word being impact. What have we achieved with the resources of the organization? And you'll see in the report that we have, of course, after describing the activities that we have carried out and the results, we have chosen some case studies to highlight what it has been possible to achieve in those areas. Of course, there are a host of others that we cannot report on here, but that are the information on which are available in different segments of our website and at the Secretariat. A lot of the information is on our website. Mr. President, I just want quickly, because this report has been distributed, I think has been distributed to all, just to point out, I just want to use this opportunity to point out a number of key issues. And when we look at climate change, which is policy goal number 1 for you, you will see that this is what's you will see that 2022 has been a very busy year for the organization. There's been a lot of things that are being done, and 2023 is going to be another very busy year for climate change. And later this morning, we will be launching the campaign on My Parliament, My Planet, which is intended to amplify parliamentary action for climate change. So you will see in this report that when we are talking about building effective and empowered parliaments, you have been very anxious to promote the issue of human rights. And I would not like to delve in greater detail on this because there will be a report tabled before this Governing Council on the 15th by the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians, which, as you know, is that mechanism, a unique one that is empowered to examine and defend cases of violations of the rights of parliamentarians across the world. I just want to say that, unfortunately, in 2022, we witnessed a 10% increase in the caseload of that particular committee. Currently, they are seized of some 740 cases in 44 countries around the world, and you will receive a report on that. But we also want to highlight that there have been some positive progress. There has been progress in resolution of many cases. And in this particular instance, I want to single out how the committee's work and the IPU's work in general has led to the freeing or release of members of parliament who had been imprisoned in Sri Lanka. Recently, we have had confirmation from the imprisoned parliamentarians themselves that thanks to the IPU, they have now been released from jail and they are free to go about their daily activities. This is an example of impact that we want to highlight. We have Turkey, where we have a number of cases, and there we have received information that a couple of parliamentarians who were in jail have now been released on humanitarian grounds. I'm sure Turkey will confirm this. Just to say that we make progress, and we want to highlight this as good examples that we need to amplify in other parts of the world. I also would like to single out something that we consider very disquieting, and that is the increasing trend of violence against women, especially women in politics. And in this particular instance, you have in the past been apprised of the conclusions of surveys and reports that have been conducted to try to identify the magnitude of the problem and identify solutions there too. And we have rolled out the findings of these reports in a number of countries in 2022, especially on the African continent, where we have a dedicated study on violence against women in politics. And I wish to recognize the contribution of countries such as Benin, Gabon, Morocco, Niger, Senegal, Sierra Leone, and South Africa. And I would like to add the Central African Republic, the most recent candidate or recruit in the campaign to fight violence against women in Africa. violence against women in politics. I would then like to point out that we do all the time say that parliaments are important. We hear in the speeches that we all make that parliaments have a key role to play. And of course, they have a key role to play, but we cannot assume that they all have the capacity to play that role in a similar fashion. And that is why the IPU is dedicated to promoting capacity building for parliamentarians, providing tools for parliamentarians to allow them to perform their duties in a proper manner. So we have the Global Parliamentary Report, the flagship publication of the organization that was published and which helps to identify how parliaments can promote engagement with the citizens in order to capture their concerns and feed this into the legislative process. I would like to also congratulate all of us on what we are doing to promote inclusive and representative parliaments around the world. This is International Women's Week, and during this week, last week, we did launch the annual report. Do I have it here? We did launch a report that we do every year to track progress in women's representation around the world. This report was released last year together with the IPU map on the representation of women in politics. I believe this map is freely available here. If you don't have, we can circulate to you. And Mr. President, yesterday in your speech, you did mention that for the first time in history, there is no parliament in the world where there is not at least one woman. It's a historical fact, and we have to celebrate this. We have to use this as an opportunity to do better, because by the same token, we have witnessed a growth in women's political parliamentary representation, and in 2022, the percentage was 26.5%. This represents a 0.4 percentage point increase. The point that we want to make here is that this is the slowest rate of increase in 6 years. And Mr. President, you mentioned that it will take several decades for us to reach gender parity. We actually estimate that you need 80 years at this rate to reach gender parity. I don't think that you want to do that. And very quickly, going through our report, we talk about youth empowerment, where we have a vibrant youth movement, and last year they continue to carry out their work in a robust fashion, not only in the Assembly. We have instituted a youth empowerment series in the IPU, whereby we train young parliamentarians for public office to make sure that they are online. We have launched last year the campaign, I Say Yes to Youth in Parliament. You can see that on the screen, and it's gaining traction because we have some 1,000 leaders across the world who have signed up to that campaign. I do encourage those members here who have not signed up to that campaign to do so. I want now to congratulate, I saw Madam Speaker from Zambia, where there has recently been the establishment of a youth caucus with support from the IPU. We're working with the Zambian parliament to rejuvenate that parliament in all its aspects through the caucus of young parliamentarians. Madam Speaker, we thank you very much for your cooperation in this particular area. We have, Nigeria is not present here. There is a vibrant caucus of young parliamentarians in Nigeria with whom we've been working over the years, and to actually make sure that no person is too young to hold public office in Nigeria. So the other important thing that we noticed in 2022 was in the wake of the pandemic. We witnessed that the pandemic had led to an upsurge in the use of digital technology to improve upon the work of parliaments around the world. And there, the IPU itself has sought to implement its own digital transformation. And so you will see that many of those activities that the President was referring to in his report have been carried out using digital technology. We have transformed the working methods in the Secretariat to make sure that colleagues can work remotely. We give access to our documentation in a remote fashion around the world, and I think this is very important. We do have a dedicated mechanism in the IPU, the Center for Innovation in Parliaments, that has been very hard at work promoting networking among parliaments on how we can harness new technologies for the benefit of parliaments. During this assembly, Mr. President, we will listen to the outcome of the deliberations of a very important committee in this organization, which is the the Committee on UN Questions. Last year, you did carry out a review of the way you engage with the United Nations as part of your mandate to catalyze collective parliamentary action in support of global processes. And that committee is being redesigned, reformatted to make it more agile in responding to our relationship with the United Nations. This will be reported on tomorrow, I think on the 14th. Mr. President, let me really conclude, I think because you have the report in front of you, just to refer you to the introduction to my report, which gives you an important glimpse of what it is, our challenges, what we achieved, and what our challenges are. We continue to prosecute climate change as a very important priority for the organization. 2022 was a year where we really deployed the potential of parliamentary diplomacy, and mention has been made of the task force that you established to look into the peaceful resolution of the war in Ukraine. We have singled out the increase in women's political participation, and we have stressed that it is important that we continue to be robust in promoting that. We have also pointed out that the trends in violations of human rights of parliamentarians are not very encouraging, and that we need to be more robust in prosecuting parliamentary solidarity in defense of your colleagues who around the world are victims of violence by all sorts of actors. We have also pointed out that in 2022, we have developed new tools for members of parliament, and during this assembly, we will be launching a report on, I believe, universal health coverage. Here last year, you did launch a report or a handbook for parliamentarians on global health security preparedness, just to give you tools that will allow you to perform very well. So 2023 is the one where we will be focusing on climate change, and as I mentioned earlier, we are going to launch, Mr. President, this campaign for parliaments and the planet. I would like to stop at this particular point, and then you can ask any questions. We will be pleased to field them. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General, for your report. And for the first time, we have, with the new strategy, we have this impact report, because it is very important to understand what is the impact of our activity and not just what we are doing, the impact of our work. Allow me to share what I expressed also at the Executive Committee, not just a special thank you to the Secretary General and to the Secretariat for everything that was presented, because it means a lot of work, but also about one figure that is, I think, no one like. The number of cases presented at the Committee of Human Rights of Parliamentarians. And dear friends, if we have there one case, it is too much. But when we have hundreds of cases, it's completely a disaster. But I will express also something. Maybe the figures don't show what we are thinking. Because people may think, yes, it means that the situation is worse and worse year by year. Maybe it is not, because what happened is also the visibility and the credibility of this committee and IPU made more people addressing the committee. Because the cases may exist already, but sometimes people don't know that they can apply to this committee to defend themselves in the past. And so the numbers are very small. But now everyone knows around the world that there is a special committee ready to defend them. And so they decide to apply. And I said that at the Committee of Human Rights of Parliamentarians yesterday, and I will repeat here. I never will forget the words of the President of the General Assembly of the United Nations when we addressed all of us, and especially the speakers of Parliament in Vienna 2 years ago. When he came to address the Speakers' Conference, he used something like these words. Before I became member as President of the General Assembly of the United Nations, I was MP. And in my country, I was detained. I was a political prisoner. And inside the jail, I knew there are someone that will defend me. It is IPU. And now, as President of the General Assembly of the United Nations, I came here to say thank you. This is a very important message from the President of the General Assembly of the United Nations. And so, dear colleagues, I ask if someone wish also raise questions to the Secretary General about his report. Burkina Faso, thank you, because I'm trying, but sometimes I not see the hands raised. Burkina Faso.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Chair. Burkina Faso would like to take this solemn opportunity to congratulate and thank you for the steps that you and the entire IPU team are taking. We also wanted to warmly congratulate and thank the staff of the IPU and particularly the Secretary General. You have successfully conducted your work and you have a full measure of trust from Burkina Faso. You seek, as you said, to bring parliamentarians together and parliaments together at the IPU. You do that with a sense of diplomatic accomplishment. And we are very thankful. We are confident that this will lead to a successful IPU, and we thank you.
Côte d'Ivoire.
Thank you, colleague. Côte d'Ivoire.
Côte d'Ivoire, c'est là.
Where is Côte d'Ivoire? There you are. Please go ahead.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, President. On behalf of the Speaker of the National Assembly of Côte d'Ivoire and the delegation here, I would like to congratulate the IPU Secretary General and you for this edifying report, which shows the immense amount of work that's being done at this organization towards a better world. I'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you to you and your staff, and to extend words of encouragement for what comes next. You are doing effective work, and we wish to encourage you in that. Thank you. Thank you very much, colleague. Democratic Republic of the Congo.
I'm trying to understand where are Democratic Republic of Congo. Okay. No. Excusez-moi. Senegal, si vous...
Senegal, please. It's your turn.
Senegal. Je ne vois pas Senegal.
I do not see Senegal.
Okay. Je n'avais autre. I will give you the floor to the Secretary General if you wish to express something.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're very grateful for the very positive comments that have been made by the delegation from Burkina Faso and Cote d'Ivoire, a source of encouragement to all of us. I just want to point out that the bulk of the activities that have been conducted by the IPU have been with the support of lots of you here. We have a small secretariat in the IPU, but we are proud that we can count on the support of our membership. Many of you have been called on to travel to countries nearby or far away in order to represent the IPU in activities that we're organizing on the ground. This is part of your commitment to the organization, and we want to congratulate you on that. I also want to point out that, of course, the resources for implementing the activities that we describe in the report come from you as members of the organization through the contributions that you make to the budget of the organization. And I wish to use this opportunity to thank you again for agreeing to a 3% increase in the assessed contributions to the budget of the organization. But I also want to single out the contribution that we receive from extra budgetary sources from a host of partners out there. I do know that many of the countries represented here, their development cooperation agencies, are giving us resources to do more work, to amplify more work. And I would like to extend my gratitude to Swedish SIDA, the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, for their ongoing support to the work of the IPU. Irish Aid is also supporting us. The Canadian Department for Foreign Affairs and Trade, providing a lot of support for IPU activities. And I just want, there are many others that we will identify when we do present our financial reports to you. But I just wanted to use this opportunity of my impact report to thank those that I have mentioned for their substantial contribution to the budget of the organization. Mr. President, thank you very much. And Mr. President, let me use the opportunity to thank my colleagues in the Secretariat. It is not the Secretary General who is doing all of this work. It is the team that you see in this assembly or who are back in Geneva who are actually doing the work. I'm just the face of the Secretariat. And so I want to thank my colleagues for their unflinching dedication to the organization. And I hope that we can continue to be deserving of the trust of our members. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General. Before we finish this point and go to the campaign, Parliament for the Planet, and then we will finish the meeting of the Executive Committee because we needed to begin the Assembly. Forgive us the colleagues that are coming to the Assembly, but the Governing Council began a little bit late, and then we are trying not to delay so much the beginning of the Assembly itself. But before go there, just allow me to say 3 messages that I will share with all of you, and they are messages from the Executive Committee that directly expressed to the Secretary General. We love the report, it's an amazing one, but please continue to work. Otherwise, people will think, okay, we did it, we don't need to do more. No, it's always possible to improve, and we should have this goal in mind. Second point, the Executive Committee recommended the Secretary General to put in place a database of good legislative good practice. Because sometimes we don't need to create something from zero. If a parliament wishes to legislate in one issue, can ask IPU what are the best practices to combat corruption or to combat human traffic on climate change or something like that. And we should create this easy, friendly consultation of a database, and we urge that. And finally, the Executive Committee also recommended that the Secretary General strengthen the evaluation and the monitorization of the activities implemented to consolidate the strategy of IPU. Just with three messages, dear colleagues, I think we can go finally to our IPU climate campaign, Parliament for the Planet. Very quick, I will give the floor then to Secretary General and we have a video, but just to say that climate change, it's a reality. Everyone knows that. Second, we don't need to talk about the consequences of that. Everyone knows. It's just to repeat, we may save time. Then, we parliaments, we have a role on that, and we parliamentarians have a role on that. Because when we define our internal policies, we can address if they are climate change friendly or if they don't interfere at all to change the real situation. Also, when we make our budget and how we affect the financial amount of the state budget. And finally, when we, as Member of Parliament, put our government doing what they are doing to implement the Paris Agreement, because they need to be accountable to us as well. And so we have power to change the situation, and we need to use our power and not just talk about climate change and what we need to do. We may act right now. And that's why in Indonesia declaration, we decide that it's time to fight climate change. And this declaration, it is very relevant to all parliamentarians. We should mobilize all parliaments to do it. And also, during the COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, we addressed the issue, and I believe that in COP28 in United Arab Emirates, we will come back to this issue as well. So, we have a new campaign, Parliaments for the Planet, because planet is our own. I will give you the floor to the Secretary General very shortly, please, and then we will have the video, because many persons are already on the room to begin our assembly.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Yes, very quickly, because you have the documentation with you. We just want to, I want to echo what you have said. A lot has been said about climate change. And yesterday I heard the Secretary General of the UN use the word climate chaos. There's a climate emergency, and a lot has been said. But the key word now is action. We should act. We know what the solutions are, and we need to just go ahead and implement those solutions. And of course, adjust them as we go along. Otherwise, we will never really get off the ground. And I think that is the purpose of this campaign. The action can start and must start with parliaments, because it is within your power to make change. It is within your power to adopt legislation policies. It is within your powers to allocate those resources that are required to make change, to save this planet. It is within your powers to make sure that your governments are implementing the requirements of the Paris Agreement, for instance. And so this campaign is intended to spur you to action. Action, first of all, to make sure that you are a model, you are a living example of climate action, which means that the campaign will encourage you to, first of all, reduce your carbon footprint, to be greener, to show that it is possible to do this, to save the planet. And then the campaign is also intended to build capacity for members of parliament, parliamentarians, to deliver on climate action. So it's a two-pronged campaign. We need strong political support and commitment, and that is why this year, in concurrence with your stated priority of addressing the climate crisis, we are launching this campaign so that we can focus during this year on what it is parliaments should do in order to save the planet. Mr. President, do you want us now to formally launch this campaign? This is your copy.
Okay.
So for pictures.
For the pictures. Okay.
We encourage you, members of parliament, to visit the stand. There is a communication stand outside, and please sign up to this campaign. Give interviews.
May everyone buys the document that you have in your as well?
You have it?
Because we share it with everyone. Yeah. Yes, okay, you have it.
Okay.
Maybe watch the video? No?
Yes, I want to see.
Thank you. Thank you, Secretary General. We will pass the video.
My Parliament, my planet.
My Parliament,
my planet.
Mon Parlement, ma planète.
My Parliament,
my planet.
The Kenyan Parliament has done a lot in terms of climate change, adaptation and mitigation.
The Pakistan Parliament is probably one of the first parliaments in the world which became a green parliament because we are totally solarized.
We've taken all the plastic bottles out, all the plastic cutlery out, so we're now a completely plastic-free parliament in the UK.
Most parliamentarians now plant trees in response to a lot of our rivers.
La Commission en charge du développement durable, qui a en charge les questions climatiques, a engagé une mission d'information sur les sachets plastiques qui constituent une pollution majeure au Burkina Faso.
There have been steps taken regarding optimization of transport, making sure that our vehicles that we use for business travel are the highest eco standard.
We need money for dredging the lagoons and the ocean and piling it up on the islands, to raise the elevation of the island by 1 or 2 meters, and that will be able to save the islands by another 50 to 100 years.
If we can, as an example, mainstream it in our normal work, then it will make the world a better place.
Mi Parlamento, mi planeta.
Mon Parlement, ma planète.
My Parliament, my planet.
Moi Parlament, moi planet.
My Parliament, my planet.
My Parliament, my planet.
My Parliament, my planet.
Thank you. Thank you all. This is a new campaign of IPU. Please try to involve yourselves in this campaign. We need to help to have a safer planet for our children and grandchildren. Secretary General asked me, please, if it's possible, and if you allow me just to spend more 3 minutes about point 8, future interparliamentary meetings, just because this way everyone will know where will be the future meetings, and we need official approval also to go ahead with different initiatives during this week. And so I will give the floor to Secretary General.
Very quickly.
I'm sorry, Secretary General. I believe that all of you have the documentation with you where with the list of the future meetings of IPU. That's why I think it's easy just in 3 minutes we do it.
Yeah, you're right, Mr. President. In 3 minutes you can do it. It's just to point out that we need for you to approve this list of meetings, especially as there is one particularly time-bound decision that you need to take in respect of the host of the next assembly of the IPU. You have that document in front of you, and you will see that it is being proposed that the next assembly take place in Luanda from the 23rd to the 27th of October 2023. If you recall, the Governing Council had decided that this would take place in Geneva. This assembly would take place in Geneva. But subsequent to that, the Executive Committee did receive an offer from the Republic of Angola, the Parliament of Angola, to host an IPU assembly in October 2023. And the Executive Committee did examine this application. We did send a mission to Angola to ascertain that the conditions were there to host an assembly. That mission did conclude that the technical facilities were there. With a few challenges, the Parliament could host that assembly. And Mr. President, you and your colleagues decided, therefore, to recommend to Council that this assembly take place in Luanda, in Angola, in October 2023. We have since been discussing with the Angolan authorities on assumption that you would approve this recommendation from the Executive Committee. And if that is the case, then the Secretary General will proceed to sign a host country agreement with the Parliament of Angola, and you will then meet in Luanda at the end of this year rather than in Geneva. Other than that, Mr. President, the other meetings are normally the specialized meetings that we carry out. Many of them have already been approved by the Governing Council. There are a number of them that are seeking your approval, and for each of those meetings, we can guarantee that the resources have been mobilized for implementation. And some of them do not have venues already, but we are working with possible hosts for those meetings. But you can be sure that if we do have all those venues confirmed, those meetings will take place. In line with our digital transformation policy, you will see also that a lot of those meetings are being organized virtually or in a hybrid mode. And so increasingly we will be doing this to diversify access to our activities. So, Mr. President, you may now wish to ask Council to kindly endorse the recommendation from the Executive Committee to hold the next assembly in Luanda from the 23rd to the 27th of October, and to endorse the other meetings that have been identified in this schedule that you have in front of you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. May we consider that the Governing Council approve the suggestion? Dr.
Yes.
United Arab Emirates?
I want just to correct, it's Angola, not Rwanda. This is the first thing. The second, the General Assembly 148. The proposed date actually is in Ramadan, and it will be hard for us Muslims, so you have to consider this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ali. Of course, it's something that we should take in account, and we will try. If we accept that with this small modification, and we will have in Luanda the opportunity to approve the correct date of the meeting of 148th Assembly, because we will try to understand also the venue, if it's available in Geneva, of course. It is not, but it's very important to our colleagues that we need to respect. So, may I consider that we endorse the proposal of the Executive Committee. It is approved. And so, dear colleagues, we'll begin 30 minutes late, but we finish just with 13. So we, we came back. But the Assembly, we need now, no, not now.
No, not yet.
Not yet. Secretary General, yes, it's very important what you need to express.
We have a procedural requirement that the Secretary General has to ensure is implemented, and that is the announcement of the quorum for this session of the of the Governing Council. Rule 34 of the Governing Council says that for each session, the quorum shall be established on the basis of the number of council members effectively participating in the first meeting. The quorum shall be announced by the Secretary General at that time, and that is what I want to do now. At the beginning of this sitting, we're able to ascertain that in this room were present 142 members of the Governing Council, and so the quorum that has now been established for all deliberations of the Council to be valid will be 72 members present. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Okay. Thank you for the information. Otherwise, what we are deciding will not have value. And so it's much better to assure that we are deciding in accordance with the rules of IPU. So, the Governing Council, we came back on the 15th at 9 a.m. I ask if it's possible. I know that everyone comes from Manama, take a little time to come, but we should begin the last session on the 9th at 9 o'clock. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to have the closing ceremony on time. Please. Today we gave 30 minutes, but I think that on 15 it will not be possible to give more 30 minutes again, waiting for, and now we know that how much is the quorum. It will be easy to begin and to approve everything before people came to the room. And so we will come back on the 15th. Now I will ask 5 minutes to change the table, and I will ask His Excellency, the Speaker of Houses of Representatives, to take the seat, because he will preside the Assembly of IPU. Thank you, dear colleagues. Dear colleagues, Madam Speakers, Mr. Speakers, welcome to 146th Assembly of IPU. I just wish to inform you all, that the Governing Council meeting, during the meeting this morning, decided to elect President of the Assembly, His Excellency the Speaker Al-Musalan from the House of Representatives of the Kingdom of Bahrain by unanimity. And so he will preside this Assembly. It's an honor for us to have you in this position, Excellency, and this way I will give the floor and everything will be directed by him after this moment. Thank you, Excellency. Thank you. You have the floor.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, the merciful and compassionate, may the peace of God be with us. I would also like to greet the President of the IPU, Mr. Martin Chong, as well, the Secretary General of the IPU. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of parliamentary delegations, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace and blessings of the Lord be with you. We're holding our 146th Assembly in Bahrain, and the slogan concerns the promotion of peaceful coexistence in inclusive societies, fighting intolerance. Any number of societies suffer from extremism, violence, and intolerance, and all this affects peace around the world. Hence the importance of the message which was issued by the Secretary General of the United Nations when he expressly called upon us to work intensely to build societies where there will be more peace, stability, inclusiveness in the absence of extremism, violence, and terrorism. I'm sure the various topics on the agenda of our 146th Assembly of the IPU and the various related meetings are very important. We must work together as parliamentarians who belong to the IPU. We need to work together in order to define a vision that takes account of demands in this tricky period during which we face complicated challenges. Look at what's happening in various countries of the world in particular. And look what's been happening over the last few years. Ladies and gentlemen, for over 2 years, the pandemic spread and had an impact on many sectors. The pandemic wreaked a great economic and social damage. The world has continued to suffer from all these repercussions up until today even. We parliamentarians must work unflaggingly to support efforts by the international community, stepping up multilateral cooperation and proposing common visions in order to launch initiatives and solutions which can trigger sustainable development, recovering from the negative impact of the pandemic. Multilateral cooperation is a pillar that enables us more effectively to reach our common goals. Given the pressing challenges today, and as you know today, we face some major pressing, ever more serious challenges, we must take urgent measures. For example, climate change, which is forcing thousands and thousands of people to move, to migrate. 200 million people may have to be displaced by 2025. Also, this may make the desertification and the lack of water resource more serious. So we have to work together to rise to all these international challenges. All human and material resources should focus on protecting the environment in order to safeguard our future on Earth. Ladies and gentlemen, it behooves us also to think about women and young people. These are topics which deserve our priority attention. We can see this in IPU meetings, and these issues are constantly discussed. Sociological and economic considerations in terms of development are very important, and this will help us to reach equality between men and women. We also need to strengthen opportunities for sustainable development and introduce reforms so the future of peoples and states becomes more prosperous. We must be watchful in terms of human rights. That is a pillar for social justice. Currently, we are discussing very complex subjects linked to the instrumentalization of vulnerable categories like children, orphans, poor people. We must obtain concrete results. We need to achieve results that can then be reflected in the legislations of member countries with a view to putting an end to the exploitation by certain entities or businesses of vulnerable groups, the idea being to attain our overall goals. Ladies and gentlemen, our discussions will make it possible to reinforce cooperation between our different parliaments. We must unite our efforts in order to bring about development and peace in a sustainable, lasting manner. We need to pave the way for dialogue when there are conflicts, and put an end to everything holding back international peace and security, like nuclear weapons and other threats that are of concern to our international community. We seek to reinforce mechanisms of work during our meetings. The idea is periodically to see how the results are being implemented in the field. We need to see how our conclusions are reflected in the national legislation of member countries. Thank you.
Mr. President, you have the word. You have the speech.
Mr. President of the Assembly, Madam Speakers, and I see so many, Mr. Speakers, Secretary General of IPU, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to address these opening remarks as we discuss a very important issue, how to promote peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies and fighting intolerance. Dear colleagues, our world is in trouble. We all know that. We see so many crises, war, climate change, economical crisis, terrorism, but allow me to say, also a crisis of solidarity, of values. And because of that, people became more inside themselves, thinking that the others are not important. Because of that, social cohesion is in danger, and we have xenophobia, racism, and other forms of manifestation against the other. The speech of hate is everywhere, especially against the most vulnerable groups. But if we have that in real, when we talk about the social media and about digital platforms, we may see that also this is a field where the speech of hate, intolerance, is spread very quickly everywhere and without borders. And sometimes people address, should we regulate it or not? Yes, we should. We are not talking about censorship, but about rules to defend the people, to defend the truth. Allow me to say, some people are asking and say sometimes, but this is a private activity. Yes, it is. But for the security in our roads, the state and the parliaments will legislate about what conditions a car should have to defend security. And that is a private activity. The same issue we may talk about digital platforms. It's a private business, but we should legislate to defend the people. Otherwise, it's a completely open war without scruples and a very pocket that may attack everyone every time. And so we need to understand that we needed to change the things. And that's why we parliamentarians have a special role. We have a special role try to avoid, this, first of all, the speech of hate between ourselves in our own parliaments, because we know that many people is seeing us as example as well. And if we insult our colleagues that have different ideas, if we don't respect them, while we may talk about tolerance and pacific coexistence. This is essential inside our life, but also when we talk with colleagues from different countries. Here in IPU, we don't need to agree about everything all the time, because we are human beings, and this way we have different ideas, and we need to respect ideas of the others. And we can expose our ideas, defend them, respecting the other. And that's why we needed to do it also to reinforce the role of parliaments and the strength of parliament. Because we don't have a democracy without a strong institutions and without a strong parliament. And finally, just to say, we here in IPU defend a peaceful coexistence, a dialogue. This institution won the Nobel Peace Award in the past, defending these values. And these values are more present now during these moments of trouble. That's why this item is so relevant in this moment. That's why this item of discussion is so relevant here in Bahrain, a land where the respect is present. Respect for different cultures, different religions, and this way, respecting the other as human being. This is most important, because when we are talking to other person, we need to think it's not it. It's a person. And if we put the personalities, the people, each person in the center of our activity, we will understand our peaceful coexistence and the solidarity that should exist should be in the front of our activity all the time. Finally, to say, I thought, I don't know if I was mistaken, that we learned about what happened the last 3 years. We saw that we had an awful pandemic that killed millions of people. In just a few weeks, a small virus that is impossible to see with our own eyes spread around all the continents, north and south. Different religions, rich and poor, different cultures, everyone suffers. It shows how small is our own, this planet, how small is our world. And only because we have different scientists from different countries, cultures, religions, working together was possible. So quick, discovered vaccines to this calamity. I thought we learned from that. We are a very small world. And so we needed to respect and to have a pacific coexistence between all countries, all cultures, and all religions. And we parliamentarians should work every day to achieve it. I believe this is the role of IPU, to put people together. That's why we are here. Work together to fight the fanatism, the xenophobia, the radicalism, and to work together to have a safer and a better world. It will happen during the next days. I believe that. Thank you.
يسعدنا الآن أن نقدم لكم.
It is now our pleasure to present to you our keynote speakers, beginning with Ms. Nazila Ghana, Special United Nations Rapporteur on Freedom of Religion and Belief within the OHCHR. Ms. Ghanea is a prominent academic. She has played a prominent role in advancing and promoting human rights, especially within the Oxford University. She is also a consultant that provides advisory services to all institutions working in human rights. She also advocates for just societies through the promotion and implementation of human rights, including the freedom of belief and religions, but also the rights of religious minorities. We are very happy to have you amidst us. You have the floor, ma'am.
Video.
It is a video statement.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of the 46th IPU Assembly, Protecting Peaceful Coexistence and Inclusive Societies, is a high objective that the international community has pursued for many decades. Parliamentarians have a critical role to play in advancing the promotion of equality and coexistence and the countering of discrimination and intolerance. I regret the circumstances did not allow me to join you in person, but I wanted to share some standards that guide all of us, including my mandate, in seeking to advance these objectives. The 1981 United Nations Declaration on the Elimination of All Forms of Intolerance and of Discrimination based on Religion or Belief supports us in our definitions. Intolerance and discrimination based on religion or belief means any distinction, exclusion, restriction, or preference based on religion or belief, and having as its purpose or as its effect nullification or impairment of the recognition, enjoyment, or exercise of human rights and fundamental freedoms on an equal basis. In turn, religion or belief encompasses thought, conscience, religion, or belief. Human rights standards do not rely on state recognition of who is worthy of freedom, respect, tolerance, equality, and rights. We are all worthy of rights and dignity merely by virtue of being human. It is inherent in us, and state authorities and non-state actors alike have the obligation and responsibility to provide us the opportunity to fully access these. Another set of human rights standards that are critical to the tasks before you at this Assembly are captured in the 2012 Rabat Plan of Action on the prohibition of advocacy of national, racial, or religious hatred that constitutes incitement to discrimination, hostility, or violence. This has allowed the international community to distinguish between unlawful incitement on the one hand and morally reprehensible speech on the other, a distinction that is ever more necessary with the amplification of hate speech on social media and the visible consequences of populism, including by parliamentarians, in hate speech targeting religious and other minorities. Your responsibilities as parliamentarians is unique and critical, and I look forward to seeing the constructive results of this attention in the years ahead as you sincerely and courageously address intolerance and discrimination against all members of society without prejudice or self-interest, and thereby advance inclusivity, coexistence, human rights, and peace. Thank you.
We will now listen to our second keynote speaker for this session, Ms. Maya Franca. Excuse me, says the President. Her Excellency Salima Young was awarded the UNESCO Award for 2022 for her role in promoting tolerance and nonviolence. She works in an NGO and she is head of the Youth Center in Africa. She works within Africans for Peace and Reconciliation, and she provides assistance to survivors of community and sectarian violence to be able to be rehabilitated and reintegrated in their local communities by providing psychosocial support, education, financial, and legal assistance. This Positive Youth Center in Africa provides a wide range of activities to promote youth and to provide e-education to citizens in order to learn how to combat hatred speech online. She is very active. She has had a number of interventions in Chad, Nigeria, Sudan, Central Africa, Togo, and many other countries. We are very, very happy to host you, Ms. Young. You have the floor, ma'am.
His Royal Highness, the King of Bahrain, Mr. President of the Assembly, Mr. President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, Mr. Secretary General of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, speakers, members of Parliament, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is such an honor to be here today in the beautiful Bahrain and to stand before you who collectively represent the people of the earth. I have always longed for a platform through which I could share my message of tolerance, and behold, the place is here and the time is now. Could we please clap for our amazing hosts and our amazing organizers? Please, let's clap for our hosts and our organizers. Thank you. Once bullied into depression, I searched for peace everywhere until I found it through the divine power of forgiveness. I learned from experience that the peace I was searching for was all the while accessible to me. I also learned that I could only be at peace with others if I was at peace with myself, and that peace is not just the absence of violence, but a state of being and a lifestyle. Since then, I have dedicated my life to advancing tolerance, forgiveness, empathy, and human fraternity as keys to sustainable peace. I come as one, but I speak for many. I speak for the millions of people whom intolerance has rendered physically broken, emotionally shattered, and socially petrified. I stand for the heroes who remain unrelenting in their drive to promote tolerance and peaceful coexistence. We've all had our bouts of trauma and triumph, yet we have made peaceful coexistence more complicated than it needs to be. In our world today, not a day passes without instances of man's inhumanity to man. We live in an era where religion, culture, ethnicity, gender, race, and different ideas have triggered unnecessary conflicts which could have been easily avoided if we just learned to tolerate differences. The statistics are alarming. In 2021, the Peace Research Institute reports that at least 119,000 people died as a result of organized violence, and UNHCR reports that about 89.3 million people were forced to flee their homes owing to conflict and persecution. But unfortunately, many of us here today are complicit in these monstrosities when we allow greed, envy, and discontent linger in the minds of men unhindered. When we normalize an international space bound by self-interest and an ugly thirst for power, when we neglect and stigmatize mental health, forgetting that mental health is linked to inner peace and productivity. Ills like racism, tribalism, and xenophobia are all born from a distorted mindset and a desire to raise oneself above the other. Popularly dubbed Africa in miniature for its rich culture and biodiversity, my country, Cameroon, which should be a beacon of pluralism, has instead plunged itself into a mire of deadly interfaith and intercultural conflicts. In 2016, in what became known as the Anglophone conflict, separatists in the Anglophone regions of Cameroon came into conflict with the central government. This conflict split my country along linguistic lines and bred tensions between average citizens. To witness this was traumatizing for me because as an Anglophone raised in Francophone Cameroon, I had embraced my dual cultural heritage. I longed for a Cameroon where people would not be judged by the foreign language they speak, but by the content of their character. But as I interacted with victims of the conflict, I knew that this could only be possible when everyone's voice mattered and when everyone had equal access to opportunity. During this conflict, which has been unfortunately neglected by the international community, some of my relatives were killed, and some took up arms and became combatants out of war trauma. I witnessed firsthand the harrowing realities of loss, deprivation, and suffering resulting from the conflict. In 2018, I founded Afrogiveness, which I coined from two words, Africa and forgiveness, to use the unifying language of arts to heal and diffuse tensions between survivors on opposite camps of conflict. I set out to contribute my part to alleviate the suffering of victims by providing basic needs and income-generating training. But I quickly realized how little progress was being made, as most victims were stuck in bitterness, vengeance, and depression. It dawned on me that unless the minds of these victims were healed, our efforts would remain futile and vicious cycles of violence would be fostered. Thus, we decided to empower survivors with the basic resources they needed to not only live in dignity and agency, but also the emotional intelligence they needed to transform pain to purpose, so that even in seeking justice, they may shun violent extremism. This is helping to restore hope, and there is nothing more fundamental to the human spirit than hope. As a trained art therapist, I seek to fill the mental health gap in relief efforts by using the cathartic power of arts to help heal survivors and to puncture the myths that breed bigotry, sow divisions, and trigger conflicts. I have learned that tolerance is not about condoning what is wrong. It is about allowing people the space to be themselves as long as they do not hurt anybody. In 2020, I founded the Afrogiveness Choir, Cameroon's first interfaith and refugee choir, which uses music to heal, connect, and uplift survivors of conflict and intolerance, while enabling dialogue, mutual understanding, and peaceful coexistence. In a recent experience, we had to bridge the gap between three groups of people in the Afrogiveness Choir. One was a group of Muslims who found the use of musical instruments non-permissible, and two other groups, one part Muslim, one part Christian, found the use of musical instruments permissible. This bred tensions between choristers, and we had to find a way for all to coexist harmoniously. So we did our research and came across Halal Beats, a company that creates music with vocal-based soundtracks. We then decided to do two versions of all songs, the inclusive version and the halal version. This satisfied both Christians and Muslim choristers and improved harmonious cooperation within the Afrogiveness Choir. I learned from this experience that we can always find ways to coexist if we really want to. We must find ways to coexist, especially now that we really have to. To quote the famous leader, Martin Luther King, we must learn to live together as brothers, or we will perish together as fools. In our increasingly fragmented but globalized world, it has become imperative, now more than ever, to compel peaceful coexistence as the rule of law. Although about $15 billion is spent on peace-building processes each year, the world continues to know conflict and intolerance. This is an alarm bell that we need to change our approach because we cannot keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result. Fostering peaceful coexistence will require us to change the dynamics of power. The most powerful countries must not be measured by their nuclear force or military superiority, but by their ability to stand for justice and, yes, for love. Changing the dynamics of power will encourage an atmosphere of collaboration rather than competition and will help rebuild trust between peoples, countries, and systems. Dear legislators, in the spirit of nothing about us without us, we count on you to stand for our right to be stakeholders in every law enacted on our behalf and to continue to walk your talk on tolerance. Please urge our leaders to lead by example so that tolerance does not become an empty word that will fade away like a ghost in the morning sun. Two major things can make peaceful coexistence happen: peace education and mental health. As Nelson Mandela said, education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. Peace education can entrench in people values that keep them at peace with themselves, with others, and with nature. For peace to reign, values must become law. Values are like pillars that compel us to do good even when tempted by evil. They keep us secure during trying times, and we all know how petty and intolerant people become when they feel insecure. So, dear legislators, do not feel it is cheesy to enact laws on gratitude, integrity, forgiveness, kindness, and even love. Through peace education programs, we can stamp out the us versus them syndrome and combat victimhood. Peace education can enlighten us on our shared rights and freedom and our common humanity while countering the spread of online hate speech, fake news, and cyberbullying through digital citizenship education. So we urge you, dear legislators, to make peace education a mandatory subject in formal and informal education programs. There can be no peace without mental health. As you can guess, every conflict we experience today was brewed in the minds of human beings. Laws on mental health can prohibit stigma and discrimination against survivors of trauma and mental illness, making it easy for people to seek help before they transfer aggression to others. Dear legislators, ladies and gentlemen, there is a kind of peace that we are yet to behold. There is a version of the world that we are yet to behold. This peaceful world depends on you, it depends on me, it depends on us all. May we please be reminded that peaceful coexistence is a shared responsibility and a collective process which should be nurtured in our minds. To paraphrase UNESCO's most cherished concept, since wars begin in the minds of all, it is in the minds of all that the defenses for peace must be constructed. May I re-paraphrase? Since wars begin in the minds of all, it is in the minds of all that the defenses for peace must be constructed. Thank you.
كما تعلمون جيداً أصبح من المعتاد.
As you well know, it has become customary within the IPU to represent viewpoints of women and youth in the beginning of every debate session. So we will first hear from the President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, Ms. Lesia Vasilenko, to give us her keynote address. Ms. Vasilenko, you have the floor.
Mr. President of the Assembly, Mr. President of the IPU, Mr. Secretary General, honorable speakers, deputy speakers, dear colleagues, dear friends. Our general debate is on a very important and timely topic. discrimination and violence fueled by intolerance and hatred remains rampant in our world. I and the Ukrainian people I represent are witnessing this firsthand every day as our country continues to suffer the consequences of Russia's unprovoked aggression that is ongoing for almost a decade now. Kidnapping of children to erase their identity, sexual violence, rape as a weapon of war, forced migration and separation of families, claims that one language, one culture, one nation has more right to exist than another. These are all examples of intolerance. We suffer them in Ukraine every day. I'm sure many of you not only can relate, but can also extend this list of injustices, both on a national level and on a personal one. But intolerance remains, as it always was, a losing game. Intolerance has always led humanity into the brink of annihilation. It questions the relevance of our social contracts, and this places democracy at risk. Intolerance takes the shape of what perpetrators want it to take. Being a woman parliamentarian and listening to fellow politicians from all around the world, I know that intolerance can take the shape of gender-based violence, including intimidation, threats, beating, rape, and even death. Against this backdrop, we have to stand strong against inequalities and exclusions and promote the fulfillment of human rights for all. And this includes standing for gender equality, women's and girls' rights, and women's participation and leadership in decision-making. The cure to intolerance is inclusion and empowerment, leaving no one behind. Unfortunately, political inclusion is still an illusion. Women form only 26.5% of parliamentarians, 11.3% of heads of state, less than 10% of heads of government, and less than 23% of ministers worldwide. This means that 73% of MPs, 90% of prime ministers, and 77% of ministers in the world are male. This is a model of exclusion. Colleagues, let's be serious. To promote inclusive societies, we have to redress this outrageous imbalance and take every measure to reach a 50-50 parity in political relations and leadership. Our world urgently needs women as role models for peaceful coexistence, inclusive societies, and tolerance. Role models like Jacinda Ardern, the former Prime Minister of New Zealand, who showed what coexistence means after the massacre in Christchurch. Olena Zelenska, the First Lady of Ukraine, who has been an inspiration worldwide, trying to build back better, more just, more inclusive societies. Mia Mottley, the Prime Minister of Barbados, who is an example of climate inclusivity. Maria Corina Machado, a former member of parliament from Venezuela, who fights to restore democracy in her own country so that her people can enjoy a more tolerant and prosperous society. Dear friends, our strength lies in our collective action. And so I wish us all a fruitful discussion which will allow each and all of us to take back home ideas and incentives to promote tolerance, inclusion, and equality in ourselves, our communities, our nations, and worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you. الآن نود أن ندعو رئيسة منتدى البرلمانيين الشباب سعادة السيدة سحر البزار للقاء.
I would now like to give the floor to Mrs. Salana Lassar, President of the Forum of Young Parliamentarians. You have the floor.
Mr. President of the 146th Assembly, Mr. President of the IPU, Mr. Secretary General, Madam President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, fellow parliamentarians, distinguished guests. When my generation looks to the future, it sees many challenges, from climate change and natural disasters to poverty and inequalities and conflict and wars. For us to have a chance to tackle these challenges, we need to work together, all generations, both in our borders and across borders. To work together, we need to leave no one behind and fight exclusion with all our strength. Leaving people behind outside our societies, our economies, our political institutions will lead to more inequalities, alienation, intolerance, and mistrust. It can lead to violence and conflict. Young people are often the first victims for inclusion. Economically, almost a quarter of the world youth are unemployed. They don't have access to education or training. Politically, we only have 3% of the young parliamentarians less than the age of 30. As someone who represents young people nationally and globally, I can say that young people want to work with all generations. And we want to be more included in our societies and in our politics. We young MPs are your allies in bridging the gap. We are closest to our country's youth. We can work with community leaders, and we can work through social media to engage with youth, to build trust, and channel their views and perspectives. As parliamentarians, one of the best ways to promote for the cure of inclusion is to use the tools of I Say Yes to Youth in Parliament. There are two tools today that we can use that matches our assembly. The first one is the importance of implementing the quotas, which we can secure seats for the young MPs on the decision table in our parliaments. The second one is channeling their views and perspectives within the parliamentary work, whether by caucuses or in our youth committees. Ladies and gentlemen, I think now the link between inclusion and peace is clear. It has been repeated over and over in IPU and in UN Security Council, such as the resolution of 2250 and 2535. They all talked about the inclusion and peace. Finally, today, I call on our parliaments. You need to lead by example. We need to see more inclusion. And we, as young MPs, we want to be part of the solution, and we are ready to make it happen. Thank you so much.
شكرا للضيوف المحترمين.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Please. Then you continue.
كما تعلمون جميعا فإن البند
You know that item 2 of the agenda is referring to the emergency item at the Assembly. I'd like to remind you that we will be debating this item at 5 o'clock this afternoon. I would now like to give you some information. First of all, we're going to start with the list of speakers for the general debate. We'll begin with presiding officers of the Parliament segment. We have a large number of presiding officers of Parliament, and we must abide by the rules and the timeline for the list of speakers. We start with the speakers of Parliament and then followed by first speakers from delegations. And in terms of who will begin the debate, the committee this morning decided that delegations would have only 6 minutes for their speeches because we have a large number of speakers. Young parliamentarians who are registered for the general debate will have 2 minutes, and observers will have 3 minutes at most. So we would like to ask all delegations to take this into consideration when they give their speeches. I would also like to say that some delegations have still not registered as speakers, so the list will remain open until tomorrow, or rather until Monday at 1 p.m. This afternoon, we'll listen to 2 speakers, 2 representatives of the United Nations, Antonio Vitorino, Director General of the IMO, and Gillian Tregoson, who is the High Commissioner for matters pertaining to refugees. We will have the honor of saying that on Tuesday at 3 p.m. we will have an opportunity to listen to an address by Mrs. Madison, Vice President of the Center for Peaceful Coexistence. I would also like to recall that you can submit candidates for the vice presidency of this assembly. Some delegations have still not submitted candidates to the Secretary General of the organization. I hope that in the course of the days to come, the vice presidents will participate in the management of matters at this assembly. So, to facilitate work and help people undertake their work, they can, of course, call upon the Secretariat at any time. We're going to start with the first speaker on our list, Mr. Simonyan from Armenia, to be followed by Mrs. Dos from Belgium.
Mr. President, Excellencies, fellow parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank our Bahraini hosts for their warm hospitality and excellently organized assembly. Climate change, wars and disasters. We're living in difficult times. Humanity must be steadfast in confronting these misfortunes. May I offer my condolences to the people of Turkey and Syria for the loss of thousands due to the recent devastating earthquake that hit these countries. The main principles of coexistence, respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, equal rights and self-determination, non-interference in domestic affairs should govern the relationships between states. However, we see that these principles are often violated. Peaceful coexistence goes hand in hand with unity, which is essential for social, economic, and political stability. When united, individuals and states are more likely to work together to achieve common goals and resolve conflicts peacefully. This creates a stable and harmonious environment for the shared benefit of all. Now let me turn to our region and my country, Armenia, where minorities such as Yazidis, Kurds, Russians, Ukrainians, Assyrians, Jews, and Greeks live side by side as equal members of our society. enjoying their human, cultural, and educational rights. Under a provision of Armenian constitution, 4 representatives of national minorities are members of our parliament. The cornerstone of our international policy is to maintain peaceful relations with all countries. Nevertheless, we face many threats. Tension in the South Caucasus remains high. Since May 12, 2021, neighboring Azerbaijan has violated the territorial integrity of Armenia and illegally occupied approximately 150 square kilometers of our land. Despite the challenges, our goal is to partner in building a sustainable peace. Some say that Armenia seeks to expand its territory. Let me be absolutely clear. Armenia has no territorial claims on any of its neighbors. Allow me to speak about the blockade of the Lachin Corridor, the only road connecting Armenia and the world to Nagorno-Karabakh, which is populated by ethnic Armenians who have lived there for over 1,000 years. The blockade is gross violation of November 9, 2020 trilateral statement, which declares that Republic of Azerbaijan shall guarantee the safe movement of citizens, vehicles, and cargo in both directions along the Lachin Corridor. Blockaded by dozens of Azerbaijani agents masquerading as environmental activists, the road has been inaccessible to civilians and commercial traffic since December 12, 2022. The situation has left approximately 120,000 ethnic Armenian residents of Nagorno-Karabakh without access to essential goods and services. They have been deprived of life-saving medication and health care as humanitarian aid delivered by the Red Cross and peacekeepers has not met demand. Disruption to the supply of electricity and gas have created extreme hardship. On many nights, the people of Nagorno-Karabakh are subjected to deafening calls to prayer and spotlights beamed at their homes. Azerbaijan recently posted a video falsely showing Armenia supplying arms to Nagorno-Karabakh, but Azerbaijan does not limit itself to disinformation and the persecution already described. Just days ago, on March 5th, 3 Nagorno-Karabakh police officers were killed and another wounded in the pre-planned ambush ordered by Azerbaijan. Esteemed colleagues, I ask, is this not ethnic cleansing? As we know, intolerance, demonization, and violence directed against people based on their race or religion must not be condemned. In the words of Nelson Mandela, no one is born hating another person because of the color of the skin or his background or his religion. The looming catastrophe in Nagorno-Karabakh has rightfully drawn attention. The European Court of Human Rights appealed measures against Azerbaijan over the blockade. The Council of Europe Commissioner for Human Rights urgently called for it to be lifted. Amnesty International, the European Union, and the Helsinki Commission have independently called for an immediate end to the blockade. On February 22, 2023, the UN International Court of Justice ruled that Azerbaijan must ensure unimpeded movement through the Lachin Corridor. In a separate ruling, the court unanimously rejected Azerbaijan's false claim that Armenia had planted mines. Azerbaijan authorities insist that the Lachin Corridor is unblocked. The grave reality on the ground, however, tells a different story. To conclude, I firmly believe that democracy, the rule of law, respect for human rights and peaceful coexistence are the pillar upon which humankind should live in peace and harmony. Thank you very much.
Stihos from Belgium, can you take the floor, please?
Belgium has the floor. Mrs. Dos.
To be followed by Bonda from Syria, Sierra Leone.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, this year in Belgium, we celebrate a very special birthday. Not my own, because that one happens to be coming around every year. And I must say, personally, I found it happens a bit too often. No, this birthday is something quite special. This year marks the 20th anniversary of same-sex marriage in Belgium. We were the second country in the world to allow it nationwide. And it was a victory for two big reasons. First of all, it was a moral victory for all Belgians. In a free society where people are born equal, all people must have the right to build their private lives however they want. Your love for one another can and should never be a reason to become a second-class civilian with fewer rights than your neighbor. It should go without saying that equality implies freedom for all, not for some. But secondly, it was also a victory for humanity. And I do not say this lightly. Only last month, Andorra became the 34th country in the world to legalize same-sex marriage. One of the more compelling arguments were the positive evolutions in countries. People are happier, people are safer, and more prosperous in equal societies than in societies where law discriminates. And that is only logical, dear colleagues. A recognition of same-sex marriage, which is a recognition of love is love, no matter who the people in love are, is a step towards open and tolerant society. In open societies, people don't have to be afraid to walk in the streets. They don't have to hide who they are when they apply for a job. They can be happy in their relationships with family and with their friends. Same-sex marriage does this. It opens our eyes and shows that the rainbow community exists and there is nothing, and I say nothing, abnormal about it. This has the largest long-term impacts. Visibility. 20 years ago, we gave an example of what is possible if we allow people in the rainbow community to be themselves, to be equals. And I must say, dear friends, our society didn't collapse. On the contrary, we became collectively happier. Have we reached a perfect society in Belgium? Of course not. Every now and again, our country is shocked by savage acts of violence against the rainbow community, both verbally as physically. 2 years ago, we even had to mourn a man who was murdered because he was gay. We also know that suicide rates in the rainbow community remain terribly high, much higher than in the broader population, because acceptance of a different sexuality remains difficult in certain communities. And even more heartbreaking, it often happens that elderly people go back into the closet when they go to a retired community. So yes, absolutely yes, we have to keep developing initiatives to stimulate acceptance and integration of people in the rainbow community. But most of all, we cannot cease our fights. In the grander scope of things, equal rights have only just arrived, and only in some parts of the world. It is our duty, as representatives of the people, to further the cause, to fight for their freedom, to defend them, and to show them how much and how we care. Political acceptance is the first step towards an accepting society. So, this is my call to action to you today. Let's talk about the rainbow community. Let's treat them as equals. Let's lift all the restrictions that past generations have posed upon them, and let's celebrate love. You couldn't give me any gifts more beautiful than that to celebrate the 20th anniversary of same-sex marriage in Belgium than to say yes to love. I thank you all.
Thank you. Mr. Bando from Sierra Leone is absent, so Mr. Birla from India can take the floor, please. Followed by Mr. Ahmed Sabadi from Jordan.
Honorable Chairperson,
and IPU की जनरल असेंबली के अंदर पधारे सभी प्रतिनिधियों का मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं।
I extend a warm welcome to all honorable delegates gathered here. Namaste. Today we are deliberating on promoting peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies, fight against intolerance. This subject, in my view, is very topical, relevant, and important. I'm taking this opportunity to present India's view here. Honorable delegates, today India is the largest functioning democracy on the planet. India is being recognized as the mother of democracy. The roots of democracy in India go deep into the ancient times, and the democratic ethos have guided our way of life. India is a very rich, diverse culture. Ours is among the most comprehensive constitution in the world, which is based on the ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity, and principles of social, economic, and political justice for all. It embodies the values of tolerance, multiculturalism, and peaceful coexistence of all the religions. Our country has been the cradle of many religions. Followers of different religions, faiths, and cultures have coexisted peacefully and flourished in our country for thousands of years. Distinguished delegates, our country upholds the principle of Vasudeva Kutumbakam, which means the whole world is one family. We believe that working for all world and welfare should be the cause of us, all of us. The theme of G20 under India's presidency, One Earth, One Family, One Future, share the same motto. The Constitution of India provides freedom to practice the religion of choice along with social, economic, and political freedoms. We are proud of our diverse culture and rich heritage. Cultural and social diversity and pluralistic ideology have been the biggest strengths of our democracy. Distinguished delegates, democracy in our country has gone from strength to strength in the last 75 years. The increasing percentage of voters, which now exceeds 900 million voters in our successive election, reflects the fact that people have continued to repose in our system of democratic governance. Distinguished delegates, in India we have a robust participatory democracy and a vibrant multi-party system. Our parliament is a forum where hopes and aspirations of the citizens find expression through the elected representatives. All representatives enjoy the freedom to express their views and thoughts in the parliament. Honorable delegates, during the 75 years of our democratic systems, our parliament has worked relentlessly with the spirit of collective efforts, inclusive growth, shared trust, and the concerted endeavors to bring about social, economic transformation in the lives of our people. We have worked diligently and with utmost dedication towards the realization of Sustainable Development Goals, with the aim of ensuring the welfare and upliftment of every section of the society, particularly the economic weaker sections, youth and women. Our government has implemented various schemes targeted at improvement in education, health, housing, and skill development. Backward districts of the country have been identified as aspirational districts to provide them with focused attention in order to put them and bring them at par with their developed counterparts. These efforts have borne rich dividends. This only reflects our commitments towards people-centric governance and resolute action for bringing about a more egalitarian society. Honorable delegates, in the changing scenario, we firmly believe that all global issues can bring and should be resolved peacefully through dialogue. The Parliament of India has always held extensive and meaningful debate and deliberations on contemporary global challenges such as climate change, gender equality, sustainable development, and COVID-19 pandemic. Honorable delegates, global institutions propagating peace, harmony, and justice are crucial for peace, prosperity, and sustainability, and a just world order. In global institutions like the UN Security Council, there is a broad consensus among many nations to bring about reforms to reflect the realities of a rapidly changing world order. We believe this important matter requires serious discussion. Reforms in the UN Security Council cannot be delayed any further. It is crucial that the subject is included in future global agenda so we can contribute more and more in addressing challenging such climate change and sustainable development, etc. Honorable delegates, we are of the opinion that inclusive development can promote peaceful coexistence and tolerance in society. By the way of eliminating various socio-economic anomalies, we can further strengthen people's faith in democracy. Distinguished delegates, before I conclude, I would like to say that India has always given the message of peace and harmony to the entire world. We believe that building inclusive and tolerant society is only possible through peaceful coexistence and mutual discussions and dialogue. Our parliament have a decisive role to play in this regard. Let us all come together to build a better future for harmony. With these words, thank you so much.
مع الرئيس أحمد صبري تفضل.
You have the floor, sir.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على النبي العربي الهاشمي.
In the name of God, the compassionate, President of the IPU, President of the Chamber of Representatives of Bahrain, Secretary General of IPU, ladies and gentlemen, members of delegations present here. I would like to greet you on behalf of Islam in the name of peace. May peace and compassion be with you. This is a message which was revealed to Prophet Muhammad, and the messenger of God brought this revelation to the world. He spread the values of compassion and good with a view to promoting the values of peace and coexistence. I started by talking about the values of Islam because I wanted clearly to state that Islam has suffered greatly. Muslims have suffered the most. They have been massacred by terrorists, and the world should not have double standards in this respect. Terrorism knows no religion, as we have all seen. Bloody events have taken place in the Middle East, perpetrated by Daesh in the name of Muslims. We also bore witness to extreme terrorism, which has affected churches and mosques in many countries around the world. And here I must say that we must fight against intolerance and extremism together with terrorism. This calls for coordination in international action. This position was expressed by our king when he called to combat obscurantism from all stances, be it military, social, or what have you. Ladies and gentlemen, the title of our conference is of paramount importance. We are calling to promote a peaceful coexistence. This is a noble goal, and we greatly need such coexistence today because there are more and more speeches based on hatred. We have all been saddened by what has occurred in Turkey and in Syria following the earthquake which hit that region. The international community has a moral commitment to meet the needs of refugees and welcome them. The world is facing increasing numbers of challenges. Poverty is spreading through many countries of the world. Having said this, it is our duty to shoulder our responsibilities as parliamentarians and reinforce coexistence in 5 areas. First of all, we have to adopt clear-cut stances in Parliament in order to provide for condemning any speeches based on hatred of other religions. There should be freedom of expression. This is often invoked by some in order to refuse the right to certain religions to raise their voices. Extremists have burnt the Quran. This is an extremist threat to Muslims around the world. Second, it's very important for the media and social networks. It's important for search engines not to spread content that might incite hatred. Also, we should put an end to supplying weapons to certain regions like the Middle East. This region should be free of any weapons of mass destruction, in particular nuclear weapons. And fourth, we need to unite our international efforts to combat extremism and terrorism and promote development programs, education, health, and cope with the lack of water and medicinal drugs in many countries of the world. It's necessary to foster dialogue to resolve conflicts and disputes, refuse intolerance, promote initiatives designed to strengthen the values of coexistence, tolerance, and respect for others. Ladies and gentlemen, all the ideas which are being proposed at this assembly should be implemented. If only half of these initiatives were rolled out, it would be possible to embark on the right path. We could push away the specter of war. Palestine is located in our region, and we have not found a fair and global solution to the Palestinian problem. Palestine has not been granted the right to become a state. Jerusalem has witnessed any number of violations in terms of the Middle East and Palestine. I would also like to say I'm proud to see our King, Abdullah II, act as guardian of the holy places in Jerusalem. He shows us the path of moderation. He has always been firmly convinced of the eternal rights of Christians and Muslims to live in this holy city. In Jordan, Jordan is an example of a state where Muslims and Christians have lived happily together. We are convinced that Arab Christians are part and parcel of our culture and civilization, our Arab and Muslim civilization. Hand in hand, we have built our state. We have rung the church bells and heard the sound of church bells mixed together with the call of muezzins. In Jordan today, on the banks of the Jordan River, we have the place where Jesus was baptized. This is a symbol of coexistence between the various religions. In this manner, we have created understanding amongst peoples around the world. Could you wind up, says the chair? We have refused intolerance. We have endeavored to foster harmony. And we have launched an initiative called Living Together, which advocates coexistence between Muslims and Christians. I would urge all the participants at this conference to support peace as mentioned by the Council of the Shura. We should include this item on the agenda of our conference. In our emergency item, we should criminalize speeches based on hatred, promoting hatred between people, and promote international peace, security, and coexistence. Ladies and gentlemen, Bahrain is a country which is dear to our hearts, and I would like to thank the government, the parliament, and the people of Bahrain. I would like to thank them and say that I'm very grateful for their able organization of this assembly. I wish our conference every success in its work, and in conclusion, I would like to say once again that may the peace of the Lord be with us. Thank you.
Mr. Farouja from Malta, followed by His Excellency Ali Saleh from Bahrain.
Excellency, Chair of the Assembly, President of the IPU, honorable colleagues, distinguished parliamentarians, keeping peace and promoting peaceful existence is a continuous process, one which is not limited to a particular geographic region or point in history, but is rather a universal journey requiring joint and innovative tools. It is crucial to transform words into action and be open to different beliefs and creeds. Therefore, I emphasize very strongly the importance to recognize that tolerance and peace are not abstract, unattainable concepts applicable only to certain countries or political realities, but are universal notions that should form the basis of our every policy and also, I must admit, the legal shape. Moreover, I emphasize that tolerance and peace necessitate a reciprocal approach and a wholehearted participation by each and every one of us. From the youngest members of our societies to our elderly members of our population, from the remote farmer working the land to the urban business CEO, we are all to hold the potential to be ambassadors for tolerance and peace. Distinguished colleagues, as elected representatives of our respective communities, parliaments enact legislation and are in direct contact with their respective constituents. Therefore, members of parliament are instrumental to promote peace and foster fundamental values of non-violence, respect and openness to others, tolerance, solidarity and peace. I come from a very small island called Malta, a state in the center of the Mediterranean, in which politicians keep constant contact with their constituents. Even though it is not legally binding, Malta has one of the highest turnouts in elections as citizens follow very closely national politics. It is therefore more important for politicians and members of parliament to feel this responsibility they act and speak in a respectable way. Malta, as you know, is right down in the center of the Mediterranean, a sea which is surrounded by different contentions, by different continents, different cultures, different and diverse economic, geographic, and social realities. Unfortunately, it is a region which is afflicted by way too long by conflicts. Malta, since its independence and later as a neutral state, has always advocated peace in the region. I recall way back in history 1975, during the meeting in Helsinki by the Conference of Security and Cooperation in Europe, Malta alone advocated for an inclusive political dialogue, thus promoting the participation of all the southern Mediterranean states. In the years that followed, Malta continued to be a beacon of neutrality and facilitated the organization of numerous meetings and events aimed at promoting dialogue and peace. As members of parliament, we also have an important role to use parliamentary diplomacy as a catalyst for the propagation of tolerance and peace. Inter-parliamentary participation should serve to strengthen dialogue and provide us with the possibility to discuss and act in a timely way where elements of intolerance and hate seep into our discourse and communities. Malta hosts the Global Council for Tolerance and Peace. The Council began as a window for tolerance and spreading peace and notable human objectives and noble ones. It is developed into an international organization that relies on democratic principles in order to teach true and sustained peace for human mankind through the spreading of culture of tolerance between all countries. The Maltese Parliament is now also engaged in the activities carried out by the Global Council, and in June this year, in 3 months' time, a conference will be held in Maltese Parliament building on tolerance and peace in the Middle East and North African region. Finally, on an international point and level, IPU can serve as a very good platform to promote peace. A year ago, when we met in Nusa Dua and adopted a resolution entitled Peaceful Resolution of the War in Ukraine, respecting international law, the Charter of the United Nations and territorial integrity, that resolution, as you know, recommended that a task force on the situation in Ukraine is established to facilitate the role of parliaments in formulating feasible, peaceful solutions. It is crucial that we continue to seek tangible results through the work of this task force. Colleagues, I would like to conclude by sharing with you a very short but very meaningful sentence by a wonderful person who practiced peace by sharing love with others through her life experience, the late Mother Teresa of Calcutta. If you have no peace, it is because we have forgotten that we are holding each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. معالي الرئيس علي صالح بحرين تفضل. Followed by Mr. Miara.
Chair Ali Salaha of Bahrain.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, the Merciful, the Compassionate. Ahmad bin Salman al-Muslim, President of the Bahraini Chamber and President of the 146th IPU Assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, may God's peace and blessings be upon you. I'd like firstly to welcome you to the Kingdom of Bahrain. We are delighted to welcome you here, and you are honouring us with your presence. You are honouring us by holding your meeting in this country, which has always been recognised as a crossroads of cultures and civilizations. We are a crossroads of religions. We are a focus for peace, coexistence, tolerance and dialogue. I'd also like to thank wholeheartedly our King, the leader of our democratic process. I am speaking, of course, of His Majesty King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa, the King of Bahrain. May God protect him. He has installed a parliamentary culture that is rich in discussion, enlightening ideas, and discussion of various issues and topics that will be discussed by the parliaments of the world here. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom of Bahrain is currently launching a number of initiatives. They stem from our conviction and our trust that human beings, mutual respect and moderation and tolerance are pillars that are enshrined in the constitution of the Kingdom of Bahrain. The King has set up the Hamad Center for Peaceful Coexistence, which is a milestone. This milestone is a shining light in our history. We have bolstered the values of coexistence and humanity, and we have disseminated peace around the world. We have striven to counter intolerance in all its forms. We are currently holding this conference, which aims to look at promoting peaceful coexistence and fighting intolerance. And we would like to reiterate the call that was issued by His Majesty the King of Bahrain at a meeting of the international community to strengthen legislation to incriminate hatred and disrespect for religion, as well as racism in all its forms. We feel that we should draw inspiration from the statement made by the Kingdom of Bahrain, which was contributed to by the King of Bahrain, who has also opened a center that will make it possible to establish the guiding principles that will allow us to achieve the goals that we've set for ourselves with regard to sustainable coexistence for all the peoples of the world. In light of the slogan that we've chosen for this conference, we support the emergency item that's been put forward by our dear brothers from Qatar, which seeks to incriminate the propagation of hatred among peoples and disrespect for religions, and we hope that this conference will agree to debate that emergency item, because that's a pressing need today, particularly given the circumstances that are arising around the world. In response to a call from the Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Bahrain, who called for parliamentary diplomacy as a means of disseminating peace and coexistence throughout all international fora. We, as parliamentarians, must work together. We must work together to achieve cross-cutting legislation that will act as a roadmap for promoting the roles of parliaments in societies. We must work together to strengthen coexistence and solidarity among peoples. We should move away from religious divisions and community-based divisions. There is an urgent need today more than ever to stress the need for focus on human beings. We need to invest in human intelligence. We need to ensure that human beings are a key part of the efforts being made to create inclusive societies that will enable us to contribute to global development and achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly as we see the crises that humanity can face. I'm thinking of natural disasters, the effects of climate change, wars, armed conflicts, and the threats posed by food and water security. In light of all of these, we need to achieve solidarity among all tracts of the global population. And that's why we hope and pray that today we will, more than ever, be able to strengthen our efforts towards peaceful coexistence and tolerance among all the peoples of the world so that we can overcome those challenges. In conclusion, allow me to thank the Inter-Parliamentary Union. Thank you for choosing the Kingdom of Bahrain as the venue for this assembly. I'd also like to thank all of you for being here, for participating in the work of this assembly. May the peace and blessings of God be upon you. Thank you, Mr. Salah. Mr. Mayara of Morocco.
Last speaker of this session, and we'll continue at 2:30.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate. Peace upon our Prophet and his companions. Bahraini Speaker, President of the Shura Council, Secretary General, President of the IPU, heads of delegation, ladies and gentlemen, in my personal capacity and on behalf of the parliamentary delegation of the Kingdom of the Kingdom of Morocco, I'd like to thank the Kingdom of Bahrain to explain our gratitude to them and to His Majesty the King, the Parliament, the government, and the people of Bahrain. We thank them for their warm welcome. We would also like to salute the excellent way in which the work of this assembly has been organized. Furthermore, we'd like to congratulate you on the choice of topic for this general debate. This is a theme that will enable the parliaments of the world and our partner organizations to discuss very timely issues, very pressing matters, and there is a link there with our collective fight to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, to bolster peaceful coexistence and encourage tolerance. Of course, this assembly is a key event because it's being held at a time when there are many difficulties at the international, regional, local levels. Today, we can see a number of repercussions echoing around the world. For example, the exacerbation of the situation in Ukraine and the worsening of the socio-economic situation around the world as a result of the pandemic. On top of that, we see the fallout from climate change, which is jeopardizing the entire world in a serious way. We can see famines unfolding in some regions of the world, particularly in Africa. And we're alarmed by the worsening situation regarding food security, all of which is leading to an increase in conflict around the world. International organizations must concern themselves with this, and we are indeed concerned by a number of hotspots in a number of geopolitical regions. Ladies and gentlemen, hatred and intolerance feed on separatist movements that are becoming more widespread. And this is worrying in a number of regions of the world, particularly in ones where there is food insecurity. I'm thinking specifically of the Sahel region and sub-Saharan Africa, where various challenges are being faced today. Those challenges are impacting an ever greater tract of the continent, and that's why we need to pool our efforts as an international community to assist that region and to lay the foundations of peace and coexistence by eliminating the deep-set causes of intolerance and hatred. That will pave the way for lasting societies. Yes, Chair, we must ensure that the voice of dialogue is heard. Dialogue among cultures and civilizations in particular. The Kingdom of Morocco is one of the founders of an alliance for civilizations within the United Nations, and we applaud every effort that's been made to strengthen peace and to ensure that the values of humanity are respected. On the basis of the work that's already been done, we would like to preserve the status of Morocco as a land of coexistence and openness. His Majesty the King has emphasized all of this. He did so in a message that he gave to that UN alliance. He said that it's very key today to combat climate change and terrorism, and we must make every possible effort to achieve sustainable development, food security, water security, and development in general. To that end, we must go back to the basics, which involves coexistence. We can never achieve anything good if we launch new projects without that coexistence, which is such a key link in the chain that enables human beings to be at the heart of the world's humanity. We would like to say that we are in harmony with the slogan that's been chosen for this conference, and we call upon everyone here to support Qatar's proposed emergency item, which seeks to criminalize all forms of religious disrespect. Here in Manama, we call upon everyone here to recall our desire to host the conference on dialogue among religions. That meeting will be held in June in Marrakesh, and we look forward to hosting you in Marrakesh on that occasion. Until then, thank you once again to the Kingdom of Bahrain under the leadership of His Majesty King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa, the King of Bahrain. We thank Bahrain for its generosity and hospitality, and we wish the Bahraini people even more prosperity and development than they've already seen. We hope that at this conference, at this assembly, we'll achieve a great deal of success that will lead to the socio-economic development of all countries in the world and set up the values of peace, coexistence and tolerance around the world. Those values are ones that we've always reiterated, because only through peace can we achieve the countries that we want to achieve. Thank you, and may God's peace be upon you.
Thank you, sir.
For this session.
Diva Cordia, Mark Cahirlock Shannon Aaron, some Bowl Parliament na Heron, is Cúsmór an bheith an seo ag lautling an of an tábhar ách úntaach seo agus an háchtach. Mr. President, Mr. General Secretary, dear colleagues, it is important that we listen as we assemble today to speak on promoting inclusivity, peace, and diverse, inclusive societies. Our world is at an inflection point, and we as parliamentarians have a sacred duty to lead and to act responsibly. If we are really serious about what we're doing here today and this week in Bahrain, promoting peace, building an inclusive society requires leadership. It requires us to challenge each other. It requires us not just to talk, but to act, because leadership requires action. And that can be done through our legislative programmes. Ireland takes its role very seriously. Since 1958, we have engaged in peacekeeping missions around the world as part of our UN mandate. In our legislation in our Parliament, we've introduced incitement to violence and hatred legislation, and just recently, online safety and media regulation. Dear colleagues, Ireland today is a modern and inclusive society. It's a welcoming country. I stand before you as an openly gay man, as the first Speaker of both houses of the Irish Parliament, as a member of the LGBT community, and we have a gay Prime Minister in Leo Varadkar. And we were the first country in the world to vote by popular vote for marriage equality. Dear colleagues, can I challenge you all and us all today? The Global Peace Index from last year reveals that we live in a world that's becoming more divided, less tolerant and less peaceful. Why is this the case? What does this say about us and our roles as parliamentarians? As I said, we have a duty to lead, to remove intolerance, to fight hate crime, to stamp out discrimination and prejudice, and it's through us as parliamentarians that that battle begins. Last night our President challenged us in his opening address when he spoke about us matching our pledges to create tolerant and inclusive societies through actions. Friends and colleagues, there can be no more obfuscation. Our world, as I said, is at an inflection point. Today and this week in our Assembly, our duty is to reaffirm our commitment to peace building, to gender equality, to climate change, to the promotion and upholding of human rights, and to the upholding of democracy in the holding of free and fair elections, and especially to the encouragement of our female and women colleagues in running and being elected to parliaments. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we must support the people of Ukraine in this illegal war. We must commend our President for his initiative, and as parliamentarians in a global world, we must insist that the urgent voice of the people of Ukraine is heard at all times. Thank you very much indeed. Mr.
Secretary General.
Thank you, Mr. President. You did indeed announce that the Irish speaker would be the last speaker for this morning's session. And before you rise for lunch, I have to make a procedural announcement regarding the quorum. In conformity with Rule 33 of the Assembly, for each Assembly, the quorum shall be established on the basis of the number of delegations effectively participating at the first plenary meeting. The quorum shall be announced by the Secretary General at that time. We have ascertained that in this room there were a number of delegations present to the tune of 125. The quorum has therefore been set at 63 delegations for the deliberations of this Assembly to be valid. Thank you, Mr. President. I do understand that my colleague, Ambassador Philip, has an announcement to make before we break off for lunch. With your permission.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. President. We have an announcement for the members of the Africa Geopolitical Group and the members of the Africa Parliamentary Union. You are kindly requested to remain here in this room for another 10 minutes. The chair of the Africa Group has an important and very urgent announcement to make that concerns your group. Thank you very much. And the distinguished speakers of Parliament, you will have received a nominal invitation for lunch. It takes place right outside the main hall on the right-hand side, the VIP restaurant, and it will start shortly. The session resumes at 2:30 p.m.
Thank you.
Mr. President of the Assembly, Mr. President of the IPU, Mr. Secretary General, speakers from the globe, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, on behalf of the people of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, I wish to cordially greet all the parliamentary delegations attending the 146th Assembly of Inter-Parliamentary Union, and hope that the discussions within this framework will contribute further to strengthening of the role of the parliaments as a whole and our cooperation. I would like to express my deepest sympathy to those who have been affected by the devastating earthquake which took place in Turkey and Syria. Dear colleagues, the period that we are passing through right now with its acute challenges puts heavily burden on global community. Even the so-called established democracies struggle to cope and sometimes fail in dealing with problems. COVID-19, along with deteriorating economic conditions, aggravates the situation, which unfortunately leads further polarization of societies and growing disbelief in political systems. A subtle line between freedom of expression and disinformation, the hate speech, fake news, faces the risk of being erased altogether. In those circumstances, the function of national parliaments needs to be thoroughly elaborated. Dear colleagues, I would like to emphasize my firm belief that promotion of peace and security is a highly important tool for development of democracy, protection of human rights, and ensuring sustainable development. We Ethiopians, our leading role in the peacekeeping missions, our peacemaking efforts in Sudan, Somalia, and South Sudan, and our recent success in resolving our own long-standing no-war, no-peace relationship with Eritrea are the prominent example in respect. Last year, on this time, Ethiopia was just coming out of costly conflict. This time, I am here to celebrate the signing on November 2nd, 2022, of the Pretoria Peace Accord between Ethiopia and the Ethiopian government and the TPLF, which has led to silencing the guns in the northern part of our country. Excellencies, our region of Horn of Africa is full of both human-made and natural disaster. Terrorism, climate change, droughts, and conflicts surround the region needs global effects and solidarity to address the challenge. Ethiopia recently established the Peace and Reconciliation Commission, mandated to facilitate this peace and reconciliation process across the nation. This will help Ethiopia to promote the mutual coexistence of communities of fighting intolerance through the developing democratic culture to resolve conflicts in peaceful manner. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the challenge of climate change is a case in point. We all know that developing countries' contribution to global warming is insignificant. Yet, climate change is already affecting Africa more severely than any other part of the world. To this extent, climate change is an African problem, but its roots lie elsewhere. Global meetings on climate change are rich with rhetoric, climate justice, the just transition, common but differentiated responsibilities of parties. These talks, however, are hardly ever backed up with action, and Africa cannot wait. Ethiopia is definitely not waiting the solution to come from outside. Instead, we are doing all we can to contribute to climate change mitigation and adaptation. Over the past 4 years, Ethiopia's contribution through our National Green Legacy Initiative has mobilized 25 million Ethiopians across the nation. Collectively, we have now planted well over 25 billion trees across the country. For many countries, for my country, investment in environmental protection is not a charity. It is driven by the enlightened self-interest. For us in Ethiopia, environmental protection is about everything we are as a society. It is about our ability to feed ourselves. It is about our ability to conserve water and other precious resources. It's about our ability to preserve peace between adjoining communities. It's about a survival as a nation. Ladies and gentlemen, to bring about just and equality of women in political decision-making and representation in the parliaments, Ethiopia undertaking major reforms and building democratic institutions to ensure equal representations of women and youth at both political decision-making body and parliamentary level. In case 40% of our parliament, 40% and above of our parliament is women, the women's participation in the cabinet member is 50%, and 98% of the regional councils led as a speaker in the regions are women. Therefore, we hope that political will, legal reforms, and mobilization of political decision makers jointly with civil society can further open—
Mr. Speaker, 1 minute, please.
—the way for more women into parliament and into politics in order to promote inclusion and doing so to help strengthen the democratic systems. The IPU, throughout its long history, has always stood for the principle that global challenges require global response. Ethiopia believes that only through the collective action and reaction, solidarity of the states, and strengthening multilateral forum can confront threats to humanity and fighting against unjust. In conclusion, Ethiopia, the expansion and deepening of relations between the parliaments of the movement to serve the global effort affirmed at the strengthening peace, democracy, and sustainable development, and committed to play its part to fulfillment of the objectives of the founding of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. I thank the Inter-Parliamentary Union. I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ma'al Rais.
Your Excellency, Mr. Mohammed Al-Halbousi from the Republic of Iraq. You have the floor, sir. Thank you very much. On behalf of His Excellency, President of our Council, who has urgent commitments, I will be giving this address on behalf of Iraq. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, Mr. President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, speakers of parliaments, heads and members of delegations, participating in this assembly from all over the world. May the peace, mercy, and blessing of Allah be upon you. At the outset, I should like to thank and express my deepest gratitude to our brethren from the Kingdom of Bahrain, His Majesty the King, the Government of Bahrain, and the Parliament of Bahrain for their generous hospitality, a hospitality that is worthy of Bahrain's reputation in playing a major role in deepening humanitarian and friendly ties among countries. I would like to thank you each for interacting so actively with this very important and high-level international meeting. It is held at a very, very important turning point of our history. It is discussing a very important and sensitive theme within its general debate, so as to provide urgent responses to pressing questions, and we hope that these responses will, one way or another, contribute to finding just and radical solutions for the suffering and ailments of our world as a result of religious, political, social, and cultural extremism. We hope that this will be an opportunity for us to enhance and deepen peaceful coexistence between civilizations, cultures, and different religions of the world. These might differ in form, but they all converge. In essence, they all agree on the necessity for all human beings to equally enjoy peace, security, and safety all over the world. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout the past 2 decades, our world has witnessed economic, social, and cultural successive crises. All of those have impacted directly the realities of local communities and the international society equally. All of those have reflected negatively on the situation in which peoples and countries live in. This has resulted in a lot of racial tendencies. This was also felt through the political tendencies and currents that we have been witnessing recently, and even in economic practices. Communication tools and channels were impacted in a very alarming manner due to the undermining of trust and confidence, and also due to vulnerable communities and minorities feeling that they have to isolate themselves and close down to protect themselves because of the lack of respect of the law, which should protect these communities after the states in which they live have failed to provide them with the protection that they need, especially with the proliferation of weapons in certain countries that these minorities and vulnerable groups live in. Ladies and gentlemen, we see tensions on the rise in our world today, and this has pushed us to the brink of collapse. We see hatred speeches prevail all over media platforms. We see failure to counter this hatred speech. We see failure to adopt international instruments and laws to counter this trend. In Iraq, we have seen the worst forms of oppression, persecution, hatred, destruction, and killing. We have seen the worst forms of violation of freedom of expression. We have seen tension and sedition being sown among the different factions of our own people. And if it were not for the Iraqis' solidarity, unity, cohesion, and refusal of any form of extremism and discrimination, we would have been so divided by today. Today, we are thankfully aware enough and enlightened enough to be able to grasp the dangers of these phenomena. The world has to take a closer look at the Iraqi experience. This experience for which we have sacrificed so much, we were able to overcome our hardships, to overcome these challenges. We are now so well aware of the risks and costs that will stem from such practices. The Iraqi people is now keen to refrain in any way possible and by any means possible from going back to that old era. Once again, allow me to thank our brothers of the Kingdom of Bahrain for their excellent organization of this event. I would like to thank in particular His Excellency Speaker of the Bahraini House of Representatives for the generosity that we have felt ever since we set foot in Bahrain. We hope everyone's success and the best of luck. Thank you. May the peace, blessing, and mercy of Allah be upon you. Thank you.
Mr. Nansina, please, from Seychelles.
So we have here, the first one is
Thank you. Honorable President, Chairman of the IPU Assembly, President of the IPU and Secretary General, distinguished members of the panel, colleague speakers and members of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I can use these few minutes only to express my full support for the call being raised in this Assembly for promoting peaceful coexistence and fighting intolerance so as to build inclusive societies. The matter before us is urgent. The dimensions of the challenges that have been expressed by various persons who have addressed us so far have shown this. The fear, the reality that we have to face today is that the world is slipping in many aspects of this challenge. The increase in armed conflicts across national borders, even with the threat of escalation into a worldwide conflict and involving nuclear war, is greater today than it has been for the past 60 years. And it has put us into a highly unsettled world environment. As representatives of our people, we must lead by seeking solutions. We have obviously two dimensions to combat the threats and find solutions. There is first the national dimension and the international. My country is a very small island nation, but we are determined to join every effort on both of these levels. Nationally, executive governments and parliaments have to be committed together to fighting existing discrimination and intolerance and moving our countries forward. This has to be a continuous process. As a country, we have found that even when we do not have major problems, where we have stable democratic governance with rights enshrined in our Constitution, where we do not have ethnic or religious conflicts, there are issues we need to continue to work on. Some of these, the greater protection for women and children from domestic violence and their inclusion in political leadership, the participation of disabled persons in the workforce, and the protection of migrant workers. We also have to be alert to emerging threats. For example, we have only recently come to take stock of the impact of modern communications, such as social media network, in spreading intolerance. Last year, our National Assembly passed a wide-ranging cybercrimes law, which includes fighting verbal abuse, insults, and hate speech on social media. It is one of the ways in which we have tried to keep up with the emerging challenges. Internationally, we continue to add our voice against armed conflict, and although small, we will continue to do so. We have consistently voted in support of UN resolutions against the invasion of Ukraine and for the end of aggression against a sovereign country. The war in Ukraine has justifiably received a lot of attention because of the very high stakes for the whole world. But there are ongoing conflicts, such as that in the Democratic Republic of Congo, the terrorist threats in other parts of Africa, and the war in the Eastern African region. We must all continue to be part of all efforts for peace and peaceful coexistence. The world can only meet these challenges by unity of effort. I am here only to pledge my country's commitment to this. I thank the IPU and I thank our hosts, the Kingdom of Bahrain and the Parliament of Bahrain, for giving us the opportunity to address these challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you. يسعدنا الآن أن نقدم المتحدثين الرئيسيين في هذه الجلسة. سنبدأ مع سعادة السيد أنطونيو فيتورينو المدير العام للمنظمة الدولية للهجرة.
I'll now give the floor to the Director General of the IOM, who's unflaggingly promoted the status of refugees. It's very important indeed to talk about the issues and the problems facing refugees. It's important to contribute to public policies adopted in the area of migration. So he now has the floor. We're very welcome to extend him a welcome. Mr. Antonio.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, first of all, I would like to thank you, Mr. President, the Secretary General of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, for the invitation to attend and address the parliamentarians of the world in this 146th general debate that could not be more relevant today. Conflicts and social unrest are on the rise, and with it discrimination and racism. For many minorities, including migrants, of course, the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated a pre-existing culture of distrust, xenophobia, and intolerance. The pandemic has also exacerbated structural inequalities for migrants, hindering their protection and inclusion in the societies where they live, all of which further aggravate the isolation of migrants and lead to further extension from the rest of society. As we recover from the worst effects of the pandemic, we need to take into account the multidimensional nature of the challenges in front of us today, including the direct and indirect effects of conflicts worldwide, growing food insecurity, and the devastating impacts in human mobility of climate change. Given the interconnectedness of these challenges, I believe it is important to tackle them in a holistic manner, drawing on and supporting society's capacity for innovation, adaptation, and cooperation, and to create a more sustainable and peaceful environment. Parliamentarians, and I myself, having been for more than 20 years a parliamentarian in my country, Portugal, and also in the European Parliament. Parliamentarians, as elected representatives, have a responsibility to create avenues to de-escalate conflict, activate individual and community capacities, and build pathways that steer us away from intolerance and towards peaceful coexistence. And none of us can do it alone, which is why leadership is so essential to enable effective and sustainable solutions. From IOM side, as the leading UN migration agency, we support community engagement, social cohesion and reintegration programs in conflicted affected countries for decades now, building peaceful and inclusive societies as a prerequisite for broad-based development and also as a bridge out of humanitarian dependency. Through disarmament programs, demobilization, reintegration programs, we offer our support to reintegrate former combatants with the goal of effectively transitioning them to civilian life, as well as help the communities to which they return to ensure that they can recover, rebuild, and absorb these individuals. The role of parliamentarians in supporting national reconciliation, peace building, and the construction of a peaceful community, the role of parliamentarians is critical to create opportunities both for individuals and communities to flourish, as well as setting the social framework that embraces peaceful coexistence, inclusion, and tolerance. Excellencies, it is about all to guarantee that wherever they are, be it in the workplace, in the school, in the shops, or just walking around their neighborhood, migrants have opportunities to connect and engage with host communities. Social interactions do not only nurture trust and mutual supportive relations in the community, but also contribute to efforts in reducing inequalities within the society. Creating an environment of peaceful coexistence and inclusion is, I know, a difficult journey and the whole of society endeavor. The country where we are today, Bahrain, is indeed an example of a vibrant multicultural and multi-religious hub. A large portion of the population here in Bahrain has come from dozens of countries across Asia, Africa, and beyond. Bahrain has a rich history of diversity and peaceful coexistence, dating all the way back to the Dilmun civilization in the 2nd millennium before Christ. This can also be seen with the presence of the Hindu temple in the heart of Manama, dating back the early 19th century, as well as the many churches scattered throughout the country, including the very significant Our Lady of Arabia Catholic Church, which was inaugurated recently in 2021. Therefore, Excellencies, setting conditions for a fair and equitable application of the law, supporting inclusive social protection systems, recognizing the importance of youth engagement, attaining gender equality, and encouraging the constructive participation of all members of society, the media, and community leaders, that is the package that can rebuild our social contract, a social contract that is based on human rights, inclusion, peaceful coexistence, and tolerance. That's our aim. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Vitorino. نود الآن المتابعة مع ثاني المتحدثين الرئيسيين.
Now I will give the floor to the second speaker, Deputy to the United Nations High Commission for Refugees. She worked for many years in human rights. She has taken a keen interest in migrants and refugees around the world, and she helped millions of people in the course of her work at the UNHCR. She helps clandestine migrants and internally displaced persons, not to mention asylum seekers who need protection. And indeed, their problems are of paramount importance. In fact, all this work is designed to bring in and create a more prosperous future. Mrs. Triggs, you have the floor.
Mr. President and parliamentarians of IPU, thank you very much indeed for this opportunity for the United Nations Refugee Agency to speak to you today. And I'm particularly pleased to have the opportunity to follow my colleague, Mr. Vitorino, from the International Organization of Migration. Because today, what I'd like to do is to discuss what we think is an important solution, along with the solutions that we are discussing here of peaceful coexistence and inclusion. And we agree, of course, with the points that he's made. But I'd like to discuss the Global Compact on Refugees which of course has its twin in the Compact on Migration. And as has been said by many speakers, the world is responding to an unprecedented movement of refugees. Last year, we reported over 30 million refugees seeking international protection and about 70 million people displaced in their own country, almost invariably driven by violence, conflict, persecution, and increasingly by the impacts of cyclones, floods, drought, and natural disasters. The Global Compact on Refugees offers at least a way forward. It's not a legal document. It builds on the Refugee Convention of 1951 to ensure essential human rights protection, and it does so by asking nations to share equitably the burdens and responsibilities of refugees and stateless people, and to ensure a whole-of-society approach. Parliamentarians are absolutely central to achieving the objectives of the Compact in two ways. They can ensure that their governments support refugees through enacting laws and policies, and as elected representatives, they can reach out to their constituents, to non-governmental organizations, to the private and business sectors, to faith-based groups, to scholars, to local mayors and cities that often carry the practical day-to-day responsibility for people on the move, and of course to refugees themselves. The need then is to provide the level of protection that they need. And this approach underpins a new agreement adopted last year with Mr. Vitorino and the International Organization for Migration to ensure a truly joined-up response to both migrants and refugees. Both compacts address the root causes of displacement, to build stronger democratic institutions and promote good governance, to promote international solidarity to support the generous host countries that support refugees. But it's a sad reality that most refugees are protected by the poorest or low and middle income countries, and also that 40% of these host nations are among the most vulnerable to climate change. The Refugee Compact calls on states and civil society to tackle the drivers of refugee flight, especially the need to respect human rights and the rule of law, and to ensure equality for all, especially for women. The Compact also recognises that statelessness can be both a cause and a consequence of refugee movements. And parliamentarians are especially able and empowered to legislate to ensure nationality to children, to access to birth registration and civil documentation, and to the rights that are often lost in conflict. We ask your support for the I Belong campaign that ends or hopes to end statelessness by 2024. But you may very well ask, as you listen to me, how are these aspirations to be implemented in practice? Are the ideas of responsibility sharing and supporting refugee hosting countries just abstract words on the page? We know that concrete implementation is achievable through the Global Refugee Forum, at which pledges are made to provide financial and technical support. Since the first forum in 2019, 1,700 pledges have been made by the better resourced states, by civil society, by host countries, and by refugees, and many of these pledges have been fulfilled or are in progress. Preparations are now underway for the next Global Refugee Forum in December this year to assess with hard evidence and data the extent to which the objectives of the Compact are being met. We know that the bar for success of the Refugee Compact for a solution is high. The global landscape is markedly different today than it was just a few years ago in 2019. Many still suffer the social and economic impacts of the COVID pandemic, of the ripple effects of the tragic war in Ukraine, and the devastating earthquake in Turkey and northwest Syria. All translate into new vulnerabilities, more competition for international financing, more pressures on poor and hosting countries. The solutions and resources are now seriously outpaced by mounting humanitarian emergencies throughout the world. We need a balanced narrative. We recognise the good practices. The EU's Temporary Protection Directive for 8 million people who've left the war in Ukraine to seek protection there. For Colombia's 10-year protection pathway to people of Venezuela, a pathway given to them for citizenship. We need to ensure, however, as others have pointed out, that the narrative remains on the responsibility-sharing needs for poor and developing countries in continuing and sometimes invisible or misunderstood conflicts in Mozambique, Somalia and the drought, Bangladesh hosting 1 million Rohingya, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the Sahel, Yemen, Afghanistan, Syria, and Myanmar. These are continuing conflicts with many millions of people displaced or seeking international protection. The Global Forum on Refugees is a whole-of-society exercise, and all hands on deck are needed. We need your support as parliamentarians to ensure that these issues are raised in the public arena, to ensure awareness of the plight of refugees, and to ensure policy changes and legal changes are made to ensure access to services and support. You can contribute directly to these goals by holding governments accountable and ensuring multi-year budget allocations. Strategic partnerships are important, and we're very pleased to know about the International Parliamentaries Network for Education, which has already been instrumental throughout the world in advancing education through emergency programs and mobilizing support. Through the Global Refugee Forum, we must move from aspiration to action, to protection, to inclusion and solutions in refugee hosting countries. We need financial, material and technical support, and parliamentarians are absolutely vital. We invite you to join us in December this year with your members in order to show that the international community can and will step up to support refugees and their host countries. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Regis. Please, President of IPU.
No, it's okay now, Excellency. Thank you, Mr. President of the Assembly. Dear colleagues, I just asked the floor for say 2 words. The first one is to say a special word of thank you to our 2 guests, Mrs. Tigris and Mr. Vitorino, because you came to give more relevance to our meeting. What you said to all of us is in accordance with our theme, and we need to have your contribution because you work with these people every day. Allow me to say that Mrs. Tigris has a long life working, defending human rights. One example, she never gave up. Unfortunately, we need to continue, need your work. And Mr. Vitorino dedicated the last years of his life as the Director General of Organization International for Migration, working very hard. Because unfortunately, the last years, we had a real problem of migration. And it worked night and day. Try to identify how he helps to produce a better life for migrants, with employment, with food, with security in many parts of the world. I think sometimes people don't know how much the organization worked during the last years, because you are behind the scenes, but you save a lot of lives. Thank you also for your work, Mr. Vitorino. Thank you to our guests.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next speaker is Mr. Abi Vardana from Sri Lanka. Can you take the floor, please?
Thank you very much. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. To begin with, on behalf of my delegation, I would like to say that we are honored and privileged to be in this wonderful capital and the largest city of Bahrain. It's a great pleasure for me to address 146th IPU Assembly today and wish to thank Speaker of the National Assembly of Bahrain and their team and International Parliamentary Union and organizers of this event for their tremendous effort for success of this prestigious event. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me discuss the theme of quoting the famous words of King Bahrain, His Majesty Hamid bin Isa Al Khalifa, on democracy. Democracy is not a constitutional and legislative rules. It's a culture and practice that adheres to the law and respects international human rights principles. I believe we are bound to create a peaceful coexistence, firstly within the families and within the neighborhoods, with cities, within nations, and a large within the world. We are responsible for the protection of the planet we have inherited and will have to pass it to the future generation as a safe place for coexistence. We must fully aware of the obstacles that we have to face while transforming the peace into effective actions in today's world. The task is very challenging than ever before due to several factors. At present, the international context, ideologies, nationalism, protectionism, self-interest, intolerance, and xenophobia, disrespect of one's own population are on the rise, which leads to an increase in local and international conflicts. We must understand that at present, my countries are facing a myriad of challenges in protecting viable democratic values. Further, COVID pandemic may also have directly and indirectly exacerbated these unseen challenges, because the economic challenges that emerge with the pandemic ended up with political unrest in most countries. Therefore, it is time to search for common solution. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to share with you my country's experience in that perspective. Sri Lanka, a tiny island in the Indian Ocean, is home to diverse ethnic groups such as Sinhalese, Muslims, Tamils, Burghers, Malays, who follows different religions such as Buddhism, Hinduism, Islam, Christianity. Sinhalese are majority community in Sri Lanka. Based on archaeological evidence, these ethnic groups have long history of coexistence. For over the centuries, these different ethnic groups have been maintaining social equilibrium and ethnic harmony among all communities. These different communities were able to live peacefully in Sri Lanka as Sri Lankans because their religion taught that value of peace and coexistence. As a multi-ethnic, multi-religious, multicultural nation, Sri Lanka remains committed to build a social society where the rights of all communities are secured in their safety and security is ensured. So human dignity is valued and equal treatment to every person, irrespective of their religion, ethnicity, or race, is as an accepted norm of public life. Steps are continuously being taken to ensure that all communities have the space to express their identity, including the right to enjoy their own culture, profess and practice their own religion, and use nature, promote their own language. All communities participate fully in the life of the nation, where it's to be national, provincial, or local level. Furthermore, the government maintains zero tolerance policy on any act of religious hatred or intolerance. In keeping with international obligations, the Parliament of Sri Lanka passed International Covenant in Civil and Political Rights Act number 56 in 2007. The primary purpose of this statute was to recognize the rights which are not already recognized under the Constitution. ICCPR Act criminalized propagating or advocating religious or racial hatred. Article 152(2), the Constitution establishes that freedom of expression that shall be such restrictions as may be prescribed by law in the interest of racial and religious harmony. In this context, relevant laws have been strictly enforced against perpetrators of reported incidents. As you know, Sri Lanka is the oldest democracy in South Asia. Last month we celebrated 75th independence. We are able to win that freedom through the efforts made by all communities. Even though we faced 30-year internal ethnic war, we have proven in history that we are a nation committed to peace and harmony. Following the conflict, the government renewed its commitment to reconciliation and embarked on several initiatives towards its goal. We recognize that the language policy implementation as a prelude to national coexistence and reconciliation. Sri Lanka implements trilingual language policy. Parliament of Sri Lanka has proved that House represents all ethnic groups through parliamentary and general election. Under the British rule, our legislative bodies were represented on ethnic basis, which was changed in 1931. Therefore, all the communities can represent political bodies through fair elections. Recently, we experienced an unprecedented situation in Sri Lanka political history. So, as never before in the country, citizens demanded to end traditional way of governing and enhance accountability. This tense situation sent a message to us rethink the democratic deliberations and give redress to the demands highlighted especially by the youth. As a result of these demands, under the President's guidance, Parliament has taken action to give representation to the youth.
30 seconds, please.
Parliament. Youth in Parliament and sectoral oversight committees to enable youth representation in parliamentary committees. We have amended parliamentary standing orders, moreover to the knowledge of sharing, to educate youth in parliament practice. The Women Parliamentarian Caucus is also another step that we have taken, which have been showing very fruitful results up to now. The President, His Excellency Ranil Wickremesinghe, in his address opening the 4th session of Parliament, mentioned that the government is taking action to give redress to underprivileged communities through several measures. Furthermore, he highlighted that the government is drafting new laws such as Jana Sabha Act, National Commission for Women's Act, and the Gender Equality Act, the Women's Empowerment Act, Child Safety Act, the Youth Parliament Act, to empower the common people. I confidently believe that the inclusive and peaceful coexistence play a major role in developing diverse country like Sri Lanka. Let me conclude my address with this remark: promoting peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies will bring in substantial place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The next speaker is Ms. Mabisa from South Africa.
Honorable President, honorable speakers of Parliament, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you, Honorable President, for the opportunity to take part in this general debate. Our founding president, as alluded by the colleague from Armenia, President Mandela said, "No one is born hating another person because of the color of his skin, or his background, or his religion. People learn to hate, and if they can learn to hate, they can be taught to love, for love comes more naturally to the human heart than its opposite." This profound truth about humanity, articulated by President Mandela, is so relevant and central today, particularly as the IPU seeks answers to the exponential growth of strife, hatred, conflict, and wars that are characterizing the world. The chosen theme for the debate, promoting peaceful, coexistent, and inclusive societies, fighting intolerance, bears fundamental relevance to the work of parliaments. In the context of a democracy, parliaments should represent the aspirations of all their respective societies, united in their diversity. It is this cardinal character of Parliament that makes it a true representative of the people and therefore the foremost defender of democracy and its institutions. As President Mandela urged the world to teach people to love as it comes naturally to our hearts, we as parliamentarians bear the responsibility as premier institutions of our respective societies to be the teachers of love. If the evaluative report tells us that we are at the lowest ebb in 15 years in respect of peaceful coexistence in the world, we must speak truth to ourselves by asking the unpalatable question, how could this undesirable trend emerge and grow right under our noses as world parliamentarians? We know very well that peaceful existence in society is fundamental for human development, progress, and prosperity, and therefore must hold ourselves accountable for these outcomes and seek ways to arrest and reverse these trends. Honorable President, history has already showed us the reality we ought to accept, which is that without unity and cohesion, societies stagnate and even retrogress as they channel their focus and energy on that which divides them. This is one of the biggest challenges we face in modern society. Unfortunately, the problem is that it's also compounded by those who have a deliberate agenda to perpetuate strife and divisions in order to benefit their self and sectoral interest at the expense of other nations. Mr. President, given our painful history of both colonialization and apartheid in South Africa, we know too well the devastating effects of intolerance, exclusion, and systematic divisions as outlived experiences. After fighting against polarization of our society for over 3 decades, we then learned that in order to save our society and focus our people on the rebuilding of a better future, we must stop the war and unite our people. We had to build the necessary conditions for them to stop talking past one another, to feel that they belonged, they mattered, and they can be heard. We set an example for our people and the world that intolerance is only born from a feeling of exclusion and an unfounded fear of one another. What we succeeded in doing was to at least convince our people that our country belongs to all of them and that they should take part in finding solutions to its problems. Once we did that, however, we also realized that, of course, following the end of that discrimination, divisions of the past continue to define and impacted on our society and its ability to move forward. This legacy of our past persists today in the forms of inequality, racism, racial and gender-based poverty and underdevelopment, xenophobia, and deep-seated mistrust amongst one another. In the context of this topic, the situation in South Africa therefore demonstrates that in its efforts to foster peaceful coexistence and cohesion, parliaments should recognize the unique reality of the historic basis of divisions, intolerance, incoherence within our society. In other words, we need to raise the bar in striving for peaceful coexistence and inclusion from the baseline of the country's historical causes. For our part, our current efforts to fight intolerance in South Africa have been based on the following interventions: creating a platform for dialogue and negotiation, establishing mechanisms for truth and reconciliation, amending or abolishing legislation that promotes intolerance through a democratically elected assembly, and ensuring Parliament serves as a platform for people's debate. Dialogue, colleagues, and negotiations has always served as a basis upon which people resolve challenges. And we believe that the war that is ravaging in different parts of the world issues can be resolved if people were to commit to dialogue and negotiations. There are no winners in a war situation. If anything, at the end of it all, it impacts negatively on women and children of the countries concerned, and it impacts on all of us as the global village. Parliament, therefore, is a government, is a product of political contestation of power. What it gives us is a combination of public representatives who are a macrocosm of our society and not at all homogeneous. If you cannot be homogeneous in your country, you will not be homogeneous in the global village. And therefore, it is important to be patient, to be tolerant to one another, and listen one another in order to have an understanding. We also need to ensure that
30 seconds, please.
Concerns and fears of the minorities are taken seriously and not only dismissed because there is a majority view. And therefore, tolerance must also include compromises and realization that if we are to be inclusive, there must be accommodation to ensure decisions by consensus. I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Big Toko from Côte d'Ivoire.
Excellence, Monsieur le Président.
Your Excellency, President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, Speaker of the Council of Representatives of the Kingdom of Bahrain, Chairman of the Shura Council of Bahrain, Parliamentary Representatives, Secretary General of the IPU, parliamentarians, distinguished guests. I would like, at the beginning of this statement, to express our deep thanks to the Speaker of the Council of Representatives of the Kingdom of Bahrain and the Chairman of the Shura Council of Bahrain for the invitation extended to us and the warm welcome that we've received. Parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, the general topic of this 146th IPU Assembly is promoting peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies, fighting intolerance. And that gives us a very pleasant occasion to look together at the key issues facing our societies. Peaceful coexistence and tolerance, they echo around all of our minds, given their relevance in a world in which hate speech is only on the increase, particularly against minorities, and where intolerance inevitably leads to a restriction of religious freedoms. Distinguished guests, the many conflicts that are claiming large numbers of victims are rooted in intolerance that is manifested by the desire of some people to impose their ideas, their religions and their ways of living while rejecting those of others. Hate speech and speech of intolerance call upon us as parliamentarians to take concerted steps to promote peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies. I'm delighted to observe that the IPU, our organisation here, has taken steps in response to these circumstances. It has risen up against all types of exclusion and hatred. Ladies and gentlemen, inclusive societies are something that we should debate together as parliamentarians here at the IPU. We should be committed to initiatives at the legislative level in our countries by incriminating all types of discrimination, exclusion, hatred, and encouragement of violence. Our sense of responsibility imposes that upon us, as does history. Besides those initiatives to criminalize intolerance, we should take corrective measures to benefit the vulnerable, women, youth, and disabled persons. Distinguished guests, parliamentarians, in my country, Côte d'Ivoire, the first president of the Republic, that is, called for religious tolerance. calling for peace as a behavior rather than just a hollow word. We are a country of hospitality and tolerance. We welcome many different religions, and 26% of our population is made up of foreigners. Against that backdrop, we have suffered a decade of discrimination and crisis following elections that led to deaths. However, thanks to the enlightened leadership of our President Ouattara, the President of the Republic, and the resilience of the populations who've been involved in this, we have returned to the path of peace and forgiveness, and we are recovering. Ladies and gentlemen, to show our desire never to undergo difficult situations such as those that we experienced recently, our 2016 Constitution made tolerance one of its founding principles of governance. In light of that, the Parliament adopted a new criminal code, the presence of which, particularly Articles 126 and others, enshrine that vision. Ladies and gentlemen, the promotion of peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies calls upon all states to promote democracy, good governance, and the rule of law. To achieve that, many steps need to be taken. Examples are obligatory education for all, independence of women, and inclusion of women in all spheres of decision-making in line with the relevant UN resolutions. The Sahel region is falling victim in particular to terrorism and manifestations of intolerance. That's where we need particular commitment from the international community. We need to defend the Sahel and help it to overcome that scourge. The international community has already been mobilizing efforts in Ukraine, and it needs to do the same thing there. Parliamentarians, as I conclude this statement, I would like to express my desire that this 146th IPU Assembly will mobilize even more of our institutions so that we can pool our strengths and efforts to overcome exclusion, to reject an inward-looking attitude, and to promote tolerant and inclusive societies. I therefore call for the adoption of a resolution on peace. I invite the IPU members to criminalize intolerance in all its forms. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, مع الرئيس فتوح من فلسطين. تفضل.
Thank you. I now call upon the Speaker from Palestine.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, Your Excellency, Brother Ahmad Salman al-Musallam, Speaker of the Bahraini House of Representatives and President of the 146th IPU Assembly, Your Excellency, Mr. Duarte Pacheco, President of the IPU, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I have the pleasure to convey to you the greetings of the Palestinian people, which has pinned its hopes on this conference to come up with outcomes that we can use to counter the challenges and crises of our times. I should also like to thank our brethren in the Kingdom of Bahrain, namely His Majesty the King, the Parliament, the government, and the people of Bahrain, for hosting and organizing this high-level meeting. I would like to congratulate them for such professionalism and excellence, but also generosity and warmth in their welcome and organization. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for choosing the topic of peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies for our general debate. Today, we are in very dire need to consecrate this principle to maintain peace and international security. Peaceful coexistence requires the acceptance of others, the respect of others, equality with others, and refraining from infringing upon their rights and freedoms as protected by international instruments and laws, namely the right to self-determination. For over 100 years now, the Middle East has been struggling, living in conflicts, living in violence. The Palestinian people has suffered more than any other people. Violence, displacement, persecution, and oppression. It still suffers the worst and most heinous occupation in modern history, an occupation that tears apart families, an occupation that murders the dreams and aspirations of an entire people to live in peace in its independent state. Here we are, gathered here today, but our hearts and minds are with our beloved and wounded Palestine. Palestine, whose martyrs' bodies have not yet run cold, whose smoke columns still rise into the sky. Palestine that lives a new chapter of injustice perpetrated by a fascist Israeli government, in which extremists and terrorists are keen to end the Palestinian existence through ethnic cleansing without any deterrence, unfettered. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is a government of terrorist Zionist coalition. It has unleashed legions of terrorist settlers who have come to pursue the policies of their predecessors, unmasked now, without any pretext, without any excuses, just as it did in Nablus, Huwara, Jericho, and Jerusalem. The aberrances uttered by the Israeli finance minister, Smotrich, were very explicit and clear. He called for erasing the village of Huwara from the map, and this is the greatest testament to the criminality of this government that has really kept its bloody and ominous promises. It has unleashed its terrorist settlers to destroy, to burn, and to raze villages to the ground, coupled with the Israeli occupation forces that still perpetrate the worst crime wars against innocent civilians. Ladies and gentlemen, this terrorist government, this Zionist government, still imposes restrictions on the Palestinian people in all aspects of its life. It is still seizing Palestinian funds. It is confiscating more and more Palestinian lands to build settlements against the Geneva Conventions and against international resolutions and instruments. It has even passed racial laws that aim at targeting the entirety of the Palestinian population, including a law that allows for the execution of Palestinian prisoners who have only resisted the illegal occupation. Ladies and gentlemen, the values of tolerance and peaceful coexistence have preconditions, among which the respect of religions, confessions, their sanctities, their holy sites, and their sacred symbols. However, the government of the occupation is still depriving Muslim believers and practitioners, but also Christian believers, from their freedom to access their praying grounds. It is allowing its settlers to desecrate our holy sites. Every day, Al-Aqsa Mosque is being raided. Every day, Jerusalem churches are being sabotaged in order to Judaize the holy city. We would like to reiterate once again that the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan is still the sole legitimate custodian of the holy sites in Jerusalem, and namely His Majesty King Abdullah II. We call upon the international community to remain committed to the historical status of the holy city of Jerusalem. I call upon you all to recognize the Palestinian state on the borders of 1967, just like you recognize the State of Israel, according to Resolution 181 adopted by the General Assembly of 1947. Those of you who call for respecting the two-state solution must respect and recognize both states and not only the Israeli state. We call upon the world and we urge the international community to abdicate its policy of double standards. You have to put an end to what is being practiced by the Israeli government that has become unhinged with its apartheid system, its apartheid regime that it imposes on us. You have to exert the necessary pressure on Israel for it to respect international resolutions and the conventions that it has signed with the PLO. Only a few hours after the Quintet meeting held in Aqaba in Jordan, which we attended because we firmly believe in the peace process and because we are keen to respond to international efforts that aim at stopping the bloodshed and halting any unilateral actions from both sides, but also to de-escalate the situation. We saw that officials from the Israeli government refused the outcomes of this meeting and renegade on the understanding that was reached in this meeting. Therefore, we call upon the international community to help us recognize the State of Israel with its capital, East Jerusalem, to compel Israel to enter into serious negotiations about the final solution, aiming at establishing a two-state solution and withdrawing the occupation forces from the lands of the Palestinian state, to lift the siege, the unjust siege that is imposed on the Gaza Strip, and to release immediately all prisoners and hand over the bodies of martyrs. Only by doing so will the peoples of the Middle East enjoy peace, security, and good neighborly relations. In front of you, we, the Palestinian National Council, declare our support to the emergency item proposed by the State of Qatar, which tackles criminalizing contempt of religions. Thank you very much. May the peace, mercy, and blessing of Allah be upon you.
Shukran, Ma'al Rais. The next speaker is Gavarova from Azerbaijan, and the next is Sekira from Angola.
Excellencies, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Parliament of the Republic of Azerbaijan, I greet you all as a general debate of the 146th Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. Today's global challenges underline the utmost importance of the theme of our discussions. Dear participants, because our world is too interconnected and complex, the issue of peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies cannot be regarded as a mere domestic social process. They have long surpassed this substance and have become an important factor globally. They are also closely interlinked with our hopes for a better world of peace, justice, stability, and sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, in the past, we have witnessed rejection of the ideas of multiculturalism and description of it as a failure by some political leaders. And what we have today, the rise of radicalism, xenophobia, racism, Islamophobia, discrimination and hatred. The world has become more divided, less tolerant and peaceful. It shows that those political leaders who rejected multiculturalism were wrong. But what should we do to overcome intolerance, achieve peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies? First and foremost, accept diversity as an enriching factor rather than a divisive one. Provide equal rights and equal opportunities to all without any discrimination. Promote dialogue between the members of different cultures, ethnicities, and religions. These are basic preconditions for democratic, just, and peaceful societies. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to share with you the experience of my country, Azerbaijan. Today, Azerbaijan is regarded as one of the world centers of intercultural and interreligious dialogue, multiculturalism. Looking at the factors underpinning this achievement, it should be noted that our society is guided by the moral values that have been formed throughout the centuries. Located at the crossroads of East and West in the South Caucasus region, Azerbaijan has been home to various ethnic and religious groups that have coexisted together in dignity, peace, and friendship. Cultural diversity is our strength, not a weakness. Different religious and cultural monuments, mosques, churches, and synagogues are located side by side. Multiculturalism is a way of life for our people. At the same time, it is a state policy. Besides protecting and further developing these values, our government also promotes multiculturalism, tolerance, and interreligious dialogue through organizing numerous international events under the patronage of the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, His Excellency Mr. Ilham Aliyev. Dear participants, nowadays one of the main and worrying problems is the issue of refugees and internally displaced persons. In many cases, these issues related to violation of peace and security. Thus, my country, Azerbaijan, witnessed it 30 years ago, when 20% of its internationally recognized territories became under occupation by our neighbor Armenia. As a result of ethnic cleansing and occupation policy of Armenia, more than 1 million Azerbaijanis became internally displaced persons from the occupied territories and refugees from Armenia. During the years of occupation, Armenia razed to the ground all our cities and villages, vandalized all historical, cultural, and religious sites of Azerbaijan. As in the occupied territories, Armenia also destroyed all historical and religious monuments of the Western Azerbaijanis who lived in present-day Armenia for centuries. This is a clear demonstration of intolerance and hatred by mono-ethnic state of Armenia. Despite the years of occupation, it is Azerbaijan that has initiated a peace agenda and normalization of relations between Azerbaijan and Armenia, right after liberating its territories in 2020. This agenda is based on 5 principles of international law. However, Armenia, along with misleading international community with false information, still does not fulfill its undertaken obligations and continues illegal transportation of weapons, military personnel, and landmines to the territory of Azerbaijan. We have witnessed yet another manifestation of such falsification and misleading by Armenian representatives in the framework of this very assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, I regret that the first statement in this assembly on such an important topic as peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies was delivered by a representative of a country that is one of the most mono-ethnic countries around the globe, well known with its aggressive, discriminatory, and intolerance policy. Armenian speaker enumerated national minorities living in his country and so-called rights granted to them. Quite surprisingly, he has not mentioned about multi-phased forceful expulsion of Azerbaijanis from his country, where they had been living for ages, the last phase of which resulted in more than 300,000 Azerbaijanis expelled from Armenia in late 1980s. They have the right to return, which is enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and other international law treaties. Armenia should enable the safe and dignified return of ethnic Azerbaijanis to their homes and the realization of their collective and individual rights after their return. Armenian representatives shamelessly claimed that his country has no territorial claims against any other country. However, as I mentioned earlier, besides holding the significant part of Azerbaijan under occupation for about 30 years, Armenia continues to keep its armed formation in the internationally recognized territories of Azerbaijan in breach of trilateral statement of 10 November 2020. Armenian delegate did not shy away from purposefully mentioning false and fictitious figures concerning the number of Armenian residents of the Karabakh region of Azerbaijan. Azerbaijani leadership has repeatedly stated that all 25,000 citizens of Azerbaijan of Armenian origin will enjoy equal rights as our citizens. Well-known multicultural and tolerant policy and traditions of Azerbaijan is an inspiration to be confident on this. And finally, on the claim about so-called blockage of Lachin Road, while completely refusing those baseless allegations, I wish to remind Armenian delegates that Lachin Road is open for unimpeded free passage of all civilian and humanitarian vehicles, as confirmed by relevant international organizations operating in the field. Ladies and gentlemen, Azerbaijan is committed to implementing its obligations and at the same time ensuring the rights of its citizens are realized and legitimate demands are fulfilled. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker. Next speaker is Ms. Sekar Kera from Angola, and also the next is Arjuman from or go away.
Your Excellency, the President of the 146th Inter-Parliamentary Assembly, Your Excellencies, the Presidents of national parliaments, distinguished members, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like first of all to extend a warm and fraternal welcome to Your Excellencies for attending this 146th Inter-Parliamentary Assembly, and to congratulate the organization in this lovely country on the courtesy, welcome and hospitality of the people and authorities of the Kingdom of Bahrain. The participation of the National Assembly of the Republic of Angola is highly anticipated because the Inter-Parliamentary Union, an organization of which we are proud to be part, contains in itself objectives and values inalienable to represent democracies and the rule of law. I'm referring to objectives and values such as peace and security, human rights, gender equality and sustainable development. On the other hand, our expectations are equally considerable with regard to the motto of this 146th Inter-Parliamentary Assembly, which provides us with another plural space for dialogue and consultation on the role of promoting tolerance and peaceful coexistence in inclusive societies. The Angolan National Assembly elected for the first time on September 17th, 2022, a woman to head the main center of democracy and the guarantee of representation of the will of the citizens of our country, which saw the number of female deputies increased to 38.7%, which is the highest percentage achieved by the National Assembly since its creation. It is in this capacity that I'm honored to make my first speech in this Assembly as a speaker, and I'd like to begin by reaffirming the commitment of the Assembly of the Republic of Angola to promote and preserve peace and security at the world level. Ladies and gentlemen, dialogue, consultation and respect for the democratic principle of participation by all in the solutions to the main problems facing humanity are the foundations for understanding and building a just social reality. We must always bear in mind that peace represents a priority in the global agenda for development, social justice, stability and human solidarity. Climate change, the inequitable distribution of natural resources, knowledge and science, conflicts on multiple scales, including cybercrimes, and wars on almost every country, religious and cultural conflicts, poverty, corruption, an evil that takes many forms and infiltrates all institutions and the economic sector, the lack of transparency and good governance contribute to the eruption of today's social problems and harm. As a consequence, we live today at the world level a degrading situation of security and well-being, increased poverty, unemployment, deficient social infrastructures that respond to growing demographic growth, and the need to guarantee a fair and inclusive human development. The migration crisis experienced above all in Europe, with thousands of people who, in desperation in search of better economic conditions and opportunities for social inclusion, with more dignity for the human person, sometimes meet death along the way in their search for better living conditions. Now, to a large extent, the answer to these problems that affect peace between peoples and nations lies in transforming the important instruments for peace into indispensable and timeless tools for promoting the values of human dignity and fundamental human rights, paying special attention to gender issues and the defense of women's rights, which are considered human rights. I understand that our mission is challenging because within the scope of the powers that we have, we need to have the obligation to contribute, to find new paths towards the peaceful resolution of conflicts that are still prevalent in our world. We are therefore aware that selfishness has weakened the foundations of the collective strength of human existence, and that the complexity raised by the COVID-19 pandemic continues to challenge us to think of new ways of building a life in common and the well-being of families, especially the most vulnerable groups. It is urgent to increase the values of human solidarity and mutual help with a new approach to the phenomena that today are the basis of the struggles of immense social movements, whether environmental, feminist or anti-racist, but inclusion of minorities, freedom of the press and religion, so that democracy and social stability might be promoted from this diversity and to make peaceful coexistence of humanity effective. We are all contributing with these efforts, and the aim is to reach a balanced agreement in the fight against climate change, that our generation has a responsibility and commitment towards future generations in order to mitigate the effects of natural catastrophes that proliferate and whose recent events in Turkey and Syria have shaken the entire world. Angola supports the emergence of a new global revolution, the revolution of the circular economy, focused on a more equitable, resilient and inclusive future based on the environmental protection and conservation of our planet and its ecosystems, as well as the sustainable use and management of resources. Now, the consequences of these conflicts, often provoked and motivated by a spirit of intolerance, are more complex in developing countries, where in many cases the mechanisms of solidarity and social inclusions are marginalized. In this sense, we have the obligation as representatives of our peoples to continue to defend peace and to commit our knowledge to a frank and open dialogue and to strengthen mechanisms for the peaceful resolution of conflicts. It has been, in fact, the contribution of the Republic of Angola in search of peace in various conflicts in Africa, with emphasis on the region of the Great Lakes and Central Africa, whose strong intervention role of His Excellency President of the Republic of Angola, João Lourenço, allowed his recognition and distinction by the African Union with the title of Champion of Peace. We cannot fail to express our solidarity with the people of the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the northern Mozambique areas, among others, whose acts of terror to which they are currently subjected have sacrificed defenseless families and created several victims in the region. On the other hand, we hope that the conflict opposing the Republic of Russia and the Republic of Ukraine, which has lasted for over a year, will come to an end, and we hope that peace will be achieved through fair, comprehensive dialogue, respecting the sovereignty and integrity of states in order to put an end. And before concluding, I would like to also express our efforts of the Inter-Parliamentary Union in strengthening the role of dialogue in prevention and peaceful resolution of conflicts in the world. Finally, I thank the participants in the 146th Assembly of the Union for their support for the candidature of or candidacy of the Angolan National Assembly to host the 147th Assembly scheduled for the 23rd to the 27th October this year in Luanda. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker. Ms. Arjman from Uruguay, you may take the floor, followed by Ms. Askin from United Republic of Tanzania.
Your Excellency, President of the Assembly, distinguished colleagues, above all, I would like to convey greetings from the delegation of Uruguay to all of you. It is comforting to be able to meet once again in an assembly with so many participants. I'd like to begin by highlighting the importance we attach as a country to the debate at this assembly, that is, promoting peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies, fighting intolerance. Inclusive societies with respect for rights are better able to progress and be more peaceful. They are more democratic. We're also aware of the fact that the world increasingly is divided, less and less tolerant and less peaceful. This intolerance and exclusion, we believe, leads to increasing social and economic inequalities in our societies. We have to have faith in our democracies, which face threats to peace, security, owing to violent extremism and the dissemination of disinformation, which is a form of conspiracy against democracy. The role of democratic governments is to build our societies and to always encourage dialogue, for the basis of peaceful coexistence is living together, respecting our differences, and excluding hate speech and the disqualification of segments of the population. Uruguay, under its various democratic governments, has defended the principles and actions against discrimination and any form of intolerance. It has ratified international instruments on discrimination within the framework of national democracy. It has ratified all treaties on human rights as well. These undertakings have been clearly reflected through the ratification of the Inter-American legal tools against discrimination and international treaties to promote and protect human rights. Various international conventions and inter-American conventions have been ratified by my country. The Convention Against Racial Discrimination, Forms of Intolerance, the additional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of Young People, the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, ratification of the International Convention on Sports, ratification on the promotion of cultural expression, the Convention on the fight against discrimination, and in education and elsewhere. The idea is to exclude discrimination and provide for full enjoyment of all human rights, irrespective of the group one may belong to. The institutions of Uruguay reflect the recommendations of the United Nations in this respect, and we have put into practice the program of action of the Third World Conference Against Racism, Xenophobia, and Similar Forms of Intolerance. The fight against xenophobia, intolerance, and discrimination must be governed by laws against racism, xenophobia, and all forms of discrimination. These conventions comprise various ministerial decrees, and there is a permanent commitment in this area in my country. The Uruguayan Parliament is the place where these international conventions are ratified, and we promote and vote on these ratifications, and also we follow up these standards to ensure they're properly abided by in our daily life. We fully support and we are ratifying the strategic guidelines of the IPU, which focus on these global threats: climate change, democracy, human rights, gender equality, access of young people to decision-making, peace, security, sustainable development. I would also, if I may, say that it's important to add the theme of the growth of our 21st society of certain values. I'd like to take the opportunity here to invite all countries that belong to the IPU about the summit on the future during the fall in Montevideo in Uruguay. All these themes will be dealt with because we firmly believe that all these themes which are taken up by the IPU and all these themes we are committed to have also to be supported in terms of the values of our society beyond the shadow of a doubt. That is what we try to promote in this assembly. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker. Next is Ms. Axon, United Republic of Tanzania, followed by Mr. Fakafonwa from Tonga.
Very good.
Thank you.
Honorable Chair, honorable speakers, members of Parliament, dear colleagues and friends, at the outset, allow me to take this opportunity to thank the Right Honorable Duarte Pacheco, the President of the IPU, for inviting the Tanzanian delegation to participate in this important assembly. It is a personal honor for me and all the members of Parliament in my delegation. Also, I would like to register our delegation's appreciation to our hosts and the organizers for this August Assembly for the excellent arrangements made to make the meeting a success. Dear colleagues and friends, the theme for this Assembly's general debate, which is promoting peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies fighting intolerance, comes very timely. In the world we live in today, intolerance is growing in our societies. The world we live in today is full of diversity. Thus, the need to talk about inclusivity and peaceful coexistence. In order to promote coexistence, many factors come into play. One of the important ways of ensuring coexistence is to have resilient institutions that will look into factors that generate diversity and have mechanisms to address challenges that emanate from negative diversity. For surely, as we all know, diversity is not necessarily adverse. Dear colleagues and friends, there are definitely many key players in addressing diversity. First and foremost, communities through their traditions, customs, and societal values. These will then form the basis for other setups to create a conducive environment for ensuring that these values and aspirations of the society are upheld. One of the institutions that carry this responsibility is the Parliament. If I may take an example of my own country, the United Republic of Tanzania, I wish to refer to a number of factors or key drivers of diversity and how these may shape the nature of coexistence and inclusivity and our communities that our community envisions. As said before, diversity is not necessarily negative. What may be negative is if diversity is used to bring disunity or affect the core of our societies. The United Republic of Tanzania is a country of more than 120 tribes or ethnic communities with different languages, customs, and culture. In this regard, diversity is considered richness. But if not well managed, it can be a source of disunity. So, one of the steps that we took right after independence was to make sure that our country was united. And much as we do cherish, and as we cherished then, the unity, and that's what we embarked on in the course of time. So this was done through looking at different points of divergences or causes of adversaries in the society, and therefore devising ways to address them. The first way that we used was to fight tribalism and community differentials emanating from the use of various languages. We adopted the use of Kiswahili language as our uniting language. Out of all those languages that I have mentioned, right now I would like to report that Kiswahili is widely spoken in Tanzania, and to date Kiswahili is our national language and is spoken by almost 100% of the population. Secondly, we understood that illiteracy and poverty was high and threatened the unity of the nation and peaceful coexistence of the people. The government, very early after independence till to date, continues to provide fee-free primary and secondary education, though limitedly. The government also provides loans for tertiary level education. This has enhanced peaceful coexistence and improved cohesion in the society. This has leveled the space for all the people in Tanzania and opening more or less equal opportunities in employment, political space, and improvement of people's financial capabilities. Thirdly, on the understanding that religious beliefs have, in some places, divided nations and societies, Tanzania adopted secularism and constitutionally have allowed her people to believe and practice their religion freely without interference. To date, we have large Muslim and Christian communities in Tanzania, and they all work together and they respect each other and participate in each other's events. There are also discussions between the leaders of these religions. At times, there have been open-air discussions between the two religions, and our societies have been able to tolerate the differences and appreciate each other. There is no discrimination or marginalization on the basis of religion in Tanzania. These are the few examples that I've mentioned to ensure that the society is kept together. And in the same spirit, dear colleagues and friends, that said, it's important for our respective parliaments to ensure that the government are properly advised on the adoption of policies and implementation of programs that promote coexistence. At the same time, Parliament should pass laws and oversee regulations that promote inclusiveness and fight intolerance. This includes criminalizing incidences, actions, and speeches that divide our societies. This must be done timely, on time, early enough before any escalation. Dear colleagues and friends, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Fakafonwa from Tonga, followed by Ms. Biaz from Mozambique.
Mr. President of the Assembly, Speaker Ahmed bin Salman Al Musallam, Mr. Secretary General, Your Excellencies, friends and colleagues. Firstly, on behalf of the Kingdom of Tonga, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to our generous hosts, the Kingdom of Bahrain, for the wonderful reception our delegation has received since arrival in your beautiful country. Mr. President, the Legislative Assembly of Tonga attaches great importance to the IPU's mandate of empowering parliaments and parliamentarians to promote peace, democracy, and sustainable development. Tonga welcomes the call to confront and stamp out the roots of intolerance. If intolerance is ignored and tolerated, it would fester and threaten peaceful coexistence not only within our countries and our borders, but would transcend borders and threaten the peaceful coexistence of our family of nations, as history reveals time and time again. Tonga remains committed to strengthening respect for individual human rights and peaceful coexistence, which is not only enshrined in our 1875 Constitution, but is deeply ingrained in the psyche of the Tongan man and woman. These core values being mutual respect, humility, mutual cooperation, and commitment to others. These form the fundamental pillars of Tongan society, and the Tongan Parliament has always endeavoured to create a legal framework that builds on these norms, supporting an environment that is tolerant of persecution and prejudice. Mr. President, during my tenure as Speaker, the Tongan Parliament's vision has been to build a more inclusive and resilient legislature that commits to passing national laws that safeguard and guarantee important rights fundamental to its citizens, including fundamental freedoms of expression, association and religion, the integration of minority ethnicities, and the protection of individuals against any manifestation of intolerance. The Tongan Parliament believes that through awareness and education, we could build societies where differences are not only tolerated, but they are respected and embraced. Speaking from one of the most vulnerable countries to external shocks, including climate change, more frequent and more severe climate change-induced natural disasters is a threat to peaceful coexistence, and we must collectively act and prepare with unprecedented action and cooperation. Without climate action, there is no future for our youth. Peaceful coexistence and the inclusive societies is equally under threat by state actors of aggression, terrorism, systemic inequality, and climate change inaction. Mr. President, we remain committed to the 146th General Assembly's call. We must continually foster and establish countries and societies void of racism, xenophobia, and other forms of discrimination and intolerance. This is inextricably linked to the democratic principles of free and fair elections, the rule of law, peaceful coexistence, transparency, and accountability. It requires ongoing shifts in attitudes and positive development of legal frameworks that promote peace and stability that would ultimately lead to economic prosperity and sustainable development. I mirror the statement made by the IPU President, Pacheco. Whether we regulate social media or not, yes, the proliferation of fake news, hate speech, and misinformation with impunity directly undermines democracy, due process, and only promotes further intolerance. We must not allow this to continue. As a young parliamentarian, I also strongly believe in changing societal attitudes towards intolerance by mobilizing the youth to help create a genuine change of attitude towards intolerance. At this 146th IPU General Assembly, we are pleased to have traveled from the other side of the world, over 21 hours to get here, to join our fellow IPU state members in reaffirming the ongoing commitment to promoting peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies by fighting intolerance. On that note, Tonga hopes that the convening of this high-level conference around tolerance will be a springboard to generate political will and chart a course of action for the IPU and all our states for the years to come. We wish you all the success, Mr. President, at this 146th IPU Assembly. Malo apito, thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Biaz, may take the floor, please, from Tonga, followed by معالي الرئيس حسن بن عبد الله الغانم دولة قطر.
Thank you. Sua Excelência, Presidente da 146ª
Your Excellency, the President of the 146th General Assembly, Their Excellencies, the Presidents of Parliament and Heads of Parliament delegations, ladies and gentlemen. It is with high esteem and consideration that we address all of you present here in this noble hall on the occasion of the 146th General Assembly of our organization. And a special greeting goes to the peoples from all over the world whom we represent in this forum. Your Excellencies, we also salute the people, government and Parliament of Bahrain for the affection extended to us since our arrival in this beautiful city of Manama. We are honored to be at this General Assembly, where we will share ideas and experiences on how to promote peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies, combating intolerance. We welcome and express our appreciation for the Inter-Parliamentary Union's commitment to promoting cohesion and inclusion as part of its core mandate to work for peace and cooperation among peoples and the consolidation of representative institutions. We are convinced that peace is an imperative for the promotion of social and economic development, as well as for unity among citizens and peoples. On the subject at hand, let me reaffirm the spirit of the Declaration on Citizenship, Identity and Linguistic and Cultural Diversity in a Globalizing World, adopted at the 127th Assembly of the IPU, which reaffirms our aspirations to achieve harmony and unity in our diversity and the reconciliation of human cultures. In the light of this declaration, we, the members of the IPU, remain convinced that it is possible for people to coexist in a world with its differences, and in Mozambique we are firm, promoting a system of inclusive education, answering to the development where the awareness is needed for solidarity and where dialogue between different cultures and civilizations is encouraged. Development, expanding access to and improving the quality of health services, promoting gender equality. My country has developed actions aimed at promoting patriotic awareness and citizenship in order to preserve national unity, peace, consolidation of democracy, and the fight against social inequalities and poverty. However, Mozambique has been victim of terrorist actions in some regions of Cabo Delgado province since the year 2017, which have caused death and destruction of public and private property, the displacement of thousands of people from their areas of origin, mainly women and children. Thanks to the firm actions of the Mozambique Defense and Security Forces and the supported by the armed forces of SADC countries and Rwanda, as well as the support provided by the international community, it has been possible to maintain peace and stability in the affected areas, thus enabling the populations to return to their areas of origin. Terrorism is a global phenomenon that threatens peace and stability worldwide. As such, we believe that regional international cooperation is imperative for its eradication. On the external front, the country has also sought to promote dialogue, peace and international security, and this is the spirit that guides its action as a non-permanent member of the Security Council of the United Nations. Your Excellencies, we parliamentarians are the national guardians of peace, and it should be our role, fundamental role, to disseminate messages that encourage all individuals to fully enjoy their rights and as recognized in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and other international treaties on human rights and humanitarian law.
as parliamentarians. We must mirror the will of the people by passing laws that promote and ensure access to education, health, justice, basic social services, protection of disadvantaged social groups, freedom of religion and worship, protection of the environment and biodiversity, so as to minimize the factors that cause fractures in social cohesion and harmony. We should encourage society to actively participate in debates on draft laws and their dissemination within communities for their effective implementation. In this regard, I share the experience of the Assembly of the Republic of Mozambique, which promoted a wide debate in the framework of the approval of the laws on family, combating gender-based violence, and against premature unions, just to mention a few. And I end this speech with a feeling of hope and confidence in the common efforts that all parliaments should develop in order to promote peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies, fighting intolerance. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Biaz. مع الرئيس حسن بن عبد الله الغانم دولة قطر، تفضل.
ثابت. معالي الأخ أحمد بن سلمان المسلم رئيس مجلس النواب البحرين.
Speaker of the Bahraini Council of Representatives, Duarte Pacheco, President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, Excellencies, Speakers, Heads of Delegation, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace and blessings of God be upon you. In my personal capacity and on behalf of the delegation of the Shura Council participating in the 146th IPU Assembly and related meetings, I am delighted to address you today. I would like firstly to thank the Kingdom of Bahrain for having organized this assembly. I'd like to thank you for your hospitality. Brothers and sisters, you know that in the Holy Quran it said that a male and female were created and that the most noble among us will pray to Allah. That verse is one that recalls the universality of humanity. Humanity was created by God. God created men and women. And today we are here as part of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. And our slogan is promoting peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies, fighting intolerance. Unfortunately, today's world is unstable. Many parts of the world are suffering conflict. And we can add to that the various tensions that are being exacerbated at borders, as well as the wars that are raging in some countries. Human rights organizations have been unable to set up an order that leads to peace and justice. And that has repercussions, hence the difficulty of achieving coexistence and reducing violence in communities. Today we face the dissemination of hate speech. Brothers and sisters, there are many tensions in the Middle East and in Arab countries. And the deep-set causes of that violence are brought about by the occupation of Palestine and the acts undertaken by the entity occupying Palestine for the past 70 years. That has led to wars in the region, the propagation of terrorism and other scourges. The international community has not incriminated that entity. Recently, an Israeli minister was so bold as to claim that the village of Hawada needed to disappear. That was a call for violence of a very visible and flagrant nature before the international community. Brothers and sisters, against that somber backdrop, the efforts being made by Qatar are significant. We want to combat intolerance and violence. We want to spread coexistence and inclusiveness. Our country is an example of coexistence. The Qatari people is one that brings together a single language and a single culture, and we're in favor of tolerance of others. Many nationalities coexist in Qatar. Many different cultures are there. We have more than 80 nationalities in Qatar, and the culture of tolerance and coexistence prevails there. We've undertaken a number of initiatives to foster dialogue between civilizations and cultures. And that's why our government and the people of Qatar have seen the Shura Council ask for an emergency item on the agenda at this assembly that relates to the propagation of hate speech and promoting coexistence, tolerance, peace, and international security. Ladies and gentlemen, as parliamentarians representing peoples, we have a great responsibility. It's the responsibility of combating intolerance and promoting the values of coexistence, peace, and adopting legislation that promotes the preservation of the social fabric and that incriminates anything that could lead to disrespect for religions. We hope that the IPU will adopt that emergency item. The African group, the Asian group, and all the other geopolitical groups are called upon to adopt a legislation that would enable these goals to be achieved. And we hope that one step towards that will be this emergency item. We hope that measures will be taken to put an end to the acts being perpetrated against the Palestinian people. In conclusion, I hope that this meeting will be successful, and I hope that we will achieve the goals that our populations are expecting of us, because we're here to represent them, after all. May God's peace and blessings be upon you. Thank you.
Mr. Mostad Ran from Commerce, followed by Naraba Eva from Uzbekistan.
Excellences, Monsieur le Président,
President, Secretary, Speaker of the Bahraini Council of Representatives, Mr. Duarte Pacheco, President of the IPU, President of the Arab Parliament, heads of parliamentary institutions, distinguished guests. On behalf of the parliamentary delegation of the Comoros, which it's my honor to lead, as well as in my personal capacity, I would like to present my sincere thanks to the host Parliament of Bahrain. which agreed to host this 146th IPU Assembly under the theme of promoting peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies, fighting intolerance. My deepest words of thanks go to the eminent authorities of the Kingdom of Bahrain, starting with His Majesty King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa, the head of state, as well as the members of his government, for their warm welcome and the excellent hospitality that our delegations have reserved since we arrived in the country of the famous Tree of Life, the Shajarat al-Hayat, and in Manama. I also extend my warm congratulations to the Secretariat of our Inter-Parliamentary Union for the quality of the technical work that they've done before the Assembly. That will help us to ensure that it is a successful one. This Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, invites us to think about the future of our societies. We've seen our communities turning against one another and the situation's getting worse. We see deaths, injured people, displaced persons, asylum seekers, and populations condemned to fleeing their own countries. And the history of the world has shown us that wars never resolve any problems. They simply leave deaths and desolation. All conflicts come to an end through negotiation. We need to live in security and peace, like here in Bahrain, in the UAE, in Morocco, in Egypt, in the Comoros, and in Qatar. We've seen football, the Football World Cup there. Everything went well. And that's just a few examples. I'd like to take advantage of my presence here to announce a draft resolution that's being put to our National Assembly, which is based on non-violence. There can be no reason for genocide, massacring civilian populations, or attacks through terrorism around the world. These scourges are claiming innocent victims every day. Life is precious and it cannot be sacrificed in the interests of political or economic interests, whatever they may be. It's high time then that our parliamentary institutions should put peace at the heart of their work. We should be fostering a culture of peace. We should mobilize all our resources and pool those resources, sharing experience, so that we can really eliminate the scourge of war and armed conflict in all their forms, and alleviate the suffering of our populations by doing that. That is a major task, but it's an essential one if we're to protect the futures and well-being of our peoples. To achieve this, we should focus our efforts more on conflict prevention and mediation. The fight against intolerance, discrimination, and other scourges is something that we should all be engaged in. Parliamentarians, political decision makers, members of civil society, religious leaders, opinion leaders, and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, those who encourage war, as well as those who undertake war, will have to answer to their fellow man as well as to God. As a representative in the Comoros, when I speak of peace and virtue, I know what I'm talking about. Since the Comoros gained its sovereignty in 1975, we have suffered almost chronic instability. But then in April 1999, we saw our national political class return the country to stability under the leadership of our head of state, Azali Assoumani. So only after having broken the cycle of instability that we were in were we able to begin the task of building our country and securing its development. From this podium, I would like to issue a call to the various parliaments of the world for them to use the various tools available at the international level to promote peace and fight intolerance and all forms of discrimination. Ladies and gentlemen, on that hopeful note, I conclude by reiterating that our organization, with all its potential, can help our countries to rise to the challenge of peaceful coexistence by undertaking substantive work to undermine hatred. And I hope that this session will be a successful one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, Ms. Narbiva Eva from Uzbekistan may take the floor, please. Followed by Mr. Gemir from Nepal.
Уважаемый господин председатель, уважаемые коллеги.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to express our appreciation to the Parliament of the Kingdom of Bahrain and the IPU for organization this conference. And special thanks I would like to express for the hospitality to the President of the National Assembly of the Kingdom of Bahrain. Of course, the topic of today's conference in the conditions of our forum and we, the parliamentarians, we have to develop the effective approaches and measures to promote the peaceful coexistence and inclusive society in all parts of our societies, in our countries. Honorable participants of the Assembly, today, because of the economic uncertainties and the current political situation, we see the decline of peaceful coexistence, and the discrimination is growing. And I want to draw your attention that the Global Peace Index in 2022 reveals that the world is its lowest point of peacefulness in the last 15 years. And in this very difficult situation, our countries face different difficulties. First of all, in achieving the main principle, not to leave anybody behind in our agenda of sustainable development for 2030. And the speakers at our session were united that only together we can overcome this problem. So we want to express our point of view that if we stick to the inclusive societies, this could be the power factor of sustainable inclusive growth in the global scale. And I would like to share our experience of the platforms of peaceful coexistence. We share the imperative approach of the IPU that multilateralism could help to solve quite a lot of problems. Dear colleagues, in our country, under the leadership of the President Shavkat Mirziyoyev, we carry out the reforms to provide the human freedoms. President Shavkat Mirziyoyev implements the new program for the development of our country 2022 through 2026, and it is aimed at the sustainable development of our society. We create measures for the disabled persons, and we provide access to education, health, and communication means. These are the important points of agenda for many countries, but the inclusive growth cannot be provided without the necessary attention to the human capital. Despite the threats that exist in the modern society, we have, as the parliamentarians, we have to provide the protection of rights and showing the example to all the societies. We protect the necessary protection to the disabled persons, and the convention, the UN Convention on the Protection of Disabled Persons' Interests provides necessary priorities in our country. Our priorities are also the reduction of poverty and the becoming one of the countries with the income higher than the average. Also, we strive for the maintenance of peace and good neighborship in the Middle Asia region. We are sure that today we will be able to analyze our cooperation within the IPU, and we will be able to give new content to our cooperation. In this regard, we want to consider different approaches to the achievement of sustainable development goals. First is to improve our legislative base and to build the international dialogue between the representatives of different religions and confessions. Second is to include into the activities of the government, of the national governments and parliaments, the necessary approaches to maintain the friendship. And the third is to maintain the creation of tolerance among the youth. Honorable participants of the Assembly, I would like to underline that Uzbekistan is ready to cooperate with all other countries on the basis of openness and reciprocal partnership. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Gamer from Nepal, you may take the floor, please, followed by Mr. Komba, Ms. Komba from South Sudan.
महामहिम अध्यक्ष
Your Excellency, the President of the Assembly, honorable members of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Federal Parliament of Nepal, it gives me immense pleasure to address this August gathering of the 146th IPU Assembly. Excellency, we all know that learning from the experience of 2 world wars and with the aim of preventing humanity from the scourge of war, the United Nations was established in 1945 as a sincere initiative to promote world peace and harmony and shape a universal morality of peaceful coexistence, equality, justice, and human welfare. The General Assembly of the United Nations in 1948 proclaimed the Universal Declaration of Human Rights Its preamble, I wish to recall, states the recognition of the inherent dignity and equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family is the foundation of the freedom, justice, peace in the world. Nepal is a multi-ethnic, multilingual, multicultural, and a geographically diverse country. The Constitution of Nepal is committed to preserving and promoting cohesiveness, solidarity, tolerance, and goodwill amid our diverse culture, society, and ethnicity. This is our uniqueness as well as a symbol of social cohesiveness and peace. Excellency, we all human beings want to achieve our aspirations and realize our potentials. This is hard to accomplish without peace and solidarity. Inclusive democracy requires an environment where every individual and community can exercise their rights equitably in participatory system of governance. Thus, it is necessary to bring the deprived and underprivileged communities into the mainstream. The last 3 decades of Nepal's political history is an example of how collective efforts of the major political forces ended the decade-long armed conflict and established peace. The Constitution that embodies the principles of inclusiveness and guarantees the proportional representation and participation of all sections of all society was promulgated in 2015, and currently it is in its implementation. As a result, women representation in the federal parliament stands at 34% and at 36% in provincial assemblies and 41% at the local level. While women participation is gaining more significance in legislation, women leadership is also being established in administration. Excellency, information is more easily and widely accessible today than it has ever been. The use of information technology has helped spread information rapidly. Amid misinformation, false data, misleading statistics, and hate speeches, promoting peace, tolerance, and coexistence has been equally challenging today. I would like to draw the kind attention of the world community towards this challenge through this forum today. Excellency, the Constitution of Nepal elucidates the perpetual values of our foreign policy. By adhering to the principles enshrined in the UN Charter, non-alignment, Panchashil, international law, and norms of world peace, our Constitution lays the foundation of balanced and independent foreign policy and diplomacy. Nepal has therefore always remained an advocate of peace and coexistence. Excellency, the Inter-Parliamentary Union has constantly been making cohesiveness and inclusion as a main agenda of its discussions. Remaining true to its motto of for democracy, for everyone, it has always made a commendable effort to put the parliaments all over the world in consistent dialogue for peace and prosperity. Today, I take this forum to pledge solidarity on behalf of Nepal's parliamentarians towards peaceful coexistence and establishment of equitable, inclusive society. I'd like to conclude by expressing my sincere gratitude to the Bahrain Parliament, the government, Honorable Speaker, and the Bahraini people for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts in this assembly and for the warm hospitality extended to me and my delegation. I wish for the grand success of this IPU assembly. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next speaker is Ms. Komba from South Sudan. You may take the floor, please. Followed by Sahib al-Maali صقر بن غباش دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة.
Mr. President of the Assembly, Secretary General of IPU, Secretary of the Assembly, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like, on behalf of my delegation from the Republic of South Sudan, to thank the IPU for organizing this important gathering, and also my appreciation to the government and the people of Bahrain for the warm hospitality that has been accorded to all of us since our coming. Excellencies, you will agree with me that the importance of the theme of this 146 IPU Assembly cannot be overemphasized, as it is increasingly becoming a major concern, especially that the world is becoming more divided and less tolerant and peaceful place. There is therefore a need to promote peaceful coexistence, inclusive societies, and fight intolerance. Violence against women and girls is on the increase globally, and this is a sign of intolerance in our communities and societies. The recent joint peace pilgrimage made by His Holiness Pope Francis and other top religious leaders to Africa and South Sudan in particular was an indication of this concern. His messages focused on peace, respect for women, and the involvement of youth in decision-making and building their capacities. Today, we are here to examine and share experiences on the key drivers of intolerance or exclusions in our societies, and explore collectively measures to address them. We are also here to explore and identify factors that can promote peaceful coexistence in our societies and in the world, especially the role of Parliament can play to address these issues. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is imperative, however, to acknowledge that most of the conflicts experienced in most parts of the world today are results of intolerance and exclusion. These include religious, cultural differences, economic and political marginalization, as well as differences in political ideologies and geopolitics and related affiliations. Most of our countries are guided by both international and national legal frameworks that provide for the respect and promotion of human rights, democratic principles and values, such as the rights of the people to elect their leaders and respect for the rule of law. However, application of these legal provisions remain a challenge in some of our nations. In the context of South Sudan, the country still suffers from the legacy of a long period of war, which today manifests itself in the form of underdevelopment, gender inequalities, economic inequalities, and a high level of illiteracy. Despite its long history of conflict, however, South Sudanese people still desire to create a united country that accommodates all, irrespective of their diverse background. Indeed, the Constitution of the Republic of South Sudan is pledged that South Sudan is governed on the basis of decentralized democratic system and is all embracing homeland for its people. It is a multi-ethnic, multicultural, multilingual, multi-religious, and multi-racial entity, where such diversities peacefully coexist. In fact, our current parliament does reflect this diversity. Our foreign policy supports friendly neighborliness, and accordingly, South Sudan has played its role successfully in mediating peace in Sudan to bring stability to the people of Sudan. And in terms of regional peace and security, the Republic of South Sudan has also contributed to the regional peacekeeping forces to address the conflict in the Democratic Republic of Congo. While we all know that conflict exists in all human societies, it is important to consider dialogue as the only means of resolving conflict of any form in order to promote peaceful coexistence among communities and countries. In their recent conflict, the South Sudanese warring parties found themselves with no option other than dialogue and with the objective of resolving their differences in order to restore peace and stability in the country. This also required inclusion of all parties and other interest groups in the peace agreement and the transitional governance institutions of the country. The current Transitional National Legislative Assembly is diverse and an inclusive parliament, which is composed of different political organizations, regardless of their sizes. Youth, women, and people with special needs at all levels of government structures. Thus, the government is working collectively to ensure that the peace agreement is fully implemented in letter and spirit and build the economic and social fabrics destroyed by the war and engage communities in peace and nation building. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, therefore, to achieve peaceful coexistence, parliamentarians must collectively enact oversight and uphold the uphold of laws that promote the respect of human rights, including the rights of women and girls, ethnic and minority inclusivity, gender equity, and to embrace unity in diversity as the basis for peaceful coexistence. We also have countries that are peaceful despite their diversities. Therefore, we can all learn from them and replicate those good practices, mechanisms, and strategies used by those communities to promote peaceful coexistence in societies that are threatened by intolerance and lack of peaceful coexistence. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. مع الرئيس تفضل. Mr. Dabi Rabi of Burundi will be followed, and he will be the last speaker for this evening. Thank you.
معالي الأخ أحمد بن سلمان المسلم رئيس الدورة 146 لجمعية الاتحاد البرلماني.
Your Excellency and Mr. President, President of the Parliament of Bahrain, President Duarte Pacheco, Martin Chungung, Secretary General of the IPU, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace of God be with you. It's a pleasure for me, first and foremost, to very sincerely thank His Majesty King Hamad Karis Al Khalifa, the King of Bahrain, and may the Lord protect him for many years to come. I should also like to thank the government and the people of Bahrain for their welcome, for their very warm welcome in this country. May I also thank the IPU, the Secretariat, and the President. May I thank them for having so aptly chosen the key themes for discussion at this assembly. Peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies, international policies, and after the beginning of this new millennium have led to three new features, or three new truths, in fact. First of all, the kind of conflicts have changed. Conflicts, as of now, are not limited to just one country or region, whatever the situation may be. The impact or the fallout will concern all. Food security is a source of international conflict, health as well, and then there is warfare. That also has become international. And second, economic, social, and environmental crises must henceforth be dealt with by countries together. They know no limits. Such geographical limits have disappeared. These crises evolve so extraordinarily fast. We must therefore join forces to contend with climate change as well, which in this day and age is a major danger, both now and in the future. The world has gone on to the digital era. This change has been faster than any other changes that have occurred in history. This has spawned a yawning difference between the haves and the have-nots in terms of countries. And it's a new concept, introducing the abolition of borders. Despite all this, we must contend with a whole host of situations which call for union. We have to contend with international crises. We have to contend with natural disasters, environmental disasters. This is not the responsible of one single country or one single region, but the world at large. Hence, we need to join forces in order to limit these crises and their repercussions. And we need to reduce the impact insofar as possible. Therefore, we believe it is necessary for countries to adopt national legislation that is both relevant and transparent in order to contend with the impact of climate change. The aim being sustainable development for all countries and peoples. Second, to bring about a world in which we all share responsibilities, we must absolutely work towards peaceful coexistence and tolerance. We parliamentarians must work hard in two directions. First of all, on a national level, bringing in the requisite legislation to guarantee justice and equality between all members of society, criminalizing intolerance and hate speech. And on an international level, it is necessary to create an international system which defines the values of coexistence and tolerance, focusing on certain red lines in terms of intolerance and terrorism. Once again, I would like to thank the Kingdom of Bahrain, this brother kingdom, for welcoming this conference. We all hope, indeed, that this assembly will bear the kind of fruit we all wish for our countries. We must bring about a world where tolerance reigns. At the end of this year, my country will host the next COP on climate change. It will be number 28. And thank you very much to all of you. May the peace of the Lord be with you. Thank you very much.
Last speaker will be Mr. Davi Rabi from Bahrain. You may take the floor, please.
Excellencies, we are now attending the 146th Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. I should like, first of all, to say thank you. Thank you for the invitation extended to us. Thank you to the organizers who have welcomed us with great warmth and friendship. So we wish to say thank you. We have listened to any number of statements, and I don't want to speak at length. I simply want to say a few words. We are parliamentarians who are meeting together in large numbers. We come from different countries, and we come from different political parties. We have been elected and belong to political parties. When you talk about peaceful coexistence, however, and tolerance, you have to ensure that the political parties we represent also enshrine these principles. Second, we're talking about peaceful coexistence. The big challenge, however, is to bring peaceful coexistence into force in fact. How can we bring this about? That's the real issue. Third, we have a problem, we parliamentarians. We are not true to ourselves sometimes. And sometimes we fail to say the truth when the truth is facing us squarely. We must support the sovereignty of our states more. We must work alongside our states. Let us try to avoid outside influences. Let us discourage such outside influences that divide us. Fourth, we parliamentarians must foster stronger exchanges on a sub-regional level, on a regional level, and why not on an international level too. We parliamentarians must foster this consolidation, this strength. Fifth, we parliamentarians should avoid anything that might create instability and insecurity between our countries. Let us not be a source. Let us not encourage anything that might foster insecurity between our countries. That indeed is a very important role we must play. Sixth, and finally, I would venture to say that in our respective states, we must remove from our cultures and language things that stigmatize others, things that hurt others, and thus we will live thinking of others. Others will become our priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Excellency, President of the Assembly. Dear colleagues, we are going now to the point of our emergency item. And with the agreement of His Excellency, I and myself and Secretary General will present the different points that we need to decide, and after it we will have the traditional call from all countries to the vote of to choose the item where that will be added or not, in accordance with the results, to our agenda as emergency item. Before I give the floor to the Secretary General, allow me to say that we received 6 items to be added. One from Argentina, the urgent need to combat violence against women in politics, particularly in light of the proliferation of hate speech fake news and violent incidents. Second one from Qatar, criminalizing contempt for religion and the spreading of hate and promoting coexistence, tolerance, peace and international security. Another one, the first one from Argentina, Chile, Germany, Netherlands, Ukraine, with support of the Group of Latin America and the Caribbean and the 12+, raising awareness and calling for action on the serious humanitarian crisis affecting the peoples of Afghanistan, Syria, Arab Republic, Ukraine, Yemen and other countries, and on the particular vulnerability of women and children. 4 from Indonesia, combating Islamophobia, fighting intolerance, eliminating racial discrimination, and promoting peaceful coexistence and among peoples and religions. The 5th from the African group, creation of a global fund for countries vulnerable to natural disasters to address loss and damage from climate change. And finally, from the Democratic Republic of Congo, call for urgent action to stop aggression, occupation and massive human rights violations in the Democratic Republic of Congo in order to preserve its sovereignty and territorial integrity. Before I give the floor to the Secretary General to repeat the explanation how we will vote, everyone, the people that came here more often know the process, but always we have new colleagues, we need to explain the process. I will just remember that all the proposals may have one colleague, one MP to present the item, that we'll have 3 minutes for that, and it is possible to have just one intervention against the proposal. And who is against will have 2 minutes also to say why don't agree with the proposal. So I will give the floor to the Secretary General, and after it we will begin our process. Mr. Secretary General.
Mr. President, thank you very much. I think you have said it all. We have 6 competing proposals before you this afternoon. These proposals were examined this morning by the Steering Committee of the Assembly, and I believe they would argue that they all meet the criteria set for items to qualify as emergency items, items or proposals dealing with issues of international significance that have occurred recently and which the organization may wish to take a position on. So they are putting this before you for consideration and a decision. Ideally, you should have 1 item, but since we have 6, you'd have to decide on how you want to take a decision. And to do that, there is a clear-cut procedure. You have explained that, Mr. President. The authors of the proposals will be given the opportunity to make their case. And if there are any objections to those proposals, those objections will be entertained from 1 delegate only from the floor. And then when we have gone through all of the 6 proposals, the 6 proposals or 1 or more proposals are still on the table, the Assembly will then proceed to a formal vote to take a decision. And let me remind you that it is the item that has obtained the requisite number of votes, that is 2/3, at least 2/3 of the votes cast, and the one that has obtained the most votes, that would be retained as the item, the emergency item. So without further ado, Mr. President, you may wish to call on the proponent of item 1 from Argentina to make the case for that particular proposal, and they are invited to take the floor from the podium here. So, Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. I will give the floor to 1 colleague from Argentina to present the item. You will have 3 minutes.
Gracias.
Thank you, President. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. I'm here to present this emergency item on behalf of Argentina. The urgent need to combat violence against women in politics. And particularly, we're focusing on the attempted murder of our President, Cristina Fernández de Kirchner. I understand that Argentina stands alone in this request. The magnitude of other emergency items is clear. The attempted assassination of our President, Cristina Fernández de Kirchner, is an attack on a single person. And so I admit that we're in a minority, perhaps, but there's more to this than meets the eye. These crimes against leaders, and particularly women leaders, is the symbol of the situations of humanitarian crisis that we see elsewhere in Afghanistan, Yemen and others, with the situation in the Congo concerning human rights. We need now to shoulder the responsibility of raising our voices. We cannot allow our political leaders to be annihilated in this way, because they're the ones that would lead to the dangers of fascism and many other scourges. We are facing the murder of a woman here, an attempt at the murder of a woman. And that's encouraged by hate speech. Our President suffered from a number of threats before that attempted assassination, and that led to all kinds of problems relating to violence against women. There was another attempted assassination against the Vice President of Colombia, Francia Marquez, and a councillor in Bolivia who was assassinated. And these attacks are undermining democracy and our societies, and we need to stop them. It's significant that across Latin America, the two best-known women leaders who are seeking the well-being of their peoples, who are seeking to protect their populations, giving them dignified living conditions and education and so on and so forth, are the ones who've suffered these attacks. Hate speech against female politicians leads to violent, false and misinformation that seeks to undermine their political influence. This is a direct attack on the visibility of women and their full participation in public life, which undermines democracy. The impunity around these events has a massive impact. I'll conclude. And is an attack on democracy. For this to be avoided in Latin America, we have asked for this emergency item. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. I will ask the floor if someone wishes to present against, to make a statement against this proposal. No, much better. We will go to the proposal number 2 from Qatar. His Excellency, the Speaker of the Shura Council, you have the floor. 3 minutes, Excellency.
إخواني أخواتي.
Dear sisters and brothers, ladies and gentlemen, our world is witnessing today an escalation of attacks and assaults on sanctities and holy sites and places of worship. All of those have to be respected by us all. This escalation campaign is accompanied by an alarming increase in violent extremism and hatred. I am sure that you have heard about the shooting last Thursday that targeted people who were praying in Hamburg and Germany. And I'm sure you have seen how a number of extremists have burnt and torn the Holy Quran in a number of European cities. Why are attacks against religion becoming so recurrent? In the past few years, attacks against holy sites were prevented thanks to the awareness of citizens and their attachment to the respect of diversity. But we have seen recently that certain countries have abandoned their attachment to rules and laws that were adopted in order to prevent the contempt of religions and the attacks against holy sites and places of worship. Some countries are even providing legitimate covers for such acts, those acts that target religions, stating and using as a pretext that these acts express the freedom of expression. These acts are to be condemned. They are deplorable. They pose a serious threat to social cohesion and peaceful coexistence between cultures and countries. And since we parliamentarians are representatives of the people and have a huge responsibility to shoulder in preserving peace and social cohesion and safety, and since we are all jointly responsible for fighting intolerance and combating hatred speeches, and also achieving peaceful coexistence between different peoples and diverse religions, we are called upon to adopt a firm and clear stance to curb this contempt of religions and to stop attacks and assaults against sanctities and holy symbols and places of worship. We have to pass the necessary legislations to stop impunity for such attacks. We have to stop any assault against religious symbols. Our discussions, our debate here focuses on promoting peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies. We have to remember that the freedom of belief and the right to practice freely one's religions and rights are basic and fundamental human rights. We see, however, worldwide a lack of respect of this freedom and of this basic right. We see a very alarming widespread of hatred speech. Therefore, we have pinned our hopes on you to vote for this security item proposal so that it is included in the agenda of the 146th IPU Assembly as an emergency item. May the peace, mercy, and blessings of Allah be upon you all.
Thank you, also, Excellency, and also for the good example. You use 3 minutes and 1 second. Perfect. Now, for the point 3, I understood that, again, yes, against, I thought no one is against it, but Secretary General are right. I ask if someone wishes to make an intervention against the proposal of Qatar. No? Okay. Much better. We will go to the point 3. I understood that the time will be shared with one colleague from Argentina and one colleague from Chile. But we have 3 minutes, no more.
We know, Mr. President, 1.5 minutes each. This year, Mr. President, 340 million people, that is 1 out of 23 in the world, are living under a declared humanitarian crisis, almost 3 times than a decade ago. Most of those crises are sadly underreported and many long forgotten. Our main aim with this emergency item is to raise awareness and a call for action for all humanitarian crises on an equal footing whether in Afghanistan, Yemen, Ukraine, Syria, Venezuela, and how these situations affect disproportionately women and children. How many times have we heard about the 20 million people from Yemen, for example, living under extreme circumstances, or the 7 million Venezuelans wandering defenseless throughout Latin America, or the 8 million South Sudanese that will probably experience severe food insecurity this year? But not only conflict creates humanitarian crisis, also climate change. Some 33 million Pakistanis were heavily affected by last year's floods. Earthquakes as well, such as what happened with Syria and Turkey. We ask you, IPU delegates, to send all those 340 million people that are suffering difficulties where they bear no responsibility at all, to send them a message. And that message is that we care and that we haven't forgotten them. In the end, overcoming misery, violence, starvation is no task of charity, but an act of justice.
And facing all these humanitarian crises, we should pay particular attention to women who often find themselves among the most vulnerable members of society, and they run a higher risk of economic difficulties as well as violence and discrimination. In the current world, there have doubtless been significant forward steps with rights, but we still find unacceptable injustices that prevent us from enjoying our rights fully and put us in a vulnerable situation with risks to our physical and psychological integrity. Following a broad agreement among parliamentarians, we've decided to emphasize the critical situation facing women, boys and girls in the 20 countries where the UN's deemed there to be a humanitarian crisis. To simplify the scope of the resolution, we'd like to mention the terrible situations facing Afghan women following the restoration of the Taliban regime. Their basic rights are being infringed and they're being subjected to terrible practices. Nor do we want to overlook the situation being faced by Ukrainian women and children. 90% of the displaced population. They warrant the support of states who can ensure that they can live their lives fully. In summary, this resolution calls upon us to strengthen humanitarian support for those individuals who find themselves in vulnerable situations, particularly extreme vulnerable situations, and often women in particular find themselves deprived of their rights. I'll conclude. Colleagues, we believe that this proposal is one that will enable us to contribute as an institution if it's adopted. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
I will ask if someone wishes to rise. I see Peru.
السيد الرئيس.
Dear call.
نعم سيد الرئيس. سيد الرئيس.
Mr. President.
Just a second, please. Just a second, please. I see Peru, but I see also Russia, Federation, and Yemen. At least 3.
And South Africa, please.
But as I explained in the beginning, and now I confirm with the Secretary General, in accordance with our rules, we just may have one intervention against, because we will not open a debate. The debate will happen tomorrow, but just for the item that will be added to our agenda, not to during this process. And so this is not a is a different point. May you have the floor, but if it is a point of order, please, as a point of order, Peru.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to ask for a moment of silence to honor Mursal Nabisada, who was an Afghan parliamentarian. She was assassinated in Kabul on the 15th of January this year. This is a case of gender apartheid.
Point of order.
Gracias.
It is not a point of order. We should have to use the mechanisms with respect to other colleagues. Because what you did was to speak without have the authorization to to interview in the debate. You asked the floor to make a point of order. You didn't do a real point of order. And if we go this way, all delegations have the same right to do interventions. We need to respect the rules. We may agree or disagree. We may change the rules for the future, but what you did was against the rules. I see that Russian Federation and Yemen, I see that Yemen is saying that is a point of order. Please, Mr. Speaker, with our friendship, I will ask a real point of order.
Mr. President, brothers and sisters, dear colleagues, an emergency item has to focus on one subject and not multiple subjects. And I think that the internal rules and statutes of the IPU, and I cannot be certain of that, I cannot say for sure, but I would like to ask the Secretary General and the President, can Argentina put forth two proposals? If two proposals are put forth, this means that Argentina is not serious about its first proposal, nor is it serious about its second proposal. It should have put forth only one proposal and not 10 proposals. Therefore, I think that Argentina has gone against the rules. I think it should respect the statutes and rules of the IPU, which does not allow room for such practices. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was a real point of order to understand if it is possible to accept or not this proposal. I understood, I will give the floor to the Secretary General, that the Secretariat endorse that they are in accordance with the rules. But I will ask the Secretary General to confirm, because it is a real point of order to understand if it's possible to accept or not this proposal. Mr. Secretary General.
Thank you, Mr. President. As far as I can ascertain, there's nothing in the rules that prohibits any country from presenting more than one proposal for an emergency item. So anything that is not prohibited is allowed. So, Mr. President, Argentina is within its right to endorse several proposals. Thank you.
Thank you. The answer was given by the Secretary General, because we should understand if everything is in accordance with our rules and procedures, of course, before we begin to vote. Now I see the Russian, I saw before the Russian Federation, Mr. Kozachev. It's not a point of order. You wish to interview against the...
Exactly.
Please, you have the floor.
Then I have 2 minutes, Mr. President. Thank you very much. I do not want to question the topic as it is, because we are all really concerned about serious humanitarian crises in so many countries. And we are ready to discuss it, Ukraine crisis included. What concerns me is the list of countries which are mentioned in this motion, because I believe that there are so many other countries which are exactly in the same serious humanitarian crisis. To mention some examples, if we start with Gulag Group, why not to mention Cuba or Venezuela, which are so heavily sanctioned by the United States of America, which suffer of these illegal sanctions, but still they are not mentioned here. And if we talk about the 12+ group, why shouldn't we mention Serbia and Serbs in Kosovo and Metohija? Why shouldn't we mention Iraq or Libya, which have been bombed by NATO countries? I believe that mentioning some countries and not mentioning other countries will unavoidably politicize this very serious topic, this very serious discussion about humanitarian crises, about position of women, about position of children, and we cannot afford politicizing this so much important issue by putting forward certain countries and forgetting to mention other countries, because 12+ group countries are involved in other crises which are not mentioned here. So we are not in favor of this proposal the way it is put forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kozachev, also to respecting the time that you have to make your statement. And I see that, I didn't see in the beginning, I'm sorry, but I understood from receiving the information from my colleague that also Iran wished to have the floor. I will ask now if it is a point of order, because otherwise I am not available to do it, to do the floor to our colleague, because we have already one intervention against the point presented by this group of countries, and the rules say that just one intervention is allowed. This is not the will of the President or Secretary General, it's what is written in our rules. So I will ask our colleague if it is a real point of order, please. Otherwise, I will not be available to give you the floor.
Sure, it's another point of view, actually. You know, spreading hatred, discrimination, and violence has afflicted Muslim countries in non-Muslim countries, in Muslim communities in non-Muslim countries in ways beyond imagination. The dangerous rise of Islamophobia as a result of inaction of certain governments.
It is not a point of order. Please.
Yeah. Please give me a minute.
No, I am not. Otherwise, I see other countries rising because they wish to respond to you, and you will open a debate. This is not the case. The rules are clear. We have one intervention in favor, one intervention against. If we open the floor to everyone that wishes to make interventions in favor or in against, first of all, we will not end the process. Second, is against our rules. Or maybe is against our rules should be in first place, because we should respect the rules. And this way, allow me, we should go to the other point. That is Indonesia. To present the point number 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellency, the President of the IPU, President of the General Assembly, honorable fellow global parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace be upon us all. The House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia has dispatched to the Secretary General, the IPU, a draft resolution as the 146 IPU's emergency item. Our draft entitled Combating Islamophobia, Fighting Against Intolerance, Eliminating Racial Discrimination, and Promoting Peaceful Coexistence Among People and Religions. It actually expresses our grave concern over all forms of intolerance and racial discrimination, including Islamophobia and all religious hatred that still remain pervasive and even intensify. It will be logical fallacy if we let such state with no further deliberation. At least in my opinion, there are 4 reasons why the draft is critical. First, a very recent report by the UN Special Rapporteur on freedom of religions or belief concluded that suspicion, discrimination, and outright hatred towards Muslims has risen to epidemic proportions. Second, according to the European Islamophobia Report 2021, Islamophobia was as pressing a problem across the continent as it was in previous years. Third, grave concern over the recurrence of burning of the Holy Quran, which likely fuel angry outbursts from almost 2 billion of global Muslim population, making the global stability and security at stake. Fourth, the crystallization of IPU's vital contribution to the defense and promotion of human rights, which are universal in scope and respect for which is an essential factor of parliamentary democracy and development as enshrined in its statutes. However, we observe that our draft is the same spirit and view as expressed in a draft resolution of emergency item proposed by Qatar. I am of the view that the two drafts deliver same message and vision. Therefore, the House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia wishes to announce its withdrawal from submitting the draft and to humbly invite our fellow global parliamentarians to support the emergency item proposal from Qatar. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, dear colleague. Also, you respect the time. And so, as you withdraw, it is not possible to have one intervention against something that did not exist anymore. We will go to the African group, and I understood that His Excellency, the Speaker of Tanzania, will make the presentation. 3 minutes, Your Excellency.
Mr. President, the Africa Geopolitical Group in the IPU have had a chance of assessing 4 out of 6 proposed emergency items. This is based on the fact that some of the items were brought to the attention of the delegates after our official meeting. Out of the 4, the Africa Geopolitical Group has 1. Irrespectively, all the 6 emergency items submitted address pertinent global welfare issues such as ensuring peaceful coexistence, upholding human rights, national and international security, and seeking global support for those who are affected in some way. The emergency item proposed by the Africa Geopolitical Group was founded on the fact that there is an urgent need to put strategies in place to support vulnerable countries affected by natural and climate-related disasters which are threatening the human existence, including those that have happened in the recent past in Pakistan, Turkey, Syria, Arab Republic, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Malawi, South Africa, and Seychelles. The main objective of our emergency item is based on the reality that thus far, responses and reaction to natural disasters are currently fragmented, uncoordinated, and at times come with various conditionalities. Our emergency item primarily introduces a consolidated global response to natural disasters whose primary objective will be to save people's lives irrespective of their political and economic circumstances. Our emergency item does not invalidate the legitimacy and weight of all other emergency items submitted. This is why we proposed the change of the IPU statutes and rules to first allow more than 1 emergency item per assembly and also have a clear deadline of submission so that the geopolitical groups would have enough time to consider all the emergency items on their merit. That said, we considered the urgency of addressing the escalation and frequency of attacks on holy sites, religious centers, and places of worship, as it happened in the recent past in Iran, where gunmen attacked major Shiite holy site and killed 15 people. In Pakistan, where suicide bombing at a mosque in Peshawar that left 59 dead and 150 injured, and church bombing in Indonesia and Sri Lanka. The devastating effects of these attacks to peaceful coexistence, human rights, social cohesion, and international security. The need for urgent action on human rights crises affecting various peoples of the world, disproportionately affecting women and children. The fact that we will not be able to discuss, broadly the issues raised by the rest of the groups that have been able to present their issues, which go in tandem with the 146th IPU Assembly that is promoting peaceful coexistence, inclusive societies, fighting intolerance. Informed by the meeting of the Forum of Speakers occasioned on the 16th of February, 9th of March, followed by the Africa Geopolitical Group meeting on 10th of March. The Africa Geopolitical Group has submitted its
Madam
current
Speaker.
emergency item. Mr. President, I so submit.
Okay, thank you, Madam. I will ask if someone wish to have the floor to make contestation to this proposal. No? Okay. We will go to the last one, presented by the Democratic Republic of the Congo. I will give the floor to our colleague from Democratic Republic of Congo.
Monsieur le Président,
President, distinguished guests, the current crisis in the Democratic Republic of Congo is the most terrible ever experienced on the African continent. More than 10 million people have died, and it's more than a genocide. Thousands and thousands of men and women have been killed, have been forced into displacement, have left their homes. The crisis in the DRC is beyond words. The African continent cannot turn its back on this most serious crisis in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The causes of this crisis are known. You have armed conflict, and above all, you have the occupation and aggression of which the country is victim. The UN group of experts, and it's not us, the group of experts of the United Nations in its latest report established that the DRC was the victim of aggression by Rwanda. It's not us. And the group even established in a report submitted to the Security Council and the Secretary General, it said that support from MB3, the terrorist group, continues to flow from neighboring countries. The DRC has sent us here as Parliament of the DRC to call for solidarity from the entire world and parliamentarians around the world in order to put an end to this aggression, this occupation, the massacre of men, women, and children. And this massacre is taking place after we commemorated the International Women's Day. As I speak to you, women are being massacred. Can we not respond to this call? It's a crisis in the DRC, and it's the most serious happening in the continent.
Children are victims of intolerance. And this is mainly due to armed conflicts and to the aggression by a neighboring country. And the group of experts of the United Nations recently reported to the Security Council that Rwanda is behind the terrorists of M23. So we are here to call on you to plead with the parliamentarians of the world to show solidarity with the people of the DRC by taking action, by adopting a resolution calling for an end to the aggression, to the occupation, and to the massive human rights violations happening in the DRC. I hope you will show that solidarity here and today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup, chers collègues.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. We have a request to take the floor from Rwanda, which wants to speak against this proposal.
Rwanda, please, you have the floor. 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity given to Rwanda to talk about the false accusations by DRC delegation against my country. These false accusations aim to distract this assembly from the real cause of the continued conflicts in eastern DRC and its impact on the security of neighboring states, including Rwanda. Let me remind that more than 120 armed groups are operating in DRC. The government of DRC needs to take full ownership of its internal problems instead of keeping scapegoating Rwanda as main source of DRC governance failures. It should refrain from hate-spreading speeches against Kinyarwanda-speaking Congolese, especially Tutsi Congolese and their killings. DRC should prioritize a political solution to the crisis rather than pursuing a military option which can only lead to further suffering among the civilian population and aggravate ethnic tensions. FDLR, a genocidal militia that fled to Congo after killing more than 1 million of Tutsi in the genocide against Tutsi in Rwanda in 1994, is still active in DRC in collaboration with the DRC Army and remains among the biggest threats to peace and stability to Rwanda. Therefore, there cannot be durable peace without the neutralization of FDLR. Rwanda has always worked within regional frameworks to contribute to stability in our region, but we cannot accept for Rwanda's security concerns to be trivialized and ignored. Thank you.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup, chers collègues.
Thank you very much, dear colleague.
So, dear colleagues, from the 6 remains 5. Not so bad. And we will need to begin our process of vote. Everyone knows that this is a very complicated one, and so it's very important to keep silence in the room, because otherwise our staff will not get the correct information. You needed to repeat once or twice what are your intention of vote, and we will take more time to do it. Please, the silence is important to have a more easiest vote and process. Before I give the floor again to the Secretary General to give one more explanation about it, I always remain that if you have, because we have some new colleagues in each section, in each assembly, when a country has 10 votes, you may repeat the same 10, in this case, 5 times. The first one, 10 in favor, the second one, 5 in favor, the third one, 10 in favor, on another one, 10 abstention. It's always the same. It is not to share the 10 votes to the 5. No, in each one, you have 10 votes that you will vote as you wish, or split it as you wish. I will give the floor to Secretary General, and then Ambassador Philip, you have this traditional task, will begin the process.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, let me just add to what you have said regarding the voting procedure for the emergency item. It is indeed very complicated, and that is why I think you asked delegates to pay particular attention to what is being said here, so there's no possible confusion when it comes to the actual voting. As a matter of statutes, this voting will be by roll call. That is what is dictated by Article 16.1 of the statutes of the organization. And the number of votes allocated to each delegation is to be found in document A/146/INF.2. I believe you have all received that document, either in hard copy, or online electronically. The indicated number of votes corresponds to the number of delegates announced. However, delegations that are not entitled to vote under the provisions of Article 5.2 of the statutes which relate to arrears in the payment of financial contributions do not appear on the list that you have here. Similarly, parliaments participating in the IPU in a non-voting observer capacity in accordance with the decision of the 209th session of the Governing Council in Nusa Dua do not appear on this list. That's Myanmar and Afghanistan, if I am correct. Only delegates present in person in this room can take part in the vote. The statutes provide that no single delegate can record more than 10 votes. So if your delegation is entitled to 13 votes, there must be at least 2 delegates present in the room to be able to cast all 13 votes. To ensure a diversity of views expressed through the vote, the statutes envisage the possibility of splitting the votes cast by a delegation on any subject. If a delegation is entitled to a total of 18 votes, it can register, for example, 10 votes for, 5 against, and 3 abstentions. Needless to say, votes splitting is not mandatory, and the delegation may well decide to cast all of its 18 votes for or against a given proposal. As the President has just announced, we have on the table now 5 competing proposals for the emergency item, 1 having been withdrawn. Instead of going for a separate roll call vote on each of these 5 items, which would take forever, and I'm sure you want to go home today, it is standard IPU practice to combine all votes technically into one round. When called on to express its vote, each delegation is expected to announce how it wishes to vote, first on Proposal A, then on Proposal B, on Proposal C, and on Proposal D and Proposal E, because there will be 5 proposals. For each individual proposal, the delegation should cast the entire entitlement of its votes. Taking the previously cited example, the delegation in question would thus be expected to cast all of its 18 votes on each proposal. It might seem complicated, but as the roll call vote proceeds, I'm sure my colleague Ambassador Philip will be able to explain for those delegates who are having difficulties of understanding this complicated procedure. So, Mr. President, by your leave, my colleague Ambassador Philip will proceed with the roll call vote.
Ambassador, please, you may begin this process.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and good evening to everyone. As you were saying, we would like to move as expeditiously as possible. We would be grateful if you could speak clearly into the microphone, expressing your vote for, against, or an abstention. You have on the side screens the 5 proposals on which we will be voting this evening. We will start with the delegation of South Africa that has 17 votes.
Yeah, it works, but
17 votes. The first proposal, please, on violence against women in politics.
it's okay. It'll pick up.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. South Africa abstains on that one.
Proposal 2, contempt for religions.
South Africa abstains. 3, Africa abstains, and 4, South Africa supports.
17.
Thank you. And the 5th proposal on the DRC, please.
South Africa abstains. Thank you.
Thank you. We move on to South Sudan, 13 votes. First proposal, violence against women. They were all abstentions with the exception of number 4, which is in favor. We will come back to South Sudan. At the end of the round of vote, I will ask if there is any delegation which has not voted. We move on to Spain. 16 votes. First proposal, violence against women.
España a esta propuesta otorga 0 votos. Se abstiene. Against.
All votes against.
No, abstain.
Second proposal.
La segunda propuesta, 0 votos.
Second proposal.
Votes in favor?
No.
How do you cast? Against. Thank you. Third proposal, humanitarian crises.
Los 16 votos de España van para esta
17
propuesta.
in favor of the proposal.
A favor.
In favor.
16 votes in favor of proposal 3 on humanitarian crises.
En contra.
Against.
So we are on the third proposal, humanitarian crises.
On the third point, Spain awards 16 points against. No, four.
We're not
We are in
there
the
yet.
third.
We're
In the-
taking
in
it
the
one by
second-
one.
In the
Yes?
second proposal, we award 16 points against on the second.
Yes. On the third,
Just to clarify.
16 a favor.
16 in favor.
third proposal, you vote in favor.
En favor.
Fourth proposal, global fund.
En contra.
Against.
All
of them.
against. Proposal on DRC.
En contra.
Against.
Against.
Are you listening?
We don't have interpretation.
What do you mean you don't have
Well,
interpretation?
the first one, we could only hear it in Spanish and we didn't understand.
I do apologize. We're going maybe a little bit too fast. My colleagues need to take note of this. I'm coming back to the first proposal.
La primera propuesta.
First proposal.
España vota en contra.
Spain is against. 16 against.
16 against. Second proposal?
Segunda propuesta. 16
Second proposal, 16 against.
As well, 16 votes against. Okay? Thank you. We move on to Sri Lanka, absent. Suriname, 10 votes. First proposal, violence against women.
Yes, very exciting. First, we go 4 and 5 abstention.
5-4, 5 abstentions. Second proposal, contempt for religions.
You mean Qatar? Yes.
Yeah.
5-4, 5 abstentions.
5 in favor, 5 abstentions. Third proposal, humanitarian crises.
10-4.
10 in favor. Fourth proposal, global fund.
10-4.
10 in favor. And last proposal on the DRC.
10 abstention.
10 abstention. Thank you, Suriname. Sweden, 13 votes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first emergency item, all votes against.
Second proposal.
All votes against.
Third proposal.
All votes for in favor of the emergency item.
Fourth proposal.
All votes against.
Last proposal on the DRC.
All votes against.
Thank you. Switzerland. Switzerland, you have 12 votes. First proposal, violence against women.
Merci, Madame l'Ambassadeur.
Thank you. In favor of the 6 against the first and 6 abstentions.
Pour la deuxième
Second proposal, 12 against. Third proposal, 12 in favor. The fourth proposal, 6 against, 6 abstentions.
La dernière.
Last, 12 against.
Merci la Suisse.
Thank you to Switzerland.
14 votes. First proposal, violence against women.
شكرا. البند الأول 14 ضد.
First proposal, 4 against. 14 against. Second proposal, 14 in favor. Third proposal, 14 against. Fourth proposal, 14 against. 5. 14 against.
Thank you, Syria. Thailand, 18 votes. First proposal.
First proposal, Thailand vote, 18 votes for. Second proposal, 18 votes for. Third proposal, 18 votes for. Fourth proposal, 18 votes for. Fifth proposal, 18 votes abstain.
Thank you, Thailand. Timor-Leste, you have 11 votes. First proposal, violence against women.
On the voters
11 abstentions. Second proposal, 11 in favor. Third, 11 in favor. Fourth proposal, 2 in favor, and the rest as an abstention. Can you please repeat for the fourth proposal? 2 in favor, 9 abstentions. And finally, the last one, 5 in favor and 6 abstentions. Thank you.
Tonga, you have 8 votes. First proposal, violence against women.
Eight votes in favor.
Second proposal, contempt for religions.
8 votes in favor.
Third proposal.
5 votes in favor. The rest abstention.
And 3 abstentions. Global Fund.
Abstention.
All abstention. And DRC.
Abstention.
8 abstention. Thank you. Turkey, 19 votes. First proposal on violence against women.
19 for.
Second proposal.
19 votes for.
Third.
19 votes abstain.
Fourth.
19 votes against.
And last proposal.
19 votes abstain.
Thank you. That was very clear. Turkmenistan, absent. Uganda, 10 votes, please. First proposal, violence against women.
We vote for.
Second proposal.
We vote for.
Third proposal.
We vote for.
Fourth proposal.
We vote for.
Last proposal.
Abstained.
Thank you. Ukraine, 16 votes. First proposal, violence against women.
First against.
All against.
All against.
Second proposal.
3 in favor. 13 abstain.
3 in favor, 13 abstentions.
Yeah.
Third proposal.
16 in favor.
Fourth proposal.
11 in favor, 5 abstain. 11 in favor, 5 abstain.
And last proposal, please.
16 against.
16 against. Thank you.
Thank you.
United Arab Emirates, 12 votes. First proposal.
Against.
Second.
4 in favor.
Third proposal.
Against.
Fourth proposal.
Against.
And last proposal on DRC.
Against.
Thank you. United Kingdom, 18 votes. First proposal, violence against women.
18 against.
Second proposal.
18 against.
Third.
18 for.
Fourth.
18 against.
And fifth.
18 against.
Thank you. Tanzania, 18 votes. First proposal.
Tanzania, the first proposal, 18 votes against.
Second.
Second proposal, in favor.
Third.
Third proposal, in favor. Fourth proposal is in favor. And the fifth proposal, abstain.
Thank you. Uruguay, 11 votes. First proposal.
First proposal, 11 against. 11 against. Third proposal, 11 in favor. Fourth proposal, 11 abstentions. And the last proposal, 11 abstentions as well.
Thank you. Uzbekistan, Vietnam, Yemen. Yemen, you have 13 votes. First proposal on violence against women.
المقترح الأول رفض والمقترح الثاني موافقة والمقترح الثالث رفض.
Second proposal, in favor. Third against. Fourth against. Fifth against.
Interpretation is a bit, we have trouble hearing here. So can we take it slowly, please? First proposal on violence against women.
طيب. المقترح الأول رفض والمقترح الثاني موافقة. المقترح الثالث رفض.
We don't have interpretation.
Against. Fourth proposal against, and fifth proposal against.
First one with the second proposal, against the third proposal, against the fourth proposal, against the fifth proposal.
Thank you.
حي الله.
Yes. So you are against all the proposals. Thank you.
No. We are proposal. It is clear. We are with the second proposal against the other 4 proposals.
Okay. Thank you. So 13 in favor of the second proposal and for all the other ones against. It's been noted. Thank you very much. Zambia, 13 votes. First proposal, please.
First proposal against, 2 in favor, 3 in favor, 4 in favor, 5 abstain.
Okay, we have that. Thank you. Zimbabwe, 13 votes. First proposal, please. Violence against women.
Abstain.
Second.
In favor.
Third.
Abstain.
Fourth.
Abstain.
Last proposal.
Abstain.
Thank you. Is that all clear, Pierre? Yeah. We can move on to Albania, 11 votes. We move on to Algeria, 16 votes. First proposal, please. Algérie, la première proposition.
Algeria, the first proposal, please.
الجزائر المقترح الأول 16 صوت ضد. المقترح الثاني
Second proposal.
Trouble with the Arabic interpretation, so we're going to try again. Slowly, please. If you can say it in English and French, that's great. If not, we'll wait for the Arabic interpretation. So, first proposal, violence against women.
16 voix.
16 against.
Second proposal, contempt for religions.
16 in favor of the Qatari proposal. Third proposal.
Third proposal, please say that again. Third proposal on humanitarian crises.
16 against.
16 against. Fourth proposal, global fund.
16 in favor.
Last proposal on the DRC.
Abstention.
Abstentions. Thank you. Angola, 15 votes. First proposal on violence against women.
7 against and 7 abstention. Number 2, 8 in favor, 6 abstentions.
Take it just a little bit slower so my colleagues can note. On the second proposal, please.
Well, second proposal, 8 in favor and 7 abstention. Number 3, 14 abstention. Number 4, 10 in favor, 5 abstention. And number 5, 15 in favor.
Thank you. Argentina.
Madame, si vous me permettez.
With your permission, Madam, for Algeria, the second proposal. 16 in favor. 16 in favor, not 6. 16.
16 was noted. The full amount of your votes.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Algeria. We move on to Argentina. Yeah, okay. Argentina, 14 votes. First proposal, please.
7 votes in favor, 7 abstentions.
Second proposal.
7 votes in favor, 7 abstentions.
Third proposal.
7 votes in favor, 7 abstentions.
Fourth proposal.
7 votes in favor, 7 abstentions.
And last proposal.
14 abstentions.
Noted. Thank you. Armenia, 11 votes. First proposal, violence against women. Absent. Australia, 14 votes. First proposal.
14 votes against.
Second.
14 votes against.
Third.
14 votes in favour.
Fourth.
14 votes against.
And DRC.
14 votes against.
Thank you. Austria, 12 votes. First proposal.
12 votes against.
Second.
12 votes against.
Third.
12 votes in favor.
Fourth.
12 votes against.
And DRC.
12 votes against.
Thank you. Azerbaijan, you have 13 votes. First proposal on violence against women.
Madam Ambassador, full amount of our votes for the first proposal, abstain. For the second proposal, in favor. For third proposal, abstain. For fourth proposal, abstain. And for fifth proposal, abstain.
Thank you. Bahrain, 11 votes. First proposal on violence against women.
11 votes against.
Second.
11 votes in favor.
Third.
11 votes against.
Fourth.
11 votes against.
And last proposal.
11 votes against.
Noted. Thank you. Bangladesh. Belarus. Belarus, you have 12 votes. First proposal.
10 голосов. So 12. So we would like you to count it in the following way. All against in the second point. In the first point, all against. In the second, all against. In the third point, all against. So,
The first proposal, all votes against.
Okay.
Second proposal, all votes in favor. Third proposal, all votes against. Fourth proposal, all votes against. Fifth proposal, all votes against.
That was very clear. Thank you. Belgium, 13 votes. First proposal.
First proposal, 13 votes again.
Second.
Second proposal, 13 votes again.
Third.
Third proposal, 13 votes in favor.
Fourth.
Fourth proposal, 30 votes again.
And fifth proposal.
Fifth proposal, 30 votes abstention.
Thank you. Bolivia, 13 votes. First proposal.
Yes. The first proposal, 8 votes in favour. The second, 5 abstentions, 3 in favour. 3.
Just a second. For the first one, excuse me. Scusame, para la primera proposición.
Gracias, correcto.
8 in favour.
And 5?
5 abstentions, 3 in favour.
So, Bolivia, you have 13 votes.
3 in favour, 5 against.
But which proposal is this? So let's start again, please. First proposal, you have 13 votes. How do you split the votes for the first proposal?
There are 8 people in the Bolivian delegation present.
It doesn't, according to the rules, each MP can cast a total of 10 votes. Bolivia overall has 13 votes. And so you need to tell us those 13 votes, how you want to split them. The total needs to be 13 of votes for each individual proposal.
In that case, please, could you wait a moment?
Okay, so we come back to Bolivia. Please remind me, yes, to come back. Bosnia, okay, we move on. Botswana, you have 11 votes. First proposal, please.
First proposal, abstain.
Second.
Abstain.
Third.
Abstain.
Fourth.
All in favor.
And fifth.
Abstain.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam.
Brazil, you have 20 votes. First proposal.
First, 20 in favor. 20 in favor. First proposal.
abstention.
20 abstentions. Third proposal.
22 votos a favor.
22 in favor.
Fourth proposal.
22 votos abstenção.
22 abstention.
Last proposal.
22 votos
22 abstention.
Thank you. Burkina Faso, 14 votes. First proposal, violence against women.
Oui, merci.
Thank you. First proposal, 7 in favor, 7 abstentions.
7 in favor, 7 abstentions. Second proposal, contempt for religions.
Second proposal, 14 in favor.
14 in favor. Third proposal, humanitarian crises.
Third proposal. 14 abstentions.
14 en faveur.
Abstentions.
14 abstention. Fourth proposal, global fund.
Fourth proposal, 14 in favor.
And last proposal on the DRC.
Final proposal, 14 abstentions.
Thank you. We move on to Burundi, who has 13 votes. First proposal, please.
First proposal, abstention.
Deuxième.
Second, in favor.
Troisième.
Third, abstention.
Quatrième.
Fourth, abstention.
Cinquième.
Fifth, in favor.
C'est bien noté, merci.
We've taken note, thank you. Cape Verde.
Cambodia, 10 votes. Violence against women, first proposal.
Cambodia has 10 votes. The first proposal, 5 in favor, 5 abstentions. Second proposal, 5 in favor and 5 abstentions. Third proposal, 7 in favor, 3 abstentions. Fourth proposal, 10 in favor, and fifth proposal, abstentions.
Well noted, thank you. Cameroon, Canada, 15 votes. First proposal, please.
15 against.
Second.
15 against.
Third.
15 in favor.
Fourth.
15 against.
Last proposal.
15 against.
Thank you. Chad. Chad, 13 votes. First proposal, please.
Yes. First, abstention.
Abstention. Second proposal.
Pour.
In favor.
In favor.
Third proposal.
Abstention.
Abstention.
Fourth proposal.
Abstention.
Abstention.
Last proposal.
Abstention.
Abstention. Chile, 13 votes. First proposal on violence against women.
First proposal, 7 abstentions, 6 against, I beg your pardon. Second proposal, 13 against. Third, 13 in favor. Fourth, 6 abstentions, 7 against. Fifth, 13 abstentions.
Noted, thank you. Comoros. Can they maybe move to a place where there's a microphone? I'm sorry. The technicians, I'm afraid that we may not have mics on the far right of the room. If you could bring in a flying mic, that would be very helpful.
We have some teamwork and some rearranging of the seats.
Excuse me, Ambassador Field. I will ask, I think it don't help. There's a lot of noise in the room. I believe that it is not easy for our technicians to report seriously the result, and it's very difficult to Ambassador Field also to hear. Please, I understand it is a long process. I am saying this to His Excellency, but we need to have silence in the room. Otherwise, we will need more time to finish this process.
Thank you for your understanding.
Okay.
So, Comoros, the first proposal, you have 10 votes.
Thank you very much. The first proposal. Abstention. Second proposal. In favor. 10 votes. Third proposal. Abstention. Fourth proposal. 2 abstentions, 8 in favor. Fifth proposal. 3 abstentions, 7 in favor.
3 abstentions, 7 in favor. Thank you.
Okay.
Côte d'Ivoire. Côte d'Ivoire. You have 14 votes for the first proposal. I don't see you in the room.
Côte d'Ivoire. First proposal, abstention. Second, 14 votes in favor. Third, abstention. Fourth, abstention. Final proposal, abstention.
Merci.
Thank you.
11 votes. First proposal. We move on. Cyprus, 11 votes.
Yes.
First proposal.
First proposal, abstention.
Second.
Abstention.
Third.
8 in favor, 3 abstentions.
Fourth.
6 in favor, 5 abstention.
And the last?
Against.
11 against. Thank you. Czech Republic, 13 votes. First proposal, please.
13 votes against.
Second.
13 votes against.
Third.
13 votes in favor.
Fourth.
13 votes against.
Fifth proposal.
13 votes against.
Thank you. DRC, vous avez 19 voix.
You have 19 votes. First proposal. Abstention. Second, abstention. Third, abstention. Fourth, abstention. Fifth and final, in favor.
Merci.
Thank you.
Denmark, 12 votes. First proposal.
Against.
Second.
Against.
Third.
For.
Fourth.
Yes, please.
And fifth.
No, the fourth. I heard you saying, am I
Fourth,
for
please.
number 4? I'm against number 4.
And the fifth.
Against.
Thank you. Dominican Republic, Egypt, 20 votes. First proposal.
Yes, all the votes for the first proposal against.
Ecuador, sorry.
No, Egypt. You called for me.
Just 1 second, okay? Just 1 second, I apologize.
I'm waiting, yes.
So we're going, we had Dominican Republic, who's not here. We go to Ecuador with 13 votes, and then we come to Egypt. Ecuador, please. First proposal.
Ecuador,
First proposal, 13 in favour. Second proposal, 4 in favour. Third proposal, 6 in favour.
You have to cast for the second proposal all 13 votes. How do you cast those 13 votes?
Second proposal, 4 in favour. And the rest are abstentions. Abstentions. Third proposal, 6 in favour and 7 abstentions. Fourth proposal, 13 votes in favour. And the last one, abstention.
Abstentions. Thank you. Egypt, I apologize. We come back to you with the first proposal, 20 votes.
All the votes for the first proposal against.
Second proposal.
In favor.
Third proposal.
Against.
Fourth proposal.
Against.
Last proposal.
Against.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Equatorial Guinea, you have 11 votes. First proposal, please.
Thank you. For the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, first proposal, 3 in favour and 8 abstentions. Second proposal. Second proposal, 8 in favour, 3 abstentions. Third proposal, 3 in favour, 8 against. Fourth, 11 in favour. Fifth, 11 abstentions.
Thank you. Estonia. Estonia, you have 11 votes. First proposal, please.
11 votes abstention.
Second proposal.
11 votes against.
Third proposal.
11 votes in favor.
Fourth.
11 votes against.
And last proposal.
11 votes against.
Thank you. Eswatini, Ethiopia, 20 votes. On the first proposal, please.
20 votes in favor. 20 votes in favor for the first proposal.
Second.
20 votes in favor.
Third.
20 votes abstain.
Fourth.
20 votes in favor.
And fifth.
20 votes abstain.
Thank you. Excuse me, sir. We cannot. Yeah. We move on to Fiji. Is Fiji in the room? Yes. Fiji, you have 10 votes. First proposal, please.
In favor.
Second.
In favor.
Third.
Abstention.
Fourth.
In favor.
And last.
Abstention.
Finland, you have 12 votes. First proposal. 1 MP, you have 10 votes. First proposal, please.
First proposal, 10 votes against.
Second.
10 votes against.
Third.
10 votes in favor.
Fourth.
10 votes against.
And last.
10 votes against.
Thank you. La France, vous avez...
France, you have 18 votes. For the first proposal, 18 against. Second, 18 against. Third, 18 in favour. Fourth, 18 abstentions. And the final proposal, 18 abstentions. Thank you. Gabon, you have... Not Gabon.
You have 11 votes. For the first proposal?
11 abstained.
Second?
11 abstained.
Third.
11 in favor.
Fourth.
11 in favor.
And fifth.
11 abstained.
Thank you. Georgia, you have 11 votes. First
Yes.
proposal.
Abstention.
Abstention. Second.
Abstention.
Third.
In favor.
Fourth.
Abstention.
And last.
Abstention.
Thank you. Germany, we move on. 19 votes. First proposal, please.
19 against.
Second.
19 against.
Third.
19 in favor.
Fourth.
19 against.
And fifth.
19 against.
Thank you. Ghana, 15 votes. First proposal.
15 abstentions.
Second.
15 abstentions.
Third.
15 abstentions.
Fourth.
15-4.
And last.
10-4, 5 abstentions.
Thank you. Greece, 13 votes. First proposal.
13 in favor.
Second.
Abstention. Abstention. Abstain.
Second proposal, abstain. Third.
13 in favor.
In favor. Fourth.
9 in favor, 4 against.
9 in favor, 4 against. And last proposal.
Abstain.
Thank you. Guinea, 13 votes. First proposal.
First proposal. 7 in favor, 6 abstentions. Second proposal. 13 in favor. Third proposal. 10 in favor, 3 abstentions. Fourth proposal. 12 in favor, 2 abstentions. Fifth. 13 abstentions.
Can we go back to the fourth proposal? La quatrième.
The fourth. Fourth proposal, 12 in favor, 1 abstention.
Noted. Thank you. Guyana. Hungary. Hungary, you
Yes.
have 12 votes. First proposal, please.
First proposal, 12 against. The second, 12 against.
Just a second.
Yes.
Hungary, you have 12 votes to
Yes.
cast for the first proposal.
12 against.
12 against. Second.
Second, 12 against.
Third.
Third, 12 in favor.
Fourth.
12 against.
And last.
12 against.
Thank you. Iceland, 10 votes. First proposal.
10 votes abstain.
Second.
10 votes against.
Third.
10 votes in favor.
Fourth.
10 votes against.
And last.
10 votes against.
Thank you. India, 23 votes for the first proposal, please.
First proposal, 23 votes in favor.
Second.
23 votes abstention.
Third.
23 votes abstention.
Fourth.
23 votes in favor.
And fifth.
23 votes abstention. 3 abstentions and 2 favor.
So last vote, can you repeat that again?
23 votes in abstention, the last one, the fifth one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Indonesia, 22 votes. First proposal.
22 votes against.
Second proposal.
22 votes in favor.
Third proposal.
22 votes against.
Fourth proposal.
22 votes against.
And fifth proposal.
22 votes against. Thank you.
Thank you. Iran, 19 votes. First proposal.
19 votes against.
Second.
19 votes in favor.
Third.
19 votes against.
Fourth.
19 votes against.
Fifth.
19 votes against.
Thank you. Iraq, 16 votes. First proposal.
أول 16 ضد.
16 against. Second. 16 in favor.
Third proposal.
Third. 16 against.
Fourth proposal.
Fourth proposal. 16 against.
And fifth proposal.
Fifth proposal. 16 against.
Noted. Thank you. Ireland, you have 12 votes. For the first proposal, please.
12 abstain.
Second.
12 against.
Third.
12 for.
Fourth.
12 against.
And fifth.
And 12 against.
Thank you. Israel, 12 votes on the first proposal.
The position of the State of Israel on their first item is 12 against.
Second proposal.
12 against.
Third proposal.
12 in favor.
Fourth proposal.
12 against.
Fifth proposal.
12 against.
Noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
We go to Italy, 17 votes. First proposal.
17 against.
Second proposal.
17 against.
Third proposal.
17 in favor.
Fourth.
17 abstain.
And fifth proposal.
17 abstain.
Thank you. Japan, 20 votes. For the first proposal, please.
20 in favor.
Second proposal.
20 abstain.
Third proposal.
20 in favor.
Fourth proposal.
20 abstain.
Fifth proposal.
20 abstain.
Thank you. Jordan, 13 votes on the first proposal, please.
الاقتراح الأول 13 صوت ضد.
13 against. Second, 13 in favor. 3, 13 against. 4, 13 against. And the fifth proposal, 13 against.
Well noted. Thank you. Kazakhstan, 13 votes on the first proposal, please.
First proposal, all votes abstain.
Second.
All votes in favor.
Third.
All abstain.
Fourth.
All abstain.
And fifth.
All abstain.
Noted. Kenya, 17 votes. First proposal, please.
First proposal in favor.
Second.
In favor.
Third.
In favor.
Fourth.
In favor.
And fifth.
Abstain.
Thank you. Kuwait, 11 votes. First proposal.
Kuwait has 11 votes. First proposal, 11 votes against.
Second proposal.
11 Qatar proposals, 11 votes in favor.
Third proposal.
11 votes against.
Fourth proposal.
11 votes against.
Last proposal.
11 votes against.
Noted. Thank you. Laos.
First proposal, 12 votes in favor. Second proposal, 12 votes in favor. Third proposal, 12 votes against. Fourth proposal, 12 votes in favor. Fifth proposal, 12 votes abstention.
Thank you. Latvia, 11 votes. First proposal.
First proposal, 11 votes against. Second proposal, 11 votes against. Third proposal, 11 votes in favor. Fourth proposal, 11 votes against. And fifth proposal, 11 votes against.
Thank you. Liberia. Libya, you have 12 votes. First proposal.
ليبيا الاقتراح الأول ضد.
Against. Second proposal in favor. Third against. Fourth.
First against, 12 second in favor. Third.
ليبيا الاقتراح الأول ضد.
First against. Second in favor. Third against. Fourth abstention. Fifth abstention.
Noted. Thank you. Liechtenstein, 10 votes. First proposal.
First proposal, 10 abstain.
Second.
10 against.
Third proposal.
10 in favor.
Fourth.
10 abstain.
Fifth.
10 against.
Thank you. Lithuania, you have 10 votes. First proposal.
First proposal, all votes against. The second, all votes against. The third, all votes in favor. The fourth, against. And the fifth, against.
Thank you. Madagascar, Malawi, 13 votes. First proposal.
In favor. 13 votes in favor.
Second proposal.
Abstain.
Third.
In favor.
Fourth.
In favor.
And fifth.
Abstain.
Noted. Thank you. Malaysia, 13 votes, 10 votes. First proposal.
All in favor.
Second.
All in favor.
Third.
All in favor.
Fourth.
All in favor.
And fifth.
All abstain.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maldives, 10 votes. First proposal.
Yeah. We'd like to cast all of our 10 votes in favor of the first proposal, all 10 votes in favor of the second proposal, all 10 votes in favor of the third proposal, all 10 votes in favor of the fourth proposal, and we'd like to abstain on the fifth proposal.
Thank you. Mali? Skip. Okay. Malta, 8 votes. First proposal.
First proposal, 8 against.
Second.
8 against.
Third.
8 in favor.
Fourth.
8 against.
And fifth.
8 against. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mauritius, 11 votes. First proposal.
11 for.
Second.
11 for.
Third.
11 for.
Fourth.
11 for.
And fifth.
11 abstain.
Thank you. Mexico, 20 votes. First proposal.
México en la propuesta número 1.
Proposal 1,
10 a favor y
10
10
in
en abstención.
favor, 10 abstentions.
En la propuesta número
Proposal
2,
2,
20 a favor.
20 in favor.
En la propuesta número 3,
3,
20 a favor.
20 in favor.
En la propuesta número 4,
4,
5 a favor
5 in
y
favor,
la abstención.
15 abstentions.
Y en la última propuesta,
Last
que es la número
proposal,
5,
5,
todas en abstención.
all abstentions.
Well noted, thank you. Monaco, Mongolia, 9 votes. Morocco, 15 votes. First proposal.
Le premier point d'urgence.
First emergency item, 15 against.
Deuxième point d'urgence.
Second,
15 voix pour.
15 in favor.
Troisième,
3,
15 voix contre.
15 against.
Quatrième,
4,
15 voix contre.
15 against.
Cinquième,
5,
15 voix contre.
15 against.
Merci le Maroc.
Thank you, Morocco.
Mozambique, 15 votes. First proposal.
Mozambique. The first one, 5 in favor, 10 abstentions.
Second proposal.
Second, yes, 7, abstention 8.
Third proposal.
Next, all 15 abstention.
We apologize. We need to go back to the second proposal, if you could repeat.
Second, yes, 7, and abstention 8.
Thank you. Third proposal.
All 15 abstention.
Fourth proposal.
All 15 yes.
And fifth proposal.
Last one.
Last one.
All 15 abstention.
Thank you very much. Namibia, 11 votes. So we need to come back to Namibia as well, okay? We're coming back to several delegations. After Namibia, we have Nepal, then Netherlands with 13 votes. First proposal.
13 against.
Second.
13 against.
Third.
13 in favor.
Fourth.
13 against.
Fifth.
13 against.
Thank you. New Zealand, 12 votes. First proposal.
12 against.
Second.
12 against.
Third.
12 in favour.
Fourth.
12 against.
And fifth.
12 against.
Thank you. Niger, vous avez 14 voix.
Niger, you have 14 votes. First proposal. 14 against. Second. 14 in favor. Third. 14 against. 4. 14 against. Fifth. 14 against.
Merci.
Thank you.
22. New Zealand is voting. Do we have New Zealand? We did New Zealand. We did New Zealand. Yes. I apologize. It seems that the vote for New Zealand was not registered.
Mistake.
They voted too. They voted too.
They want to hear you again. That must have been. You were always gone, huh?
Nepal. Okay, so we skipped a delegation. New Zealand, can you please repeat? I'm sorry. We're all tired here.
No
First
problem.
proposal.
12 against.
Second.
12 against.
Third.
12 in favour.
Fourth.
12 against.
And fifth.
12 against.
Thank you. So Pierre, we're at Norway, yes? We just want to make sure this is super correct, okay? Thank you. Norway, 12 votes. First proposal, please.
12 votes against proposal number 1. 12 votes against proposal number 2. 12 votes in favor of proposal number 3. 12 votes against proposal number 4. And 12 votes against proposal number 5.
We got that. Oman, 11 votes. First proposal.
Thank you. 11 votes against the first proposal. The second proposal in favor. The third proposal against. The fourth proposal against. The fifth proposal against. Thank you.
No. So we're good, yes? We move on to Pakistan. 22 votes. First proposal, please.
First proposal, 11 in favor, 10 abstention. Second proposal...
Excuse me, you have 22?
Yes.
So 11 and 11 abstentions.
No, 12 in favor,
yeah,
and 10 abstention.
Okay.
As far as the second proposal is concerned, all in favor.
Yes.
All 22 in favor.
Yes. Third proposal.
Third proposal, abstain.
Fourth proposal.
All in favor.
And fifth?
Abstain.
Thank you. Just half a page more to go. We're almost there. Palestine, 12 votes. First proposal, please.
First proposal, against. All the votes against.
Second?
In favor. All the votes in favor.
Third?
All the votes against.
Fourth?
All the votes against.
And fifth?
All the votes against.
Noted, thank you. Paraguay, 8 votes. First proposal.
Para la primera, 8 votos en contra.
8 against.
Para la segunda,
2.
8 votos en contra.
8 against.
Para la tercera,
3.
8 votos a favor.
8 in favor. 4.
8 votos en contra.
8 against. 5. 8 against.
Peru, 15 votes. First proposal, please.
We have 15 votes.
15
okay.
You have, yes.
Okay, thank you. So for the first proposal, we have a split vote. We have 4 votes in favor and 11 votes against. For the second proposal, we have 15 against. For the third proposal, we have 15 in favor. For the fourth proposal, we have 14 against. And for the fifth proposal, we have 15 also against.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Philippines, 20 votes. First proposal, please.
Philippines, Madam Chair. First proposal, in favor, 20 votes. Second proposal, 20 votes in favor. Third proposal, 20 votes in favor. Fourth proposal, 20 votes in favor. Fifth proposal, 20 votes against. Thank you.
Thank you. Poland, 15 votes. First proposal.
First proposal, all against.
Second.
All against.
Third.
All in favor.
Fourth.
All against.
And fifth.
All against.
Thank you. Portugal, 13 votes. First proposal.
Primeira proposta, 13 contra.
13 against. Second proposal. 13 against. Third. 13 in favor. Fourth, 13 against. And the last one, all against.
Thank you. Qatar, you have 11 votes. First proposal.
First proposal, 11 votes
Against.
Second.
In favor.
Third.
Against.
Fourth.
Against.
And fifth.
Against.
Thank you. Republic of Korea, 17 votes. First proposal, please.
안녕하세요. 대한민국 대표단입니다.
Hello. First proposal, all in favor. Second proposal, all abstain. Third proposal, all in favor. Fourth proposal, all in favor. Fifth proposal, all abstain. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you. Romania, you have 13 votes. First proposal, please.
First proposal, 13 votes against. Second proposal, 13 votes against. Third proposal, 13 votes in favor. Fourth proposal, 13 votes against. And fifth proposal, 13 votes against.
Thank you. Russian Federation, 20 votes. First proposal.
First proposal 20 against, second proposal 20 in favor, third proposal 20 against, fourth proposal abstentions, all 20, and the fifth proposal 20 against. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you. Rwanda, 13 votes. First proposal, please. I think it's turned on. No?
Thank you. Rwanda, first proposal, abstention. Second proposal, in favor. Third proposal, in favor.
Just a moment, please. You would like us to restart? Okay, we would need to restart. We had all the microphones on here. Thank you for your understanding. Let's start with the first proposal again.
Okay, thank you. First proposal, abstention. Second proposal, in favor. Third proposal, in favor. Fourth proposal, in favor. Fifth proposal, against.
Noted. Thank you. San Marino, 10 votes. First proposal.
First proposal, 10 votes against. Second proposal, 10 votes against. Third proposal, 10 votes in favor. Fourth proposal, 10 votes against. Fifth proposal, 10 votes against. Thanks.
Thank you. Saudi Arabia, 15 votes. First proposal.
البند الأول 15 صوت ضد.
15 against. Second, 15 in favor. 3, 15 against. 4, 15 against. 5, 15 against.
No translation.
No, we had it. I heard it in English.
Please repeat because there was no interpretation.
البند الأول.
Okay, go ahead.
البند الأول 15 صوت.
First proposal, 15 against. Second, 15 in favor. 3, 15 against. 4, 15 against. 5, 15 against.
Thank you. Senegal, 13 votes. Serbia, 12 votes. First proposal, please.
12 in favor.
Second proposal.
12 in favor.
Third.
12 abstentions.
Fourth.
12 abstentions.
And fifth.
12 against. Thank you.
Noted, thank you. Seychelles, 8 votes. On the first proposal, please.
8 abstain. Second, 8 abstain. Third, 8 in favor. Number 4, 8 in favor. Number 5, 8 abstain.
Thank you. Sierra Leone, Singapore, Slovakia, Slovenia, 11 votes. First proposal, please.
11 votes against.
Second proposal.
11 votes against.
Third.
11 votes in favor.
Fourth.
11 votes against.
And fifth.
11 votes against.
Thank you. And the last delegation, we have Somalia, with Somalia is not in the room. So we're coming back. We had a few delegations that we had to skip. I believe South Sudan did not vote.
Yes.
South Sudan, please. First proposal.
In favor.
Second proposal.
Abstain.
Third proposal.
Abstain.
Fourth proposal.
In favor.
And fifth proposal.
Abstain.
Thank you. Then I think we had Bolivia, who did not vote. Bolivia, you are here. First, Bolivia, you have 13 votes. On the first proposal, please.
Thank you. Bolivia is voting as follows. 1, 13 in favor. 2, 10 in favor. 3 abstentions. 3, 5 in favor. 8 against. 4, 13 in favor. 5, 8 abstentions, 5 in favor.
8 abstentions, yes. Thank you. I've just been asked, I believe, to also clarify the vote for Denmark. 12 votes in favor of proposal 3 and against all the other 4 proposals. So in the case of Denmark, in favor of proposal 3, proposals 1, 2, 4, and 5, all votes against.
Excuse
I'm
me.
coming, yes.
Here is the, please, here, Emirates.
Just a moment.
Okay.
Just a moment. Okay, so Denmark, we're good, yes? Then we had Mali.
Oui,
Just
merci.
un instant, Mali.
Just a minute, Mali. You have 14 votes. Proposal 1, abstentions. Second, 14. 14 what? In favor or against? 14 in favor. Yes. 3. 6 in favor. And the others? Abstentions. Fourth, 14 in favor. And the fifth, 14 in favor.
Merci.
Thank you.
Merci.
We had Namibia with 11 votes, Mr. Speaker. On the first proposal.
Abstention.
Second proposal.
Abstention.
Third proposal.
Abstention.
Fourth proposal.
In favor?
And fifth proposal.
Abstention. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe the UAE requested a clarification on its vote.
Yes, we would like to clarify that all votes against for the first proposal, all votes in favor of the second, the Qatari proposal, all votes against the third proposal, all votes against the fourth proposal, all votes against the fifth proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. My colleagues are confirming that it was well noted. Yes. Have all delegations cast their vote? Egypt, please.
Thank you very much. I just have a question because regarding the voting of Denmark, and they are not here, how can we verify the casting of their vote if they're not present?
They are here. They're not here anymore?
I'm sorry they're not here because they're sitting just next to us.
They were part of the first round of the vote, and they came up with a note to us earlier just to double check that their votes were well recorded. We did not take any new votes right now.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Thank you. Have all delegations cast their vote? If that is the case, Mr. President, I believe the vote can be declared closed. Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleagues. Dear colleagues, allow me before, in between, when they are trying to identify the results, to clarify something that, because sometimes we commit a mistake, and when we do it, we need to ask to apologize. I was informed that what our colleague from Peru is asking is the moment of silence in honor of our colleague that was murdered, Marshal Nabizada. I'm sorry, I didn't understand. It is not the correct moment to do it, and that's why I don't understand what we are talking about, because we are voting in favor or against. But now that I'm aware what you are asking, and we think we should honor our colleague, allow me to ask the floor to have, and apologize me, please. I will ask the floor to situation of 3 concrete cases on the same time. Because our colleague Yakup Tas, member of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, was also one of the persons that died because of this earthquake awful that happened in Turkey. And as I expressed this morning, former president of the Parliament of Uruguay and vice president of IPU, Madame Yvonne Passada, passed away this night. And so, in honor of these 3 colleagues, Yakup Tas of Turkey, Yvonne Passada of Uruguay, and Marshal Nabizada from Peru, I will ask a moment of silence in honor of the 3 our colleagues. Afghanistan. Thank you. I will try to understand if you have the results. So, thank you for your patience, and thank you for the staff to give the results. Okay, first vote proposed by first proposal presented by Argentina. Positive votes 393. Negative votes 727. Abstentions 373. So, total of yes and no, 1,120. 2/3 of the votes should be 747. But they have just 393, so don't have the 2/3 necessary to be admitted as an emergency item. Second proposal, positive votes 756, negative votes 444, abstentions 293. Total of yes and no 1,200. 2/3 800. So the proposal is just 756. It's near the 2/3, but don't achieve the 2/3. So it is not possible to admit as emergency item. The first proposal from Argentina and Chile. Positive votes 801. Negative votes 333. Abstentions 341. Total of yes and no 1,134. 2/3 756. So this proposal has 801. It means more than 2/3 is possible to admit as emergency item. The proposal of the African group obtained 535 votes in favor, 640 against, abstentions 318. Total of yes and no 1,175. 2/3 of the votes 783. But the positive was just 535. So this proposal is not possible to admit to emergency item. Finally, the proposal of Democratic Republic of Congo, positive votes 88, negative votes 705, abstentions 700. Total of yes and no 793. 2/3 of the votes that is essential to have to be admitted 529, but just had 88. So don't have the 2/3 need to be admitted. In this case, we don't need to compare the positive votes because we just have one proposal that reached the 2/3. Is the proposal presented by Argentina, Chile, Germany, Netherlands, and Ukraine, with support of the group of Latin America and Caribbean and the 12+ group. And it is admitted as emergency item, and the debate will begin tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And with authorization of the President of the Assembly, we may close our session today.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much for attending this meeting. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
But